Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite Neterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it, made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're to take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M HERU.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head? I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a HERU and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological Netzer, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Atet has? Everybody, can you see that, sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Aset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. Go ahead. We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Aset were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it possible? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset.
I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamika.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Oh, here we are. Now it's showing. Okay. Mic check, check, check. Can everyone hear me? Mic check. Can everyone hear me? Mic check. Now that she pressed the mute button. Mic check. Can I be heard now? ISHTAR pressed the mute button. Okay, wonderful. Can I be heard? Mic check. Let me check let me check and see how everyone is doing. And just press the 9 if you can hear me now. Okay, much better, much better. This is clear. This is good. Let me adjust this a little bit here. So, go back. A little bit back there. Good. Can be seen. Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's see all the 9s that are pressed. Who's in here? We have 42 people in here already. You know what's going to happen. We got Dashe. Beautiful Bella. We got the Robert Williams on a mission. We got the VRI. We got Harass did everything positive. We got the Move to the Chi. We got Ox Effect. We got Nefer Keparat. We got Maharu. We got Mike Ferg 100. I think he's one of the ones that sent in a question, and luckily for him, others sent in on top of that question to assist in a even more elaborate answer. So it's going to be interesting this afternoon. It's going to be great. We got all the great supporters in the house. We have a new person here. Shout out to Snoopy Eats 408. Wonderful. We got Tehuti, Ma'at, Ross, Cyrus. That's a powerful name. Oh yes, of course, that's the brother from Sonetter. Yeah, pops in here, moderator and Sonetter. Shout out to Tehuti, Ma'at, Ra, Cyrus. Wonderful name. Everybody's in here. I think Nancy Hotep is in here somewhere. The team's in here. There's Nancy Hotep. What she says: supreme gratitude to SABA, Tehuti, peace and love, everyone. Wonderful, everybody. We got Anu, we got Antu, we got Anu. Beings named after the Anunnaki in here. So Mike 100. I think it's a Mike 4 Ferg 100. These two right here actually donated on top of your support, on top of your question, so that the question could be answered even more elaborately and added some more to it and more from before it. So it's going to be very, very interesting. Peace and love, everyone. It's going to be a beautiful podcast. Let's start off with the beautiful. We got Dashe here. Let's start off with the proper frequencies and vibration. Of course, that is the affirmation. The affirmation. Dashe. Minty's in the house. Okay, good. Minty's in the house. Peace. Snoop. Eats 408 said, peace, King. Peace, King to you. Okay, let's start off with the perfect, beautiful frequency of the affirmation. And we're going to start off on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, un and S, mean tet aset and Ma'at, mean habapet and Ma'at, her and hukiwi, her ikut. I live from Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. And 1 minute, everyone. Step away for just a second here. Fix a couple things and focus on the snake style. I'll be right back in a minute.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say, you every time you speak there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed, so you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Okay, we're back. Yes. Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. We can fix this somehow. Okay. I guess I can't move that too much. Wonderful. Okay. I'm back, everyone. Yes, Reggie, you are right. Carry the sword and the shield. The Khopesh sword is definitely kept to represent the ancestors and the greatest defense mechanism in ancient time, used to hook the shoulder, hook, pull down, gouge, slice up and forward, the defense mechanism of RAMESSES, the sword, representing the snake style again. Greetings, everyone. I'm glad everyone is here. It is a beautiful, beautiful day. Let me see if I can adjust this on screen so I can all the way fit in here. Thank you to the good brother Robert Williams for the beautiful Khopesh sword, dating back even further than 1200 BC, but most popularized at that time period. All right, let's get started, everyone. It's a beautiful day. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go ahead and get this beautiful day started. It's going to be a nice one. I see some support that is sent in, and I know that there's going to be a lot more support sent in, because this podcast, it looks like I may answer the most questions ever in the last 2 years. I'm going to go for several questions were sent in for the same topic. So we're going to see if we can merge in all of those questions. Let me see if I can pull this here without losing the camera. Wonderful. Move it that way. See if I can move this up without losing the camera. That's even better. Wonderful, nice and clear. Excellent. Okay, everybody, greetings and welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Greetings and peace and love, everyone. Press the 9 again if you can see me and hear me clear, because something interesting just happened to the camera, and the camera is connected also to the sound system. So let me check. Press the 9 if you can hear me clearly. Wonderful. Brother strangers in the house. Brother Stranger's in the house. He's definitely a weapons man. Brother Reggie said it perfect. I love swords and swords and knives. Yeah, Stranger loves swords and knives. And don't forget guns and ammunition. He will be the protector. So it's going to be another beautiful, beautiful, wonderful pod class. It's going to be excellent today. Welcome. Okay, I see the nines coming in. We need another class on the Kopesh. Wow. They're never satisfied. They know there's always new bags, new information. Okay, good. Everybody can hear me. Good. The nines are being pressed. Let's get started, everybody. It's going to be wonderful and beautiful. And as you can see today, some questions were already sent in. So I did put one of the topics, or maybe two, in the title already. So as you can see, this is the Anunnaki. Question was sent in. Nibiru. Question was sent in. It's going to be a good one today. And we're going to be talking about the Anunnaki, but let's go ahead and get into the intro a little bit. And 1 second, how did you get under there? You're under there? Oh, you found a way, huh? Can I get you above here? You are great. We know exactly how to maneuver under there. Let me get you above here. There we go. Excellent. Okay. All right, everybody. So since we're going to be talking about the Anunnaki today, and that's one of the questions that were sent in, I have brought one of my animals that are named after the Anunnaki, and that is Ishtar. Ishtar is my, oh, she's going over there. Pressing the buttons again. Ishtar is my popularized black viper. She's a black viper. Where are you going, Ishtar? You're going over there. Extremely venomous. The horned viper has nothing on Ishtar whatsoever. And she's over here. And she's over there. Moving all over the place. There you are, Ishtar. So she's my black Hillary viper. That's the one that you see rattling in the intro. And yes, she's a rattler. And you're going to go over here for a moment so we can get started. Go back under your paper. Stay right there. You're doing great. Okay, everybody, let's get started. Decided to bring Ishtar, also called Astarte, to the class because there was a question sent in that's going to be involving Ishtar, Astarte. So everyone knows by now, if you've seen the class, if you're brand new, then you're just learning. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Over here, Ishtar, one moment. There we go. Put you down there. Put that down there. Everything's very delicate around here, so we're going to move things very delicately. Things are balancing here. Okay, Ishtar, we're going to go like this. Sobek may even come to class today. If Bijan Pharaoh comes. So everybody, my name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Let's get started. It's a beautiful podcast day. I've been a teacher for many years. As you can see from the animals that are always surrounding me. If you've been to the class, you know that the animals were my original teachers. When I was a young man, that is who I was taught by. I was taught by being around wildlife, as they call it wildlife. We must be the tamed life, right? Humans must be the tamed life. Oh, that's right, we're in the Matrix. Yeah, we're the tamed ones. So they're the ones that are wild, which are uncontrolled, and we're the ones that are under control. So ever since I've been a child, I've been interested in being a part of the wildlife. So I put myself in situations where I live amongst them, with them. We go into the ponds and the swamps and swimming with them. They have a guy now, a brother now named Tarzan. I think he's on YouTube. A similar life to but he goes on into more tropic, but similar. He reminds me of what I grew up on, and I realized that the animals were the purest and the humans were the corrupted. I was taught in church that the humans are actually the children of God, and that never made much sense to me. And I realized that if we're supposed to be the children of this so-called God, then we should be living as natural and as systematic as the ants. They seem to be much more organized than Tyrone down the block smoking crack and a pimp named Slickback and all type of chaos that we find our people in. And you find the bees and the ants seem to be living this beautiful, organized, structured life for millions of years, and they seem to always do exactly what they're supposed to do, and they never seem to get distracted. It's very difficult to distract an ant from its job. So at any rate, when I was young, I took this mentality and concept back to my family, and I started questioning the Bible that was being presented. And in questioning the Bible, it led to very uncomfortable situations in the household because I never did understand, could never understand the Bible fully as how people were supposed to be representing it. The one thing they couldn't understand was Jesus saying, those who believe in me will be able to do greater works than I. So if you do greater works than Jesus, then that means that I need to analyze what this Jesus character did, and you should be doing greater. He healed the dead, he healed the sick, he brought forth life, he levitated, he walked on water, turned water into wine, did all type of things. And the Christians, I see them just arguing and ranting and raving, and it didn't make much sense to me as to why this man would say you'd be doing better works than I, and the Christians weren't doing any better works as far as any miraculous works. And I found that there was a strange disconnect between the biblical stories and how people were living today. It seemed like the Bible was full of miraculous superpowers and all type of supernatural things taking place, and the Christians were just talking. And so there was a disconnect. I also was curious as to why the word Christian was being used and how it was a Greek word and how the Bible is Greek, Christian Greek, gospel Greek, angels Greek. And I asked who in the Bible was actually Greek. He said nobody. And I said, how do these words all get why is every terminology, epistle, apostle, why is every terminology we're using, why is it all Greek terminologies? And people would say, well, because they spoke Greek back then. And I would say, who spoke Greek back then? They said the people in the time of Jesus. I said, the time of Jesus, wouldn't the time of Jesus be any time that Jesus was around? They say, yes. So then who is the time marker? Isn't it Jesus himself? This is other snake style questions I would ask. Jesus himself is the time marker. So that means that in the time of Jesus, when the disciples were around, then they were speaking Greek. He said, yes. Well, Jesus being the time marker, can we start with his speech? Yeah. When he was on the cross, he said, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That's Hebrew. So everyone spoke and wrote Greek except for the person that they're trying to be like. Jesus speaking Hebrew, and who is he talking to? He's supposed to be talking and crying out to his God in Hebrew language. So Jesus was speaking Hebrew. When Mary, in the Bible, saw Jesus, she said, Rabboni, Rabboni. That's Hebrew, isn't it? It didn't seem like she was speaking Greek. It seemed like she was speaking Hebrew to this man, and he was speaking Hebrew on the cross, but yet all the stories are in Greek. So was Mary the only one that could read and write Hebrew, and everybody else in the area spoke? So it became very uncomfortable by me asking these questions. And eventually, like I've said in many introductions, I was about to be thrown out of the house for these questions. So a wager was placed between me and my mother, and the wager was that if I beat the pastor in a debate, then I can stay inside the household. And I was destined to lose, apparently, because the pastor was a 47-year-old pastor, and I was a young little man. I don't think I was 20 years old yet. I was much younger than him, less than half of his age. And he was the ordained pastor. He's supposed to destroy me. And the judge was my mother, and my mother was a Christian. So I'm destined to lose. So me and him had this debate for about 5 hours or so. And my mother threw him out of the house, saying that she was embarrassed. She was embarrassed that I was taking him and ringing him around the ropes, or what do they call it, fighting. I had him on the ropes, and he was all over the place, and he was being beaten by me. and so she threw him out of the house. That was the first time that my knowledge was actually in question with my lifestyle. And this is what actually developed me. This is what I bring to people, is that is the lifestyle you live spiritually, the knowledge you're studying spiritually, is it directly connected with your actual existence? And so Becca's going up, up, up. And the answer is more likely, no, it's not. It is not. So there's no biological imperative that connects your brain, your neurons, with the information, the knowledge, and the culture, and actual survival. Your actual survival is actually completely disconnected from your spiritual conversations, your way of life. You work a job at McDonald's, or you work at the golf course, or you work at a clothing factory. You literally could be any religion. So my study, and that which I was basing my life on, was now based on where I could live. Because if I lost the debate, I'd be homeless. So therefore, biological imperatives set forth in my mind, and it became extremely serious to me. So at any rate, a couple of days later, maybe about a week later or so, I can't remember how many days later, this was several years ago, and a few days later, I had a notice on my door, and the notice on my door was a restraining order. And the restraining order was that I was no longer allowed within 50 or 100 feet of Nana? Nanny? Click on Solbeck for me. 50 or 100 feet from churches. And if I went around churches, I'd be either thrown in I don't know where young people go at that age when they break the law. I'm not sure how the laws work, but basically if I broke the law, I'd be fined or I'd be detained or something to that effect. And so I had to watch where I was walking now based on where I was teaching, because I used to just go on the streets and teach. So therefore, that's another biological imperative that kicked in that meant that if I continued to teach this, I could be arrested or my freedom could be taken away. And what did I do? I continued to teach it. And not only did I stay away from the churches, I actually walked into the churches. I walked into the churches and put my head down, and I disguised myself by not showing myself with my head down, and I would go there 10 minutes before Bible study would start, and I would ask questions to all the people in Bible study, not to challenge them, just questions to make them think. So when the pastor came in, I had this all set up. When the pastor came in, they would ask him the questions, and I'll put my head down and sneak out of the Bible study, and I go to the next one and the next one and the next one, and just was doing this all over the city when I was much younger, getting the people in the church to ask the pastor questions. And then I would go into different places. It would just, eventually the people would see me on the street and say, you didn't have the answers. What's the answer to these questions? And then from there, I would gain students. This is back in 93? 93. Long time ago. 93. Okay? So anyways, if he's okay. Okay, good. So, therefore, I continued on getting students all over the city. I found an organization that, which books I was reading, because I was reading different books at the time. I would skip classes and leave school to go to the library. So they would find me in the library. I'd go into the library when it's off library time. The students are supposed to be in the classes. And they wouldn't find me in the class. I'd be in the library just studying and reading. And I came across a set of books that were written by, well, at that time it was called the Ansar Allah Community. And I was like, interesting, Ansar Allah Community. And as I was going through the books, I found that they were along the lines of what I was about, questioning the religions and such. And I liked that. I really, really liked that. So I ended up joining that community, and ended up excelling to the highest level as a teacher, to the point where I was using the techniques and the information I was studying from outside, like nature and things, and I was using that in my classes to teach. And it wasn't coming from the books of the leader at the time. It wasn't, a lot of it wasn't coming from them. Some of it was, but I was teaching from nature and teaching about the Morphophilus plant and teaching about lions' teeth and different things from nature. And I was using that to actually convert people into the organization. Eventually, the teacher pointed me out to the entire organization. He told everybody, if you all want to learn how to teach, then go to Amenhotep Ra. The other teachers would wait for him to leave, and then they would say to me, I'm not teaching from his books. You're not teaching from the master teacher's books, so therefore you can't continue that kind of teaching. And I said, well, he said that you all should come to me. So I'm confused. Obviously, I was teaching like this before I was in this organization. I teach from nature. So I was teaching like this before I was in this organization, and I will continue. That's how I'm excelling past everyone, is because I'm a child of nature. I was growing up around, living on animals and swimming in the ponds with turtles. So I used that to actually teach information. And so eventually they came to my dwelling with torches lit to burn my my belongings, saying that you're not teaching from this master teacher's information. And I said, but he likes it. And then one day I was in class with that teacher at the time, and he said, teach everybody what you were talking about, the Morphophilus plant. What is that you said again? And I ended up repeating what I was teaching in my class. It wasn't from his books, it was from nature. He said, I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that information. He said, y'all don't get mad. You all take my information all the time. So it got to the point where he was saying that he was taking things that I was teaching about. He told the whole entire organization to start teaching like me. If you want to learn how to teach, go to him. And it caused a lot of jealousy in the organization, because I would do things that was outside of the teaching, such as I would set up jiu-jitsu classes. And train the brothers how to do Brazilian jiu-jitsu. That wasn't a part of the teachings. It was supposed to be Wesley Snipes in the Amun-Ra security, teaching security, but I was teaching how to do hand-to-hand combat, and I was beating the people that were supposed to be security. The brother that's supposed to be security were sparring, and I'm telling them to start the fight on top of me, and I'd lay on my stomach, and they get on top of me and start the fight. And we started betting on fights, and that was biological imperative again. I don't think I've told anybody this part. I have so many stories, but at any rate, the biological imperative was that if you could last with me in a spar for 30 seconds, then I would buy food, because food was very scarce. We lived on a land property where there was no stores or anything. So if we went down to the city to teach and somebody gave us a donation of $5 or $10, we'd use that to buy our food for our families and such. So I would sacrifice my 10. I said, I have the $10 or $15 I got as a donation today. I'll buy everybody's food. All you have to do is beat me in 30 seconds. If you can, no, you don't have to beat me. Sorry. If you can last with me without surrendering, then I will buy you food. And that's actually how I started biologically imperative, making my food source. Because when the brothers couldn't last with me, it was 30 seconds. You just had to last. You didn't have to beat me. Just if you could last without saying I give up after 30 seconds, then I will buy you. And if not, then you have to buy me. So I was actually having people buy food for me. And that's one of the ways that I was surviving, using my knowledge. And that wasn't a part of the teachings. That was just something that I was telling people, that you should learn how to defend yourself. At any rate, I was removed from the organization because I was not teaching what was in the organization accordingly. So a lot of people come to me today and they say, hey, Tehuti, are you a Nuwabi? And I'm like, no. Are you in the No. I enter into groups and organizations and I excel to the top, and I keep my natural style of teaching until I excel past it. And I happened to join that particular organization, and the teacher pulled me aside one day and he told me, he said, where you are is not where the rest of the people are. And I can't bring them to where you are and I'll lose masses of people if he says I have to teach them, spoon feed them. He used to say the same, I give you what you want, so you learn to want what I have to give. And he said, I have to teach them and bring them up. He said, but if I just take them to your stage, I'll lose a lot of people. He said, they're not where you are yet. So at any rate, I grew past that organization and was put out of the organization because I was not teaching all that was in the books. I was the proofreader of the books. He made me the proofreader of his books, and I found mistakes. And I'm an honest being. When I find errors and mistakes, I point them out. So I found error. Just
another organization that I was a part of that I just excelled past. At any rate, as I had to leave that organization, biological imperative set in again because I had nowhere to live when I left, because he was taking care of all of us at that particular time, or we were taking care of all of us by just working, and our food and clothes and we're taken care of. But we didn't have any kind of job. I never had a job. I never knew how to do any of those things. I never paid tax in my life. I don't know, but I have no knowledge of any of those things. So when I left homeless. At any rate, my aunt had helped me. I eventually stayed with her for a little bit, and I started teaching her. And she was like, "This is amazing." And she asked me the one question that I couldn't answer. Tehuti was finally asked a question he couldn't answer. "What's that, Tehuti?" She said, "Why don't you get paid for this?" She said, "You are teaching more than I've never heard anybody explain the things that you're explaining. This is extremely deep." Or she said, "People give lectures all the time on much less topics, and they get paid. How come you're not? You get?" And I said, "No, I don't get $1. I was breaking down star maps and chemical compounds and cytoplasm and mitosis beginning and doctors' articles and everything, things you see me doing here in the podcast." She said, "You don't get paid for this?" I said, "No." And I was stumped. At any rate, as time went on, I ended up, she helped me out with an apartment. I was using her place when she was gone. I would set up a music studio with her computer. It was a computer that I turned into making beats and sampling. It was called the Omega, and we called it the Soul Food Shack. And the Soul Food Shack is where I started producing different groups, doing whatever. I didn't know anything, but I was into hip hop, and so I started producing a group called the Bush Babies and Chief Baby Dread, and making beats for him, and Oh Godly G Crazy Lord, and all type of things were happening, but not much income of survival was coming in. I ended up, my aunt ended up helping me get an apartment. I got an apartment, but I couldn't produce anything. I couldn't live much off of this. So I would dig into the couch to try to find quarters to feed. I was a single father at the time, trying to find quarters to feed me and my son. I give him cereal, and it just wasn't working out. So what I did is I took my tenacity of how I used to teach in that organization, and I put it towards health and fitness, and I started teaching people online, teaching people, breaking down how the body works, how the heart, the cardiovascular system works, exercises, foods to take in, supplements, how to purify the skin, sleep habits, how to fix your melatonin, all type of different things I'm teaching, because I was getting trust. And as I was getting the trust, I said to myself, I can sell them supplements because they trust me, but I don't have any money to buy any supplements. What am I going to do? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a way to connect to the best person. I'm going to find a master teacher that deals with the supplements and the business. So I found him. I zoned in on somebody that I saw on the chat boards and the bodybuilding.coms and all these different, I think it was bodybuilding.com. It was so long ago. Elite Fitness and all these different boards used to exist. Iron Mag, and I don't even know if they're around anymore. So I found who was the most successful, and I started talking to him. He said, "Yes, okay, I'll meet up with you and I'll teach you. I get a good vibe from you." So I met up with him in this Staten Island type. It was in Staten Island, but it was like a murky pond. I don't even know what to call it. The docks, like the docks. It was like straight out of a movie, and I met up with him, and he told me that I get a good vibe from you, and he started teaching me these things. And he said, "I'll tell you and you get from me." And he said, "But if you betray me and give my secrets to the competitors or others about this, I'm going to have to whack you." And I said, "Whack me?" He said, whack is like what we use in hip hop. You suck with whack MC. You're whacking, wick, whack. I was like, KRS-One? But he wasn't talking about KRS-One. I was like, KRS-One, wick, whack. All these MCs you're talking about what KRS-One says to people? No, he said, he said, "This fitness is not what I do for a living. I do this because this is like just what I do on the side." I said, "What do you do for a living?" And he was a New York hitman. He said, "We're going to put you in concrete shoes and put you in the swamps and the ponds and the pond here, whatever this thing is, the docks. and we're gonna sink you down to the bottom. And then we're gonna put you into the bottom, and you're gonna fall, and we're gonna watch you sink and swim with the fishes. And I said, I looked around, biological imperative again. This meant that I had to learn health products and keep secrets, or else I'd be killed by a New York hitman. He was gonna kill me if he sees me releasing this. My whole life was based on keeping the secrets, teaching, or dying, or becoming homeless, or being thrown out on the streets. I linked everything that dealt with my knowledge to that I would die. So at any rate, I took this knowledge back to the people that I was a part of that organization. I invested in some real estate. I started studying real estate. I started teaching the people about this, how to make an income without working for the man. And I brought a lot of people out of homelessness and house people, show people how to buy properties for $500, how to buy a property and leave at the closing with $10,000. And I was teaching people. I said, well, you brothers and sisters, we have a lot of knowledge and information, but we also need to balance it out with some finance so we can make some other kind of other moves in the physical realm and support our families and do things like that. And so I did that with them for a little while until they robbed me of a large business deal. The actual master teacher and his sister, not him, but his sister and some others robbed me by taking finances and not giving me my share. I didn't do anything in my name. I just work off of trust. In fact, I teach you how to make money, and then I do things in other people's names because remember, I joined this organization from swimming in the ponds and catching snakes and turtles. So I didn't use any kind of ID, and I didn't know anything about these things. I was actually utilizing how to make business without me being on anything. So I got robbed, and I plummeted down to the bottom again and became almost homeless again. And I had to survive. Luckily, before that took place, I saw that a lot of the people in the organization was fascinated by a man named David Blaine. And I realized that David Blaine could actually walk the streets and do this magic for people and actually receive tips. And so I said, well, I would like to do something like that just in case anything happens. So I took a lot of the finances before things plummeted down to the ground, and I started investing in magic. I started finding David Blaine's teacher, David Copperfield's teachers, Chris Angel's teachers, Cyril's teachers, and I started learning from them, spending thousands of dollars because one day I knew that it may be just me on the streets performing for dollar bills, and I still don't have to work for anybody. At any rate, that happened. I started performing on the streets, and I used that to actually collect my students because I was doing magic and I have big unks and Egyptian symbols, Kemetic symbols, and things like this, and teach people. And I would set up my magic show beside Christians, so there'd be the Christians here preaching, and I would set up my magic show beside them. So as they're talking about the devil and his powers, I'm there making things appear and disappear, and smoke is puffing up, and this coin is here, then it's there. They're talking, but they're calling me the devil now. So I started creating this nice crowd of a mixture. I did this on purpose. It was a mixture of people that wanted Christianity, but also could see a magician beside the Christian movement that was also debating them on the street and beating them in the Bible. I got a lot of students that way. This was back in, what year is this? That was 2007, I think. So at any rate, as time went on, it got really cold. I was in Canada at the time. It was getting really cold. I was performing in negative 8 degrees. Very, very cold. I don't know if anybody knows about negative 8 degrees, but it was very, very cold. So I realized that I have to go somewhere and I have to perform where I can perform all year round and make a survival. So I ended up moving to California, which is where I am right now. So I moved to California. I didn't know anybody. Didn't have any place to go. Nothing, nobody, nothing. I just came homeless. I came here homeless. And I bought a deck of cards and I bought some forks and I would go out and to start performing and getting tips. And this was done by the beaches. I would go to different beaches, Venice Beach, Santa Monica beaches, and just walk the streets and start getting tips and started teaching people. At any rate, I kind of stayed away from teaching in the public, and I would just have certain students that I would teach. So as time went on, my neterts, my goddesses, and people at the time were telling me that I should come to YouTube. A few people were telling me I should come to YouTube. A brother named Mahati, another sister, and one of my naturs. So people were telling me that on YouTube there's a lot of teachers that are teaching, but they're not teaching like you. So I'd go on YouTube, I'd browse through, and I would see some of the people that were my students, and they're on YouTube getting popular, as they were my students back in 1984, 1985 and such. And that was fine. So what happened was I said, I don't really want to come to the public. I'm just going to stick to myself, teach my goddess, my natures and such. And I eventually told this brother named Mahati, I said, well, if you go, I would go on a thing called Pal Talk. And but you couldn't see my face. I said, if you go find a program that has a little box where I can speak to people and kind of maybe debate, talk to people in little boxes and such. And so he found a group called the Lions Den. He said, this is a group that actually uses a little box to actually have conversations. They want to interview you. And I said, okay, no problem. I'll do an interview. I went to do an interview, and the champion of that group ended up challenging me to a debate. And I said, a debate? He said, yeah, you can be the champion. I said, champion of debates? I don't know anything about that. I don't know anything about being a champion of a debate. Okay. So I ended up debating him, beat him. It was an upset because I became a Kemetic teacher of a Hebrew league that was the champion of the league. They never seen anything like that before, never seen anything like that again. And I continued to just debate people and beat people. All I was doing was I was teaching my classes. That's actually the secret as to what I was doing, which is why I couldn't win. I couldn't lose at the time, is because I'm teaching the classes that I would teach my naturs at home. I was just putting it up on the screen. The same class I was doing on a Wednesday class, I put up on the screen and use that. What's a debate topic? That's a debate topic? Okay, good. And I'm using my classes, and you can't beat that because it's my way of life. It's not something I just studied for the debate. It's what I've been living. So I ended up beating person after person after person after person after person until I started realizing that organization was extremely corrupted. The women that were in charge were completely demented and corrupted, and it became very disgusting. And I just couldn't be a part of it anymore. They were actually trying to help people beat me, and I was a champion representing them. It was really strange. It was a real strange thing that was taking place. So I told the owner at the time, I said, I have to part ways because this is very, very strange to try to find out my government name, put in the back chat. It was really, I was like, I have to leave. This is really strange. And so I ended up leaving that. I excelled to the top. They put out flyers about me called The Guide. They weren't just calling me a debater. The actual organization, I don't know if they still have people called The Guide right now, but the flyers about Tehuti in that group, that debate league, the flyers were called The Guide. The Guide. So I'm like, that's that. Something subconscious is going on. Why would they call me The Guide? I'm a debater. I know why, but they started calling me The Guide on the flyers. So at any rate, left that, and I ended up hearing about Killer Priest's show. I knew about Killer Priest for a long time, but I never thought about going on his show. The brother Ahati said, yeah, there's also Killer Priest. He has this whack guy on there named Rasul, and I said, that's a Nuwabi, and I said, that's cool. So at any rate, I said, Killer Priest is one of my favorite MCs, and I know he's all about the knowledge. So let me go on there and drop some knowledge on him. So ended up contacting Killer Priest. I don't remember if it was me that called him or him that called me. And when he found out that I was actually the top teacher, he got very, very excited. He knew that I was the guy. He said, we have a guy named Rasul that's on here, but he's not really he never met the teacher. He was never a part of the organization, but you need to come on. So I set up a time where I went in, did an interview. I went on the show. He said, yo, when you walked in, I thought you were an angel. You walked in like an angel or something in all white. And I ended up doing the very first show on the Killer Priest show with slides and backgrounds on extraterrestrials and life off of this planet and the UFO connection with Kemet. And he loved it because he loved the Anunnaki topic. He loved that kind of topic. So the next week, he actually gave me the show to run. Ended up running the show by myself, me and AD, running the show. Killer Priest was gone. So I ended up building momentum. It was a beautiful thing, and people started giving these big super chats, large super chats. I wasn't getting a penny because, again, I wasn't in this for that kind of survival purposes, but they were donating $500, $350. I wouldn't see a dime of it. $200, $50. And as time went on, people started to recognize me from 1993, 1996, 2000, 2001, 2003. People started recognizing me. Oh, you're the one in Canada that was teaching us. Hey, that was you in Florida that was teaching us. Hey, Atlanta. People started recognizing me from all over the different countries. That I wasn't going by Tehuti then. I said, "You're Amenhotep Ra." I remember that. And so on. We started setting up one-on-ones. So I was doing the one-on-ones, the Killer Pre-Show, a family class for my family. It got way too busy. So I announced on the Killer Pre-Show that I'm going to start what's called the Podclass, and that leads us to where we are today. And the Podclass was going to be a system set up on reciprocity. As a Killer Pre, this is called the podcast. He said, yeah. I said, I'm a teacher. I'm going to call it the Podclass. I'm going to put the word class. I'm going to create a new word, Podclass. So, and I'm going to be the teacher in the Podclass. And I ended up showing him the intro on the Killer Pre-Show. It was a beautiful thing that I was introducing. And I said, you know what? Everybody wants to see me at my top teaching abilities. And that means that I have to block out the rest of my life and dedicate it to teaching you all. So you all can come into the class for free. But when you come in, I'm going to put my head down like this. And I'm not going to speak. Why is that? Because I'm going to be like the break dancers. They're just like this. And so if you drop a few dollars in their bucket, then all of a sudden they start moving and start pop locking and break dancing and doing all these different moves. And then they may stop again. Then you tip them again. And I said, that's how I survive as a magician. I said, now I have to teach my people biological imperative. I have to teach them, stop donating your money to Spider-Man. Stop giving your money to Captain America. Stop giving your money to cotton candy. Stop donating to cigarettes. Stop donating to this and that and destroying your body. Stop. You're tipping the waiter for bringing you oily, greasy food. You're killing yourself. Stop donating to diabetes. I'm going to reverse that. I'm going to teach biological imperative, which means that in ancient times, before the Matrix, the one who was taken care of, or the people that were taken care of, are the people that worked within the culture. So everybody in Kemet worked within the culture. So the scribe survived off of being a scribe. The priest survived off of being a priest. The farmer survived off of being a farmer. And it was a big community. It was all based on Ma'at. I said, I have to bring that back. If you all want to see me at my top teaching peak, then I'm going to set up a reciprocity program where I'm not going to teach in the class. I'm going to set up a completely impossible, hard environment. What's that? I'm going to set it up where I'm going to teach on the questions that you send in. That means I don't know what you're going to send in. You may send it in the day before, the day of, a week later, a week before. I don't know. But when I see it, I'm going to put up on the screen and you all will control what the class is about. Why? Because the class is not about me. I've had my quest and I do my quest. The class is about the students. So therefore, the students are going to send in the question and I'm going to be the doorway to answer the question. And it's going to be sent in through reciprocity, which means we're going to combine the understanding of not donating to potato chips, not donating to Ruffles, not donating to Doritos. Stop donating to Dunkin' Donuts. Stop donating to that which is killing you. Stop donating to Wolverine. Now you can send in your question, just like you did on the super chat. And it will create a nation. It will create a group of people. It will create a momentum that shows that we value our questions. We value the answers. This means that the teacher's not just going to come with some opinion, because like a bumhole, everyone has that. What everyone doesn't have is the answer to the freedom of the question that you're asking specifically. So therefore, if that question is value to you or it means anything to you, then send it in with a Cash App, and I will show you an answer that you've never seen before. And that is my particular gift. Everyone has their gift. Michael Jordan can fly through the air and slam dunk. Mike Tyson can knock you out in 20 seconds. That's their gift. Michael Jackson can say he and sing and do the moonwalk. That's the gift that we all supported. My gift is to take what you ask and turn it into a movie and a documentary ebook live in front of you, and teach from that documentary ebook a customized answer for you that you asked. You will see slides, you will see presentation, neon lights, videos, everything based on a question that you asked that everyone can also benefit from. But there's going to be a reciprocity system. So how does it work, ladies and gentlemen, for all the new people? You send in a question, but it doesn't come in through the chat. I don't read the chat most of the time. No, because you value your question. So because of that, here's an example. A question was sent in here about Orion star constellation. The person changed the question from Orion star constellation to speaking about ancestral remedies and modern remedies for heart stroke and heart failure. $27.27 was sent in for reciprocity. How was it sent in? It was sent in through Cash App, PayPal, such as this right here. You send in the Cash App, you send in the PayPal, and when you send that in, I read the question on the screen, and then we get into the most elaborate answer you've ever seen in your life. I'm not the best. I don't claim to be the best of any of that. This is the only place that this happens. This is the only place this phenomenon happens. The Tehuti Podclass, excuse me, the Tehuti Podclass in the House of ATTON is not what people consider the best. It is the only place where you can send in questions with reciprocity and receive a personalized book made for you, visually seen on the screen. And the answer is not just an answer. The new people will see once this begins. It's not just an answer, it is gut-wrenching, matrix-breaking. Because I was raised as a magician. I was raised amongst animals. I wasn't raised like what your teacher, I don't know, what YouTube man. Whatever YouTube man was, whatever that person was, I was raised amongst animals. I didn't have any weed or marijuana friends going to the club. I never had that kind of life when I was young. I don't know anything about that. I was strict and dedicated myself to be around animals and learning magic in dark rooms. And I teach from that perspective. When I'm teaching about government psyops, I'm teaching it from the perspective of the magicians that they hire for the psyops. That's why the answers are much different here. When I teach you about culture and magic, I'm not teaching you like an Egyptologist or one of the guys you see on those channels that study to debate. I'm teaching you from a magician. I'm teaching you from a healer, from people, from the culture, from something that is not just a studier. When you get the answer, you're going to start feeling these, how did he know that? How was that? It's because it takes somebody that can go to the other side of the matrix, the psyop side, get the information and bring it back. It's not from YouTube. It's not from Wikipedia. It's not from that. That's not what you're going to see here. And it can be from that as well, if I give you that to go research. But the answers you're going to see here, they're not just going to be answers. They're going to be life-changing information. When I tell you that the answers here led to a person quadrupling their income, that's priceless information, saving people's lives. What's happening here is that you can send in a question based on anything that has to do with the upliftment of consciousness, and you will get a mind-blowing answer. This brother here sent in a question, and he was asking about, he sent in $50. Something you won't see anywhere else. And that $50 led to him wanting to know about out-of-body experiences. I taught him how to leave his body successfully, and then it led to him wanting to be able to contact those that stayed out of body, such as, unfortunately, his mother passed. How does he contact her, and how can she come and visit him? How can there be a partition between the two worlds? I said, I will teach you that. And now he has contact with her and his other family members. This is not Wikipedia. This is not Britannica. What's happening here? There's people that their lives are changing when they come to the Podclass because they're learning their ancient true self as a Neter. You are the Netiru. Therefore, there's nothing limited to you. And I'm opening the door for you to understand what you are. That's why the question is based on you. That's why nobody can tell you how much the question is worth. When you see somebody sending, when you see somebody sending a question like Rigo, who wants to know about the Mandela effect and the Johnny Carson Mandela effect, he sends in $100. You will never see anybody send $100 to any other YouTube channel on this planet of any black conscious, whatever we want to categorize this as. You will never see that for a question. Why? Because the answer is not just an answer. So when you see strangers send in $34 for triangulation, what an interesting question. Then $200 as a bounty for anyone that can answer on Tehuti's level. We have the $200 saved for your teacher because you want people to know that this is the place, the House of ATTON. This is where you can get the answers. So it is PayPal at RockySV, Cash App, TT Amun. You have a place where you can type. I'll put that also in the bottom of the room. There it is, and I actually put it as a ticker. And you will see that right there. That is where you send in your support for what it is that I do. Once people started seeing what it is that I do, the support started pouring in because they said they don't want to lose this. You've lost a lot of people in the past. You don't want to lose this because this is a phenomenon, a unique phenomenon. So with all that understood, you can see the diversity of questions that are sent in. I do not laugh at your question. I do not judge your question. Your question can be, we have a $10 donation, so how do I utilize the pain of loneliness? What is that question worth? Superior teacher. Most people send in tips just for the teaching. They don't even have to ask the question. Owen Hythe had reached the top donation at one time at $143 for just witnessing the supreme teaching. He was so amazed, he sent in $143.72. That is what type of impact is happening here at the Tehuti Podclass. People asking me about their names, not me giving them a name, but this person asking about his already existing name, and if I can reverse engineer what his name actually meant before he even met me. That class shook his soul. That's what you get here at the Tehuti Podclass. So we're about to get into the very first question, everybody. What I'm going to do, I'm going to put the link in the room so I can throw some water on me, get revised, take a little few-minute break, come back and answer the very first question that was asked. It was actually 4 questions sent in. There's several questions sent in, and you all are still sending questions in as I'm talking. There's questions coming in, so I want people to know that send in your questions, send in your support. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. Team to jump in. Peace and love, everybody. I see some new people in the room. Gravestone's Space Face says, yeah, that was beautiful. Not sure what it was, but whoever you are, wonderful. Peace and love to you. And Rob Lowe, he's not really new, but he's one of the newer people. Rahu Bat. Oh, Rob Lowe, you're gonna love this. Rob Lowe, if you're saying Rahu Bat, you're more likely a Nuwabian or a Sabian are one of those. And we're gonna be talking about the one of the most popular topics of the Nuwabians, and that was sent in by this brother right here, whose hair gets bigger every time he comes to the to the panel. This is the new Bob Marley, so he's gonna have dreads down to his butt. But this is brother Anu, who sent in the question. He sent in 2. Who are the Anunnaki? Or break down the Anunnaki and break down the Nibiru. Is that right? Yes. Wonderful. And then the brother 400 asked about Anunnaki How does it relate to us being African? Or something to that effect. I'm going to pull up the questions, but I'm going to take a break right here. Team, jump in the room. I'm going to be stepped away for just a few moments. When I come back, we're going to get into these awesome questions of the Tehuti Podclass that were already sent in. Maybe some new ones that are sent in, that are being sent in now. Send in your support. Cash at TT Moon. PayPal at Rocky SV. Where's the team? I need you to come in and relieve me so I can step away for just a moment. And I will be right back. Peace, Antu. How you doing, young lady?
What's up, Mary? I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Very nefer. Anu, you may cry when this answer comes in. I don't know. Nibiru, Nibiru is a very powerful topic, very popular topic. What is Nibiru? Is it coming to pick us up? I don't know what's happening here. We're going to find out at the Tehuti Podcast here. And I think it's going to shake everybody. It's going to shake people. So, where's the team? Team, jump in the room. I'll be right back. Here's a new person here, Made Pro. Greetings and blessings. Made 7 Pro. Greetings and blessings to you. Peace to all the new people. It's going to be very, very good today. Questions are in. Team, jump in the room so I can step away for a moment. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to step away. I think Annie can jump in the room without me letting him in. So I'm going to step away for just a moment. Anu, talk to these people about the question you sent in. And to you too. Tell them about what you love about the Tehuti Podclass. And I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love.
Okay. I'm very thankful for his existence and for his life, for his teachings, the podcast, and all the other classes that he teaches off of YouTube. I'm very excited for this breakdown and build-up. I absolutely love all topics that pertain to mod. I am very interested on the Nibiru topic, especially because if it's a planet out there, then it should still be out there right now, and there should still be beings on it. And how does that correlate with us here? It's just absolutely mind-blowing to think about the stories from the past, the creation stories of the Sugagi, and how it pertains to now. And it always makes me wonder, like, what's the hidden Masons, magicians, what do they know that we don't know that they're using against us right now? So I'm very, very, very thankful to have SABA Tehuti here to be the one to break the matrix, to give life to all of us. I'm very blessed to be here in this time right now and to exist in the presence of the Nefer SABA Tehuti and open for.
To SABA, I'm so excited to hear this, and I know, like you said, it's going to be shattering, but it's going to build us up to a whole new level. I'm so excited, and Tuwa for being our breath of life. You are something so special and needed in this time. You have come at the perfect time in Anunnai's life, and you've helped us in so many ways to help us become who we are supposed to become. And that is something I'm forever grateful for. So Tuwa Tehuti, and Tuwa to everyone else for your consistency and dedication to learn under him and become who all of you are supposed to be as well. Tuwa.
Peace, brother Menku.
What's up, Menku?
Peace, peace, Hotep. Good to see you all. Yeah, this is gonna be a good episode, but they're all good episodes. I'm really curious about the star of Ishtar and the Nibiru, and I'm also interested in so that's the 12th planet. Interested in that and just watching SABA do its magic. So definitely. Very powerful information, very inspirational. So there's no teacher like SABA, so it's going to be great to see him take on these questions in the way that he does. So He loves intelligence. He loves living out his destiny. He is not afraid to take on any challenge. So it's going to be very powerful to see him model to us that we can be intelligent. We can be holders of the culture. We can live out our true destiny. And we can love and embrace each other in a very powerful, meaningful way. Peace, Primordial Thought 9. How you doing, great brother?
Oh, peace, everybody. You know, we making it happen one day at a time. You know, it was a rough few week for me. Just rest in peace to my Nefermut. She passed recently, and you know, you just makes you reflect on a lot of things, you know, and that was definitely the first person I've lost that's close to me. But we're good, man. We're good. She's definitely been a motivation for me. I appreciate her giving me life and you know, bringing me up and building me to have a respect for female in general. And I just you know, you only get one of those, one life cycle, right? So I just I'm grateful for life. My mom's been suffering. She was suffering from cancer for about 20 years, a little over 20 years, on and off. So I know a lot of people don't really get that much opportunity for any loved ones that go through such a thing. So you know, I just I appreciate life, and it's definitely made me zero in even more on the teachings, because you know, you just never know when you're gonna transition on. So it's best to you know, prep yourself and continue to stay consistent in the teaching. So I'm grateful to be here, and I just, you know, I appreciate all the love everybody gave me. Thank you for that, too, for that. That definitely helps a lot. So I'm just grateful, man. Thank y'all for just all the love and support, man. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, I want to say Aunt Ujas Neb to you and your family, sending you strength, sending you wisdom during this time. I wasn't aware that took place, but I know that was difficult. So I'm glad that you got love and support from SABA and the House of ATTON. And man, yeah, that's a hard thing to deal with. I remember, really quick, I'll tell a story. My mom's still with me. I remember a long time ago, like I was in 8th grade, because my father was actually murdered when I was like 12 years old. And I was on the bus coming home from school. And for the first time ever, that thought crossed up my mind of what it would be like to not have my mom in my life. And I just started crying, and I was on the bus and people were looking at me like you had no idea what was going on with me. But that was like a very emotional, just the thought of that was very, very like traumatic to me. And so I remember that day being an 8th grader and going home to my mom and just like hugging her and just really appreciating her. And it helped me learn like how to like think about community and think about family in a different way. And my relationship with my mother is like a really strong relationship. So I'm glad you have this second family and the House of ATTON to wrap around you and embrace you, because we all need, you know, family is so important. And the way that SABA teaches family and how the Netzeroos and how Kemet approached family, and We're glad to have you a part of our community. You're definitely a brother that exudes strength. You're very compassionate and you're very knowledgeable. So we're with you. You have our support, and we're happy that you're here. Hinu Anu Pata. Good to have you on the panel, great brother.
Hotep, peace and love. Great brother Tua. Peace everyone on the panel. Yes, this is beautiful. Hinu to you, great brother Primordial Thought 9. And of course, sending you much Aku and Marie for your this experience that you're going through. This is a wonderful brother, great supporter, and it's a great thing that we have what we have, and we're in the midst of the consciousness of the Nibiru to begin to reconstruct our understanding of what this process is, and what it truly means, and how much availability we have to the ones who transition to those realms. So it's a very powerful and beautiful thing to be in the consciousness of the great SABA Tehuti and the writings of our ancestors to teach us what this process is, and how to communicate. So Tuan Hinu to you, great brother, for being who you are. We appreciate and we love you very much. All right, so yes, Hotep Hinu, everyone. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Make sure that you all are supporting. You hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share this video, and we have the links posted to the top of the chat right now. The support links. This is where you send in your questions for anybody who may be new here in this class. This is how it works. So you utilize the links that's posted at the top of the live chat, and it's also in the bio. And you send in your questions. Send in your questions to the great SABA Tehuti, and also to support. Even if you do not have a question, if you benefit from what SABA brings, support it. This is so very important for us to begin to do as a collective consistently, to really build up and construct a movement of high like-minded individuals to represent Ma'at and show the marriage between support, business, Aku, what they call spirituality, and show how we brought all of these concepts to the planet, and that we're still here to show that this still exists with all the isfet that is prevalent with the reality that we exist in. We are the ones to show forth and prove that is just a way that certain mindsets of consciousness begin to overtake and control what we do. So we support each other here. We support our SABA and his teachings. So make sure that you utilize those links. So Hotep and Hinu to everyone who does that, everyone who comes into the Meta Netter Monday classes, everyone who gets the recordings of the Meta Netter Monday classes, everyone who is becoming members of the House of ATTON, and who are in the Wisdom Wednesday classes that I host for the members, and everything that we're doing, the Sunday classes that we do on the House of ATTON channel. We have a lot of great things coming there as well. Tua for all the support. And yes, houseofatten.org. And I'll show that just briefly and show you all what you can do to join the newsletter. We send out a newsletter every week with a lot of information, all of our links. We also provide merchandise. Saba Tehuti he has ebooks. We have our first annual in-person celebration event constructed by the great brother Menku Ara Mary Ma'at. We have the digitized version of that where you can purchase that there as well. And we're going to continue to keep doing what we're doing. So let me begin to share my screen and show you all that process. And I'm gonna put the link in the chat right now, so everyone has that. Okay, there it is. All right, let me share the screen. Okay, here we are. houseofatten.org, Ancient Tehutian Teachings of the Nibiru. All right, so as you see everything up top, Discord as well. I want everyone to join in on the Discord. It's a beautiful, wonderful community that we are constructing over here, and we have monthly meetings that's free to the public, where we come in and we build. Bring your questions about the House of Atten, and it's just a wonderful thing. So everyone, make sure that you join the Discord community, especially if you are a official member of the House of Atten, because this is where I post the links for the Wisdom Wednesday classes. So it's all in one place. All right. So here on the home page, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, right here, you see subscribe to the mailing list below. All right, you just put in your email address, and that's all that you need to do, and you'll be added to the newsletter mailing list that I send out every week. And again, it's packed with beautiful information. All of the names of the members are on there. All of our supporters of the House of Atten. We also give you all adoration here on the newsletter, and it's just a wonderful thing. So everyone, make sure you sign up here for the newsletter. And so when you go to the shop section, you can also purchase the House of Atten merchandise. The Nibiru exists, all right, and representing the beautiful merch that we have here at the House of Atten to represent the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nibiru, to walk with these beautiful images of the Meta Netter on your clothing, right? Because this is what we always did, was imbue ourselves with our culture. So we continue that here, right? And here's the prices for everything, and you can just message me as well, okay? And here are the ebooks for the great Saba Tehuti. Very powerful books. This book right here, Stepping Out of the Matrix, was the book that started the actual organization of this movement. Because if you go to the House of Atten YouTube and you go to the very first video, it will be us reading this. Our first 13 videos are reading through the Stepping Out of the Matrix ebook and breaking down some information from Saba Tehuti's books. So this was the beginning of seeing students starting to teach, right? So it's very powerful, and seeing with where we're at today, and you go back and watch these first videos and see how the growth has begun to emanate, right? Because we're in the consciousness of Saba Tehuti, so there is no choice but to continue to excel. All right, so everyone, make sure that you purchase this book as well as the Melanin Dark Consciousness ebook, As soon as you purchase these, you'll get a link directly to your email address as soon as you purchase. So make sure you support the great Saba Tehuti and also yourself by getting these wonderful ebooks and the House of ATTON merch. All right, and then here is the Meta Netter Monday section where you can find Saba Tehuti's email address. You can just click this and you'll be sent him an email. And I also have a quick introductory video for anyone who wants to see some of what the Meta Netter Monday classes are made up of. All right, so we're working our way through the 60s and on our way to the 70s of the Meta Netter classes. And each one are phenomenal. So again, more opportunities to get the great Saba Tehuti's teachings and pod classes that aren't public. So, you know, take advantage of that. All right, and House of ATTON is also on Rumble. And this is our backup channel on the House of ATTON because sometimes YouTube, you can't really solely depend on YouTube because a lot of times they'll put up different strikes or information may have to get cut. So Rumble always has the House of ATTON's full videos for anything that we do that you see on the Sunday live classes. So everyone go and make sure that you are following us on Rumble and check out our last class, the history of creation, the stories that we read from the ancient ancestors, the creation story A and B. All right. So everyone make sure you go check out our last Sunday show. All right, so you can just sift through this website and you come across a lot of information. Okay, so I'll stop sharing that. All right. So yes, peace and love, Hotep. I know Anu and Antu. Man, this Nibiru, what is it? Nibiru, what is it? This is a very deep topic, and I'm so excited for Saba Tehuti to teach on this. Because you know there's a lot of information scattered, and Saba Tehuti teaches us how to properly sift through the information, and we know we're going to get what the people said themselves without any outside opinion. And so I know this is going to be great. So I'm looking forward to this. You know, I've done some research myself into this topic and the Sugagi language, and it's very powerful as well. So you know, these two it's very important to study this as well. And so I'm very excited for the great Saba Tehuti to break down this information here and build it back up for us. Welcome back, great Saba Tehuti.
Hey, peace.
You had a great break.
What's that?
I said I hope you had a great break.
Oh, thank you. It was good, refreshing. I'm back and ready to tackle these questions that are sent in. Peace and love, everyone. Primordial, there. Primordial Thought 9 is in the building, smiling, in the building, happy. And peace and love to you, Primordial. I'm glad you told me about the situation that you're going through, and we're going to try to continue your connection, continue something within, because a loss of a family member or a loss of someone did not mean in ancient times that was the end of the relationship. So I told you what to do. He immediately did it. So if this meta class, if I have the energy, hopefully to do this meta class, this meta class will be on altar work and doing things so that you can contact the other side. That doesn't sound like a meta class, does it, Scribe? Huh? That's the meta classes that are out there on YouTube. You learn about meta and you're contacting the other side.
No, absolutely not. Yo, hey, this Hotep. Yeah, this is this next word.
We are going to. It's going to be. Everybody needs to order the last meta class. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy. Order the meta class, ladies and gentlemen. Order the last meta class. For those who missed the classes, there should be no reason why you're missing the classes, because the classes are all made available all here on the House of Attend. They're all made available. Let me go ahead and show you how to get the right there. You can email that address and request the meta class. They're all recorded. We're up to the 60s. I'm trying to keep my energy to keep going. I don't want to have to retire the meta class at 72, but 72 class retirement. I'm trying to keep it, see if I can go past number 72. I have been doing, I told Scribe, the last 2 weeks into classes that I've been teaching, airtime, interview time, classes here in live person where I am. I don't just do classes, I do classes live. Overseeing classes, meta classes is 120 hours. 120 hours is what I've spent in the last 2 weeks towards answering questions, overseeing, getting Podclass questions organized. 120 hours. I think 3 days is 72 hours, so 120 hours. And you can ask my Naturts here. You would have no idea how busy and what I do. So it's extremely busy. I'm trying to keep this going. It's extremely busy and difficult. I mean, literally, I'm looking at questions right before this podcast started. I'm looking at the Nibiru questions. I'm doing shoulder raises. I'm working out, exercising, putting the workout bench in front of the computer. So in the midst of my shoulder raising sets and shoulder press sets, I wipe the sweat off and I jump in front of the computer. And what's the question? Nibiru? What is the question here? The Anunnaki. Oh, 1, 2, so that the understanding of what I have to do, because I literally, you can ask me what I'm doing at any particular hour of the day, and I can literally tell you exactly what I'll be doing at 3 o'clock at 3:19 on a Thursday. I will tell you exactly where I will be and what I will be doing at 3 o'clock, 3:19 p.m. next Thursday. That's how structured what I do is. So I literally, this question here, I'm looking at the Anunnaki question as I'm doing my shoulder workout today. So let's see what, hopefully it came out good. Who knows? I don't know. But we'll see. So I'm trying to keep men in the class going, trying to keep the podcast, everything going. That's why I appreciate the support, because to do what you see me doing here means that I can't do anything extracurricular in life. My life is strictly this, guiding my Naturts, guiding people. I have people that I teach fitness advice, fitness product order. 37 animals or so to take care of. So I appreciate everybody's support that you are giving, because literally that is what's keeping me. No, where are you going? That's what's keeping me here focused. So it is Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at RockESV, and that is what's keeping this whole thing going, is the support, by keeping me relaxed. Like right now, as I'm teaching you, I have to distract this. I'm distracting a crocodile Varanus so that he doesn't poop this way. So you'd have no idea. So I don't want to hear my favorite guys are Tehuti. They put me on the list of guys. Stop, please stop this. I'm not on any list with any guys or nothing like that. This is strictly completely different phenomenon. Nobody's doing shoulder sets and trying to tame a crocodile Varanus while answering what is Nibiru. So this is a phenomenon while preparing for primordial thought and others to make contact to the other side. All this is happening right before you see me come here. So thank you everybody for your support. I'm about to show the questions. And also what I did too is instead of showing the individual cash apps that I saw come in with the question, actually just now I took the nope. Go down there. I already know it. I took the cash apps and I put them together and screenshotted them now in one thing. So when I show it on the screen, it's going to show all the questions that had to do with each other that I'm about to answer instead of doing it one by one. That's also what I just was doing on the break. So I'm going to show the questions right now that I asked at the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I'm gonna put the timer on in a moment because I always time the questions. The answer. Some of these answers are an hour. This one it's four. I have 4 questions that came in. So I'm gonna put the timer on. Let me go ahead and show this question here, everybody. What is the question? What are the questions today at the Tehuti Podclass, everybody? Let me go ahead and put that on the screen so you can see. We're gonna give all these people noise. I just screenshotted them all together. So let me go ahead and do this and show. Where is it? Chrome tab. Is it this one? Here it is. So here it is, everybody. If you can see the screen right there, it may be a little bit blurry because it's screenshotted. But we have Michael Dumas Ferguson, who I think his name is Ferg100. Ferg100. He sent $5 for what does the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? And then he sent another $5 for are the Anunnaki even real? And then Anu, I came on the podcast and I said, well, for $5, that I just may say, yeah, yes they do, because I don't. The time that I put into answering these questions is extremely vast, so I don't want to just give a short answer. I understand people's financial situation, so what I said is if anybody wants to help this brother and put another donation on top of it to get one of your Tehuti Podclass overdrive answers, throw in a donation on top of it. And so Anu came to the rescue. I don't even know if this came before or afterwards, but he said, question, breakdown, buildup of the Anunnaki. So he sent $50, and then he sent in another donation for another question that he changed to Uben Ra Hotep Tua. Very much for your life-giving teachings and answers. My question for a breakdown and build-up of the planet that the Anunnaki come from, the people called Nibiru. So there's one question on are the Anunnaki even real? Another question on what do Anunnaki have to do with, these are all valid questions too. What do Anunnakis have to do with us as Africans? Breakdown of the Anunnaki, which is of course the same as going to be are they real and what they have to do with us? And then a planet called Nibiru. What is this? A planet of the Anunnaki that the Anunnaki come from that people call Nibiru, Tua Hotep Marie. So what we're going to do right now is go ahead and give a whole bunch of noise because there's a lot of donations there. Give a big set of noise for these donations for these 4 questions in. Give some noise, please. Woo! Yo, let's go.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Support from Mike Ferg 100. If you're in the room, press a 9. I like it when people are in the room when I'm about to answer these questions. Shout out to Anu and Antu. They give at least 3 donations every podcast. So shout out to you. They asked a question that they added on top of it so that this could be a more elaborate answer for the time that I have to take to actually pull up to go to where I have to go to get these answers. Could be any time in the morning. My natures tell me to relax. Right now I need to relax and take a break, and I say I have no control over this. I can't take a break when I want to. It has nothing to do with me saying at 4 o'clock I'm going to take a break. Literally at 2 in the morning, if I wake up and information that comes, I have to put it as a part of the answer. It doesn't. I have no say so. It's a certain thing that I do that I've sacrificed in order to be able to do that. And so in order to do that, I have no control over it. Just as long as the podcast is answered. I could be wibbling and wobbling. I walk sometimes dizzy around the house. So, but shout out to everybody for their great support. And we're about to get into this question. Everybody press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can see and hear me, because we're about to just get right into it, everybody. Shout out to these questions about the Anunnaki. And because of that, that's why I had to bring in Ishtar. What's this? What is that? Can we see that? What's that? What is that? Anu, do you recognize that? Is that anything? What is that?
Looks like a winged disc.
Yeah, it's from Shamash. Shamash, the Anunnaki winged sun disc that was taken to make Zoroaster in the future afterwards. But it's this is the Anunnaki symbol of the wings with Shamash. And it's actually because of this why we have a computer symbol on our keypad today. I don't know. But anyways, we're gonna get into it, everybody. We're gonna get into it. You're gonna be able to look on your computer, on your keypad, and say, "What's that?" Oh, that's from the Anunnaki. I don't know. We're gonna do some weird stuff. We're gonna see what happens with this question. How does symbol get on your computer keyboard from the Anunnaki? We're gonna find out. Everybody can hear me. Primordial said the setup is real. The setup is real. The setup is real, ladies and gentlemen. So, beautiful family, when I'm doing this answer, when I'm breaking down this answer for you all, I feel dry. I can't put on the shea butter because the snake. I realized that last minute. She's dry. I can't put on stuff. I'm dry I'm like a desert snake right now with a desert snake. So when I'm answering these questions, everybody, when it's all done or while it's going on, what I ask everybody to do is, if you're enjoying the answer that you're receiving, send a tip for the question that you're hearing answered, because this may take 45 minutes. This may take an hour. It's going to go by like about 5 minutes, though, just like your favorite movie. But send your support, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV, as you're being hit with this answer, or you can wait to the end and say this is a tip for the Anunnaki or the Nibiru. That's how we're doing it, because I want to know, if I can outdo your waiter that you've tipped. I know everybody here has tipped a waiter, so whatever he did, walked and put a plate on your table, I'm going to try my best to outdo that. And if you tip the waiter, then you can tip this answer, which is going to take way longer than the waiter ever served you. And it's going to change what you thought. So while everybody's on the panel, I'm just going to ask everybody right now, and then I'm going to ask when I start the question. Real quick, just with a sentence, one sentence. Nibiru, Anu, Annie, Nibiru, just Give me 2 things you've heard about it. Nibiru. I know you've heard that word before, right?
Yes.
What are 2 things you've heard?
Well, that is a planet and that is a ship.
Okay. Wow, this right there is odd. I've never heard of that. I mean, it's a planet and it's a ship. Imagine that. It's like a planet that's controllable. Okay. Anu, give me 2 to 3 things you've heard about Nibiru or the Anunnaki. Give me 1 thing about the Anunnaki, 1 thing about Nibiru.
Anunnaki, ancient Sumerian deities. And then for Nibiru, can I say something I heard from you one?
Okay. No, not from me. No, not from me. No. No. It has to be. I want to know what people have heard about it. Not from Tuesday. No.
That it's a planet.
Okay. Wow. So 2 people. It's a planet, and you said that. And on your questions, that the Anunnaki come from there. In the question, okay. How about you, Antu? You're named after one of the Anunnaki. How you represent the Anunnaki today?
Know that it's a planet and that Anunnaki came from there.
Man, oh my goodness. Oh my. Memorial, you've been studying Muta Ashby. I know you got all the answers for Nibiru. Go ahead and tell me what is it? But give me 2 things you've heard about Nibiru, please, or the Anunnaki. One about the Anunnaki, one about Nibiru.
So it's the same thing Ani said, that the Anunnaki came from there and it was a ship, and a very popular person speaks on the Anunnaki a lot, and that's who I heard it from.
Who's a popular person speaks on the Anunnaki?
Billy Carson.
Oh man, Billy out there, brother. You listen up. Billy Carson, peace and love. Let's see what happens after this class. Menku Ara, how you doing? Good, brother. You've been watching the Killer Pre-Show. I know you know all about the Anunnaki. Go ahead and give me 1 fact about the Anunnaki, 1 fact about Nibiru that you've heard of. This is going to be a fun class. This is going to be interesting.
So for Nibiru, I heard that it was a planet, that it's a planet.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then for the Anunnaki, I don't know a lot about the Anunnaki except what I've heard you say about the Anunnaki.
Okay, cool. Wonderful. So basically, it's unanimous. The Anunnaki, according to what everybody's heard, are some beings from a planet that's also a ship, and it's also called Nibiru. And it seems to be worldwide taught by a brother named Billy Carson. There's a Nuwabian in the room. Nuwabian brother, Rahubat, if you're in the room, type 2 things you've heard about the Anunnaki. I know the Nuwabians have heard. Anybody in the chat, type something you've heard about Anunnaki or Nibiru, just 2 things. Go ahead, ancient Negro people, and something is the moon. Nibiru is the moon. Anunnaki are the Mutsunaki. He put Billy Carson in pseudo. We're gonna set up a debate. Yeet TT versus Billy Carson. Coming up. Yeet TT versus Billy Carson, featured on the Tehuti Podclass. Who wins? We'll see. Little Dawn. I think that's a brother from UK, right? That's VRI's brother. Says Anunnaki are lizards. Woo wee! Oh my goodness, Anunnaki are lizards. When it comes back around, we're going to get beamed up or something. When Nibiru, I'm taking it. When it comes back around, we're gonna get beamed up or something. Oh my. They needed gold. Here comes something I've never seen before. Mikhail, they needed gold. Okay, this is fun. Let's get into it. We gotta take a couple more, and then here we go. Mad 7 Pro did original human trials and created the first human hybrids. Okay, that was in one of my songs. Any remember that, Nanny? look directly into my eyelids. I'm half Elohim, half reptilian hybrid. This happened in Genesis 6. Remember the sex of the sons of God had with primitive chicks? Yeah. All right. So, yeah, they came down. They made the hybrid.
You see that, Ani? He just throws that in there like that.
So, okay, this is good. This is good. Anunnaki on the king's list. My goodness. Mine golds use earth beings to do it. This is, whoa. Oh my goodness. Really, Carson Gano grills Nibiru broke in half and created the earth. This is good, man. Something about beings of Nibiru mating with the daughters of man. Oh, yo, this is drop an album to Tehuti. Okay, good. That's enough. I think it's unanimous. I would say everybody in the audience thus far has pretty much agreed on what the Anunnaki and Nibiru are. So let's start with we're gonna see that they come from Nibiru. They came down. Nibiru is a planet and a ship. That's amazing. A planet and a ship. That's like, who's flying that? But we're gonna find out, everybody. We're gonna fly. Do they fly it off of the orbit though? All right, we're gonna find out, everybody. Welcome to the. Can they go left and right? We're gonna find out, everybody. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a couple of seconds, do something, and then I'm gonna be right back to answer this question, because the question that was sent in today, I'm gonna put it on the screen for everybody. This may, like all other answers that you get here on the Podclass, is going to it may change perspective. Let's see. So it is Anunnaki, and then I have Star of Ishtar. When in the world is that? Star of Ishtar, 12th planet, Zachariah Stitchin. I used to call him Stitchin. It's Stitchin. Zachariah Stitchin is Zachariah Stitchin. All right, Zachariah Stitchin, 12th planet, Nibiru. There's the orbit. There's the crash that people talked about. I'll be right back in a couple of seconds. I'm going to answer this question. Here we go. Let me take this off the screen. I'll be back in a couple of seconds to answer this. I see the numbers building up.
Yes, Hotep, support the great Saba Tehuti. Yeah, this is gonna be great. YTT, we're gonna definitely set you up. Get a. I love to see. I love to see information that is very prevalent, and we see a lot of things. And one thing you learn from the great Saba Tehuti is a lot of things are just reiterated from other people, instead of going into what they wrote themselves, and this is what he has taught us. A lot of the Anunnaki stories are great. So let's get into this. The 12th planet, the 12th planet, the Star of Ishtar. Phenomenal information. So I'm so excited for this great Saba Tehuti. Where's my?
Woo! Oh my goodness. All right, everybody, here we go. 72 people in the room. That's the number I was waiting for. 72. Now I can begin. Family, jump back in the room. Love you, Annie. Love you, Anu. Antu. Love you, Primordial. Menkora. Jump in the room. Let me get to this. Here we go.
Love you more, Saba. Peace and love.
Peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love.
UTT is on it. Peace and love. UTT. UTT is not playing around. He's a finesser. Tehuti debunked him a few times along with my research. UTT is not playing around. We're setting it up. 3 rounds. UTT and Billy Carson going at it. Okay, here we go. I saw that movie. It's complicated. I'm not sure which movie it is, but type the movie. But here we go, everybody. 72 in the room. 75. We're going to get into this question, everybody. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Cash App TT Moon. PayPal at Rocky SV. It is scrolling there at the bottom. If you don't see it, there it is right there. If you don't see both of them, then there it is right there. Shout out to the moderator. They still have to make the new moderators. I don't even know what to call it. The visuals. I got to make that with a Tef in it. Where's the Tef? Shout out to a Tef. We're gonna answer this question. We represent the House of ATTON, ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru, House of ATTON. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? We're gonna get into this question. Press the 9 again if you can hear me. I was gonna do that check because there's something going on with my camera. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. As I'm answering this question, as you support, it supports the Tehuti Podclass. Everything that you see here is coming from time, and you wouldn't even imagine that. You don't have to imagine. Don't worry, it's not your job to imagine. Just support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let's see if we can get to these answers, everybody. Let me check the room, see if you're pressing a 9. And do I see the 9s? I see the 9 from ANTU, the Anunnaki, named after the Anunnaki. We see beautiful Bella. We see Anu, named after the top Anunnaki. We see Yeet TT, who told me something from the Wayne brothers. We see Eric G. That's it. Hotep y'all. Hotep y'all. Nefer Keperet transforming. Dashe Dashe, the ultimate waiter ever. The waiter that tips. Dashe Dashe is the waiter that tips. Dashe Dashe. Mental Hotep. Maharu. Angela Gates. Shout out to wherever Hika Kepera went. Beautiful brother. He was at every podcast. He support every podcast. Hika Kepera has vanished. People are emailing me. Where's Hika? Someone's emailing me. Where's Hika Kepera? I don't know where the brother is. He still posts on Facebook, but I did not see him here. But all the best, and I hope that he is healthy and safe. I'm not sure what happened to him during the podcast time, but wherever he is, I hope he is healthy and safe. He was one of the most consistent, him and his son, consistent, supportive people of the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to the good brother Hika Kepera. Magic Transforming. That's what his name is. Hika Kepera. All right, everybody, you ready? Shout out to the son of Kepera as well. Son of Kepera. Beautiful young brother coming up. I haven't seen him in the podcast either. Shout out to those two. I won't say all the other people that are missing, but those two are some special people. And seeing Angela straight out the gates reminded me of those two. So here we go, everybody. Everybody can hear me. We are about to go. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Much love to Colombo Tehuti. Black Pearl, that's a beautiful name. I was going to name a female rapper that. Shout out to Truly. What is his name? New name. True. Lee. Kiki. Right? True. Lee. Kiki. Nice name. Shout out to everybody. Here we go. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go for the question and the answer. Right here, we've gone through everything else, and here we go, everybody. Those just stepped in the room. The question that was asked: Anunnaki, Nibiru, what's the truth? Let's go. Let's get into it. Let me move the screen over here. Let me put the timer on, and here we go, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. And there we go. And let me see if I can do the screen. Screen share. Everybody can see, I hope. All right, you should all be able to see the screen share in 3, 2, 1. Everybody can see that? Here we go, everybody. You ready? Let me stop this. Reset timer on. And here we go. Let's go. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the Neteru, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of the atheists, especially the new black atheists, atheists are disguised in the form of black consciousness. It's an agenda going on where the new black consciousness is now to be an atheist. So atheists now have disguised themselves in the form of a black conscious movement. And the atheists, are aka the Kemetic teachers, you have been made to feel uncomfortable to ask. So by these atheists disguised in the form, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised in the form of black consciousness and atheistic quote-unquote Kemetic teachers, you have been made to feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions above and laughed off the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform / class / movement, House of ATTON, that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you, is here at the Tehuti Podclass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? Question that I put them together, or the cash apps together. What does the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans, and is the Anunnaki even real? I asked people to send in more money on top of this so I can give a Tehuti Overdrive answer, more elaborate answer. And the brother Anu came through. He sent in another $50 for breakdown and build up for what is an Anunnaki. And then the question of Uben Ra Hotep Tua very much for your life-giving teachings and answers. My question is for a breakdown and build up of the planet the Anunnaki come from, the people that people call Nibiru. So my question is for the breakdown and buildup of the planet that the Anunnaki come from, that people call Nibiru, quote unquote. Tua Hotep Marie. So we'll deal with these. Let's go into it. Let's break it down. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. There are several questions here. Some of these questions only stem after the time cultures themselves, meaning that after us as indigenous people came in contact with atheists, Europeans, it is only at that time questions came about amongst melanated people that come about Earth's history about the Anunnaki or the Nibiru being real or not. So only after slavery, only after conquistadors, only after colonization do you find people asking these questions. When you go into the ancient writings, no one, there's not one papyrus, there's not one ancient text of anyone on the planet Earth asking if the Nibiru or the Anunnaki or any of that is real. It only comes after Europeans came in contact with melanated people. Now these questions come about, which is great because they need to be answered so we can get back to the point we were before we came in contact with the slave masters. So, and we changed into the matrix mind. So, and that is because the ancient European never had any original stories. So he had to create falsified stories for his culture, stolen from other ancient cultures, which he says he did himself. They did themselves. And because most of you are descendants of slaves or colonization, you adapt his disconnected thoughts on the ancient writings and are now under his theory of thinking that you believe that all the cultures in the past are actually the ones that are not true or quote unquote mythology, because his stories admittedly were untrue, and created your conscious teachers today that are ashamed to go into the ancient cultures and actual teachings because it doesn't match modern day atheistic thinking. But here at the Tehuti Podclass / House of ATTON, we teach what our ancestors taught with no embarrassment, but pride. Let's start with where the name of these Anunnaki can be sourced to one of the many sources. We're going to go to the Epic of Karshug, the Epic of Karshud, 203 BC. So the reason why all these conversations take place, most of them, is because we've been raised by atheistic teachers. A lot of those Kemetic elders were all atheists, and they never actually read from the stories, indigenous stories, as if the stories were real. They read from a European mind state. And so because of that, now we're asking, are these real? Is it true? What's the true religion? What's questions that were never asked in any of the 4,000, 5,000 years of Kemet, or thousands of years of the Mesopotamian, as they call it, culture, the Sugagi. Never were these questions ever asked. So why are they all asked today? So we're going to go to the source. We're going to go to a source, an indigenous writing. We're going to go to the Epic of Karshug, 203 BC. Not very popular, but here it is. Let me introduce you to the Epic of Karshag, 203 BC, 1595 BC. The Suleimaniya Museum, Iraq, Kurdistan. So these were translated by George A. Barton, a professor of the Semitic languages at the University of Pennsylvania. Here I will point out the word in the language to show you the breakdown buildup of Anunnaki, the word itself. So you can see this term is just a popularized term conglomeration of words. They were called the Dingir, Anu, and Annuna, which is star divinities, are children of the sky and children of Anu. So the popularized terminology that people are using is actually a combination of different words, and that is Anunnaki. And another term that is not so popular that I'm going to show you is Annuna. That's actually where it comes from, Annuna, and Dingir. Okay. So here we go. So there's the actual language right there, and there's Kartasag, heaven and earth, assembly, and Ni. Now, if you look at where I have the arrows pointed, you'll see the word An is heaven there, where I have pointed right there. This right here, this symbol right here, there's An, and there is Ki. Ki got turned into the letter K and the letter G are the same. So Ki got turned into G, and that's where you get the word Gia, Gio, Gaio, the Gaia channel. Geometry, the great mother Gaia, coming from this word Ki. And the assembly of the heaven, there's the symbol for heaven again, heaven, and the lords, that symbol right there, which is very, very similar to this word for heaven. If you look at this word here, heaven, and you look here, the Dingir, Anu, you'll see the words look extremely similar. So Anu, and the sons, Annuna. So it's the Annuna and the sons, the great sons, and entered they many wise ones. We can see that Anunnaki is coming from Anu, Annuna, and this word here, Ki, which is in the translation of the tablet of Kartasag of 2003 BC. I just wanted to show you where these popular terms come from, and sometimes they're conglomerated together as Anunnaki, but they're actually separate words, and it's An, Anu, and Anu, and the sons of the heavenly ones, and then Ki, which is actually earth. Okay? Taking you through step by step from the ancient indigenous writings. Okay, we will soon find out that it is the story of these Enki, Anunnaki, or Anaki, Anunnaki, that actually created modern day Bibles, and the combination of ancient Kemetic stories, because we have to understand Alexander, the so-called great, who's really Alexander the Third, who's really Mak Kemet. That was his actual name, Mak Kemet. So Mak Kemet, who people are calling Alexander the Great, invaded what they call Egypt after Ashur-banipal and Darius. So Ashur-banipal invaded first, and then Darius came in after, and they had access to the libraries of Kemet, plus Ashur-banipal's largest library in the world. And they combined the two, and Alexander took over after that. So that's Alexander and the Ptolemies now had access to both the Kemetic stories, history, and Ashur-banipal's Anunnaki, they call Ashur, that's they call Assyrian, which is Ashur. That's the first part of his name, that area, Assyria. And they combined the stories to create the Bible that you have today. So Darius came in after that, and then Alexander came in and conquered Darius. Hey, man. Okay, who had the ancient quote and unquote Sumerian tablets. They were then passed on to Alexander and the Ptolemies, thus giving them access to create the Septuagint from both cultures. And so, we go into the one who discovered over 25,000 tablets, Austin Henry Layard. Sir Austin Henry Layard was the English Assyriologist, traveler, cuneiformist, an art historian, draughtsman, collector, politician, and let me move this more, diplomat. And what happened? What did he do? He was best known as the excavator of Nimrud and Nineveh. You can see where they get the word Nimrod in the Bible from. It's actually a place where they stole and they made the name of a man. Nimrod and Nineveh, where he uncovered a large proportion of Assyrian palace reliefs known. And in 1851, the library of Ashurbanipal. Most of his finds are now in the British Museum. He made a large amount of money from the best-selling accounts of his excavations. He had a political career between 1852 when he was elected member of parliament. Okay, so anyways, he's the discoverer, the rediscoverer of over 25,000 tablets and bas reliefs and information from Ashurbanipal's library. One moment, hold on. Hold on a second. Oh. I think I'm gonna have to break and give him some food. Okay, here we go. So, how important were the stories? How important were the stories would be? That's a typo, not anarchy. Anunnaki and their interaction with mankind. And to our ancient ancestors and your ancient ancestors, that will be seen when I let you know how many tablets were actually found. And this is type 4 right there. Okay. And how many books you know in the field that was written about the person and that person's family stories. Pick anyone right now and how many books were written about the most important person you know that was real. So in other words, you'll find out how important the tablets were. Go ahead and type in the room right now. I'm going to tell you what to type. So to find out how important the tablets, these stories were to the ancient ancestors, pick anyone you know of that you think is important. It could be Donald Trump, Michael Jackson, Marcus Garvey, and just type in the room how many books were written about him or his family. Just type in the room how many books you think were written about, or you know was written about Bob Marley, any important person. And that's important to you, important historical person. How many books were written? Maybe 50, 100. The Anunnaki and the stories of the people that interacted with the Anunnaki and the stories of the Ashurbanipal's library calculated to over 40,000 tablets. That's how important these stories were to the ancient cultures. 40,000. Not 1,000, not 2,000, not 10,000, not 11,000, not 20,000, not 22. Over 40,000 tablets. That means that these topics that were written about were extremely important to the ancient ancestors. For the scribe to take time to write 40,000 tablets of historical events and history and information, it was very, very important to them. More than books written about Michael Jackson, more than books written about Trump, more than books written about 40,000 tablets. So it's extremely important. And the tablets were written in a way where you couldn't make a mistake. That means you would pre-write them on a cylinder. They'd be pre-written and then you'd roll them. You couldn't erase them. So it was extremely important that every stroke, every word was correct, because once you roll it on the clay and it dries, there's no such thing as getting your eraser or, editing it out like we do on the computer. There wasn't that. It was written in stone and it stays just like that. And it was a very serious job to be a scribe at the time. So it's very, very important to our cultures to record our history. So what did they say about our history? What did the cultures actually write about? That's what we have to go to find out information on these topics, not from our opinion, not from what we say, not from word of mouth, not from that, but what did the actual cultures say about it? The indigenous people, which is what everyone wants to get away from. They give their their answers from their mind. Great guess. How many ancient tablets were found with interactions of Anunnaki and just ancient stories in general of those who either worked or fought in behalf of the Anunnaki, or the culture of the people that followed the Anunnaki? Just how many tablets were found? Let me take you to the British Museum under what was the Ashur-bani-pal's library. And this one is the 30,000. This is just a 30,000, over 30,000, because 10 years after that, another 10,000 were found after that. So over 30,000 clay tablets covered in cuneiform writings were found in the ruins of Nineveh. That's just what was found in Nineveh. That's just one city, the capital of the Assyrian king, Ashur-bani-pal. Those 30,000 tablets just found in that one place under that one king. You had many other cities in the Sugagi area, and that goes back to that particular library, or Ashur-bani-pal's ownership of those tablets, because they go back before him, but it goes back to 668 and 631 BC Empire. Here's an example of one of the tablets. This is from the British Museum right there. Arts and Humanities Research Council. What was Ashur-bani-pal's library? Okay. Boom. Over 30,000 clay tablets were found. Detailed stories of this culture, creation stories, interaction with the Anunnaki, Dingir, and many histories, thousands dedicated to these supreme beings themselves and the worship and praise of them. It is obvious this was taken very seriously. Alone in the culture was asked, anyone in the culture, no one in the culture was asking if they were real. Thousands of years and scribes invested and writings about them was taken extremely seriously by the entire culture. And as you will find out about the culture of Kemet themselves. What, Tehuti? What did you say, Tehuti? The culture of Kemet took the Anunnaki seriously as well? The culture of Kemet acknowledged the Anunnaki, the Nile Valley people? No, Tehuti. My Kemetic teacher didn't teach that. No. We have Osiris, we have Osset, we have Tawaret, we have... My Kemetic teacher didn't teach me there was any mention of Anunnaki in the papyrus. That doesn't match, because my Kemetic teacher told me that the Nibiru were principles. So if they're principles, you can't put the Anunnaki in it, because the Anunnaki were definitely in that culture not principled whatsoever. In that story, the Anunnaki are physical beings, and they're physical beings in that area. So why would these physical beings from a so-called other culture, could they be in Kemetic writing too? No way, Tuti. Nobody teaches that. My Kemetic priest did not teach me that. Well, that's why you come here to the Tuti Podclass, so you can just learn things unbiasedly and see for yourself and go look it up yourself. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. So not only were they important to the people of the so-called Iraqi area that it's called today, but what you're going to find out, the Anunnaki were important to the culture of Kemet themselves. No way. If they're important to the culture of Kemet themselves, and that would answer the question, what do the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans if Kemet is in Africa? Let's find out, everybody. Welcome to the Tuti Podclass. Thus, because there are so many tablets, let me see if it's screen sharing still. I got to double check. Yes, it is. Because there are so many tablets, seals, and records, thousands upon thousands to go over, it is impossible to go over them here. At this class, I will focus on what brought the attention of the world to the Anunnaki story themselves. What are the tablets that brought the attention of the world to the Anunnaki? And what is the famous story of them being supreme beings? Then they were involved in genetic manipulation of mankind, their creation stories. What were the popular tablets? We're going to deal with those because those are actually the most accessible. The most famous, infamous of which they were found amongst these discoveries was the Atrahasis. Everybody knows these ones, Atrahasis, Gilgamesh Epics, and Enuma Elish. But the Atrahasis tablets go back 1646 BC, written by the scribe Ami Suduka. And here are the Atrahasis 1646 to 1626 BC. That's Ami Suduka, the scribe that put these tablets together here. and they're called the Atrahasis. And we find the part of the Annuna and part of the ranking establishing Anu as to who they were named after in the Hammurabi writings going back 1792 to 1750 BC on this cylinder-shaped objects right here. We find the ranking system. And here, we'll go right to the translations. I1. When exalted Anu, king of the Annuna gods, and Enlil, and remember these names because they're going to come up at the end of both classes. So, when exalted Anu, king of the Annuna gods, and Enlil, Lord or master of the heaven and earth, who ordains the destinies of this land, ordained to Marduk, firstborn son of Ea, which is Enki, supremacy over all peoples, made him the greatest of the Igigi, called Babylon. That's where you get your Babylon word from that was thrown inside of the Bible. It's Bab-Ilu is how you say it. That was a doorway to the Ilu, to those beings called the Ilu. That's where you get the word Allah and Elo from. So it's Bab-Ilu. Its exalted name made it preeminent in the four worlds regions established therein. For him, a kingship, the foundations of which are as perjuring as heaven and earth. And did Anu and Enlil call me Hammurabi, devout, God-fearing prince, by my name, to bring happiness to the people, to show forth justice in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoer, ensure that the powerful not wrong the weak, and to rise like the sun over the people of this land, and to illuminate the country. The word Anu describes the above, the skies, and also the name of the father of these beings called Annuna. That means the children of Anu. The Annuna that eventually were residing on Ki, on this area called Ki, which was the word for earth. This is the ancient depiction of that being called Anu, his association with the sky as seen by the wings he is flanked by. And there's the image of Anu, actually the namesake of the brother who asked the question, which you can see where the necklace that I'm wearing comes from, with the wings with the circle in the center and the Anunnaki inside of it. Anu was the decision maker and advisor during the revolt of the Anunnaki, which resulted in the genetic making and alteration of mankind, which became the biblical Adam. And this is the Atrahasis tablets. One moment, everybody. One moment, please hold on. Let me mute something. One moment, everybody. Hold on. All right, everybody can still hear me? Let me get right back to it. Yeah, and the tongue. Thank you. Okay, if you all can hear me, press a 9. Press a 9 if you all can hear me. The tongue and that, yes. Okay, thank you, everybody. If you all can hear me, press a 9. Let me check in the room. Let me get back to this. And I'm gonna come off the screen for a moment, so you should be able to hear me, but not see me. But that's the real tongue. That's not important at the time. What's important is that you can see the screen. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's get back to it. So here's the Atrahasis tablets. Atrahasis, ruler of Shuruppak, 3rd millennium. So Atrahasis was actually the name of a ruler of Shuruppak. Okay, and here we're in tablet 1. And how does it start? How does tablet 1 actually start? When the gods instead of man did the work, bore the loads, the gods' load was too great, the work too hard, the trouble too much. The great Anunnaki made the Igigi carry the workload sevenfold. Anu, their father, was the king. Their counselor, warrior Enlil. Their chamberlain was Ninurta. Their canal controller of Inugi. They took the box of lots, cast the lots. The gods made the division. Anu went up to the sky, and Enlil took the earth for his people. The bolt which bars the sea was assigned to the far-sighted ENKI. It goes on to say, when Anu had gone up to the sky, and the gods of Apsu had gone down below, the Anunnaki of the sky made the Igigi bear the workload. The gods had to dig out canals. They had to clear channels, lifelines of the land. The gods dug out the Tigris and Euphrates River, then dug out the Euphrates. In the deep they set up the Apsu of the land inside it, raised its top of all the mountains. They were counting the years of loads. Thank you so much. They were counting the years of loads. And it was 3,600 years they bore the access. Hard work, night and day. It goes on. They groaned and blamed each other, grumbled over the masses of excavated soil. Let us confront the chamberlain and get him out to relieve us of this work. Let us confront the chamberlain and get him to relieve us of our hard work. Come, let us carry to the Lord, counselor of the gods, warrior from his dwelling. Come, let us carry Enlil, the counselor of the gods, the warrior from his dwelling. Then Allah made his voice heard and spoke to the gods, his brothers. Come, let us carry Enlil, counselor of the gods, warrior from his dwelling. Now cry battle. Let's mix fight with battle. They groaned and blamed each other, and this goes on the same thing. The gods listened to his speech, set fire to their tools. There's a big rebellion taking place now. They set fire to his tools, put aside their spades for fire, their loads for the fire god. They flared up. They reached the gate of the warrior Enlil's dwelling. It was night, the middle watch. The house was surrounded. The god had not realized when they reached the gate the warrior Enlil was dwelling. It was nighttime, the middle watch. The house surrounded. The god had not realized it was night, the middle watch. Ekur was surrounded. Enlil had not realized yet. Cal was attentive and had it closed. He held the lock and watched the gate. Cal roused Nusku. They listened to the noise of the Igigi. The Nusku roused his master and made him get out of bed. So there's a big rebellion taking place in this story, and let's see what the result of this rebellion is. Anu made his voice heard, spoke to the gods, his brothers. What are you complaining of? Their work was indeed too hard. Their trouble was too much. Every day the earth resounded. The warning signal was loud enough. We kept hearing the noise. Okay. And thus, the servitude, slaving, and labor to the ground was too difficult. They came up with a solution of one who could work the ground and serve it instead. Why are we blaming them? Their work is back to Hatrasit. Their work, why are we blaming them? Their work is too hard. The trouble was too much. Every day, the earth resounded. The warning signal was loud enough. They kept hearing the noise. There is Belith Ili, the womb goddess is present. Let her create a mortal man so that he may bear the yoke. The work of Enlil. Let man bear the loads of the gods. Let Ili, the womb goddess, is present. Let the womb goddess create offspring, and let them bear the load of the gods. Okay. Now here's where it gets interesting. I have a question for the class, which is also a question that you can ask your mother, father, children, Christian friends. Everyone is familiar with this verse right here in the Bible. And here's the verse. When the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground, he breathed the breath of life into man's nostril, and the man became a living person. Most people in the room know that quote, but here's the question. But why? Why? Ask yourself, what were you taught in the Bible story? Why? Why create a man if you're a supreme God creating the universe? What is the purpose of creating man? What purpose of creating man? What does that do? Does anyone know? What is the answer? What was the answer you given as a Christian? Why was man even created? So if you ask yourself, let me come to the room. If you ask yourself as a Christian, why were you told man was created? According to Christianity, God created the vast universe, all the planets, the stars, all this vast, everything in the universe. Why did he say, let me create a man? Let me come to the chat and see what the chat says. What were you taught as a Christian? Why was man created? Just type in the room. It should be a 1 or 2 word or 3 word answer. Why was man created? I know what my pastor told me. I know what the pastors told us. What were you told, everybody? Why would the creator of the boundless universe take his time and say, I want to create a man? What's the purpose? Let me come to the chat real quick and see what everybody says. What is the purpose? Why was man created? Why was man? Shout out to Tall God HERU. Shaka Akmos went into this almost a decade ago. Definitely time to revisit. Yes, Shaka Akmos is breaking down the origin of the word Allah. Long time ago. But we're getting into now. Why was man created? Here we go. To take care of the earth, to govern other creations. Man was made in the image and likeness of God. Okay, good. Minty said to suffer. As a Christian, why was man created? What were you told? Why was man created as a Christian? What did your pastor? I see people typing things in the room that definitely no pastor is going to say that. As a Christian, why was man created? I see. Okay, good. I see. Take care of the earth. Because he was lonely? No pastor's going to tell you that. Okay? So man was created. I was told that man was created to worship God. That's what I was told. Here we go. To praise God. Shout out to Tall God HERU. Wonderful. Man was told to praise God. Be fruitful and multiply. Okay. Be fruitful and multiply. So man was created to create other men and women. Imagine that. Let me create a man and woman so the purpose is so they can create other men and women. Hey man, how you doing? So they can create other men and women. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. That was Genesis 2:7. Let's find out what the actual Bible says and if this concept was actually taken from something that actually existed prior to the Bible even being conceived. But let's find out. Let's see if it matches what the Christians have taught us. It should match, but let's see if it does. So why was man created in the first place? And the hypnosis of the matrix didn't let you see that the answer was, of course, right before the statement. That was Genesis 2:7. What was right before Genesis 2:7? Genesis 2:6 and Genesis 2:5. Let's go right back to Genesis 2:5. Before this was done here, then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground, and he breathed into man the breath of life into his nostrils, and man became a living person or a living spirit. Every answer that the pastor gives you and that Christians give you is never a quote from the Bible that happened right before it. The answer is right before it. Genesis 2:5. We'll see why man was created. Was it to worship God and praise God like the pastors tell us? Was it to be tested to see if he would survive the Garden of Eden? Let's see what the Bible itself states. We just have to go back a verse or two before. And there was no man to cultivate the ground. That's in the verse right before. 2 verses before. That's why man was created, because there was no man to cultivate the ground, as it says in English. This was said directly before the thought of creating a man in the Bible. What was the word, though, for tilling the ground? So it says there was no man to cultivate the ground. Was it actually cultivate the ground? Let's see. We're going to go right into the Bible Concordance. No man to till. We have the word for tilling the ground as abid adama right here. So here's the word for till. There was no man to. This is Ein, Ba, and Deleth right there. For those who read this language that people are calling Hebrew, you can see there's Ein, Bed, and Deleth, as in Abid, as in the word Abdullah, Abid, Abdul, like as in Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, as in Abdul. Just go type in the word Abdul and see what that word means. Abdul. So there was no man to Abdul Adama. What does that mean? To work, serve, labor, to do the work for another, serve another by labor. That is what the word Abid was there. Right before he created man, the Bible says, because there was no man to do the work for another, serve another by labor. Who is the other? If it's just God, I want everybody to think tightly. Think. It's just God that creates and snaps his fingers and breathes and things exist. Snap, poof, it exists. Snap, poof, it exists. Snap, poof, it exists. Snap, poof, it exists. That's the God. That God doesn't need anybody to do a workload or serve and do work labor, because that God creates by snap, snap, boom, and exists. Kun faya kun, and that's that God. But the definition of this word is there was no man to do the labor for another. Does that sound familiar? Like something I just read in the ATTON? Let us make a man to take over this workload. To do the servitude is too much for us. Let's create something else to do this workload. The biblical writers come in, take the story, and they say, no man to till the ground, but the actual word there, abedadama, is no man to do the workload for another. That means there was another thing. Ask your pastors this. These are the kind of conversations I had with that pastor that my mother kicked him out the room, kicked him out the household, and I got a notarization of what's that? I got a notarization of a restraining order against me from the churches. I was asking things like this. It says, do the workload for another. If you're doing the workload for another, then that means that other was doing the workload before you. That's how people get people to work. When you first start a business, it's you in that garage doing everything. Then as you hire people, you do what? You hire people to do the workload that you were doing, so you can branch off and start another franchise somewhere else. And then you hire the people to do the workload, and then you get a manager to watch them do the workload and an overseer. But it was originally just you when Microsoft started. When these companies first started, it was just the one person doing everything. But then when it gets too much or you want to branch out, you get another to do. But if it's talking about a God that doesn't do any workload, then there'd be no need to create man, because the story was directly taken from the ATTON stories of the historical event that's taking place that our ancestors wrote about, that was turned into this God creature. VRI is like, wow. Robert's like, whoa, that's right. To do the workload for another. So was it God in the Bible that was doing the workload? Was he doing the workload on the ground? Interesting, the stories about the Anunnaki doing work on the ground, digging, mining in the ground. Let's continue. So it means to do the labor of the workload, serve as subjects. Boom, a servant to do the work, lifted directly from the Anunnaki story 1,400 years before the Bible was even written. Uh-oh. One momentum. Let me take off the camera because the camera just flew. You all can hear me pressing 9 still. My camera just took flight. Let me see if I can put that back. That's okay because we don't need a camera for this particular section until I come on the screen, but I will place it back right. Oh, I see what happened. Right there. Boom. For now. There we go. That should be good. Let me see if I'm on the camera back again. I am there. Perfect. But that's okay. We don't need to look at me. We need to look at the screen. Here we go. All right. Boom. Taken directly from this story right here. That's where the story was taken from. Okay, my dear. Okay, my dear. 1 second, everybody. 1 second. Okay, one moment, everyone. I'm going to come back to the screen in just a moment. Okay, I am back. Had to get a little update there. So here we go. So, and the genetic manipulation. So, this story right here was copied into the Bible stories, taken on the workload. That's why your man in the Bible was created, which makes no sense in the Christian theme. So that's why whenever you ask your pastor, I dare you, go and ask your pastor, go and ask your mother why man was created. They will never say to do the work, to take the work of someone else. They can't quote that because it doesn't match the love theme of the God of the Bible that they try to teach you through the psyops. They never read you from the text. The reason why man was created could only be read directly before the creation. Everything else is just a theory in the Bible. So the genetic manipulation came, speeding up the process by combining the beings already evolving from ape-type creatures with the intelligence of the Anunnaki, as we see in another one of the tablets that were discovered called the tablet of ENKI and Nenma, now in the Louvre Museum. So now this gets a little bit more detailed into what took place as they were creating man. This is where the biblical stories come from. But of course, they're going to remove the details because the details include genetic manipulation and feminine beings. You can't have any women in the creation because God's only a man. So in those days, it says right here, in those days, in the days when the heaven and the earth were created. Sounds similar to the Bible, right? In those nights, and the nights when the heaven and the earth were created, in those years, in the years when the fates were determined, when the Anunnaki gods were born, when the goddesses were taken in marriage, when the goddesses were distributed in heaven and earth, when the goddesses became pregnant, gave birth, when the gods were obliged their food for meals, senior gods oversaw the work, while the minor gods were bearing the toil. So this story is continuing, is meshing in right with the Atrahasis. There's senior gods overseeing and there's minor ones doing the work. The gods were digging, digging in the earth. No man to till the ground. The gods were digging canals and piling up silt and the harali. The gods were dredging the clay. They began complaining about this life. At that time, one of the great wisdom, the one with great wisdom, the creator of all the senior gods, ENKI, lay on his bed, not waking up from his sleep in the deep Ingur, in the flowing of water, the place inside of which no other god knows. The gods said, weeping, he is the cause of the lamentation. Nama, the primeval mother who gave birth to the senior gods, took the tears of the gods to the one who lay sleeping, to the one who did not wake up from his bed. So the senior god ENKI, who's over the senior gods, he's relaxing in his bed, and the minor ones are complaining because of all the workloads. So Nema took it to her son, and said, "Are you really laying there asleep and not awake? The gods, your creatures, are smashing." Then there's a damage there. "My son, wake up from bed. Please apply the skill deriving from your wisdom and create a substitute for the gods, that they can be freed from their toil." You see? And it goes on and says, "At the word of his mother Nama, Enki rose up from his bed in Helen Cook, his room for pondering. He slapped his thigh." He slapped his thigh in annoyance. He was annoyed. Like, oh man, why'd I have to get out of bed? I was relaxing here. Now the gods are complaining. They're supposed to be doing work, and they're complaining. So he slapped his thigh. He didn't want to get out of bed. He slaps his thigh, and he says, "My mother." He slaps his thigh in annoyance. "The wise and intelligent one, the prudent, the skills of the fashioner of design of everything brought to life, the birth goddess, Enki, reached out his arm over them and turned his attention to them. After Enki and the fashioner of designs by himself, he pondered the matter, said to his mother Nema, my mother, the creator, my mother, the creature you planned will really come into existence. Impose on him the work of carrying the baskets you should need from the top of these Abzu, the birth goddesses, and will nip off the clay, and you shall bring the form into existence. Nama, act as your assistant, and let Nama, Ku Ziana, Nima, Ninbarag, Nimug, and Ninguna stand by you as you give birth, my mother, after you have delivered this fate, and let Nama impose on him the work of carrying the baskets. At that time, the one of great wisdom, the creator of all the senior gods, Enki, lay in his bed. And that's a copy of the last verse. Okay, so now, if you are genetically creating a creature that was made from two different species, there wouldn't be any sexual acts going on. You would have to actually use what is called fertilization in vitro, which would be an implantation of fertilized eggs from a sperm into the womb. So meaning that if you're taking two separate species and beings and trying to splice them, you're not going to take two separate beings and necessarily have them have sex, because they may not be compatible sexually. But you can splice their genetics as they're doing today, and you can replant the seed and replant that sperm and seed into the womb or into test vials, and it's called fertilization in vitro, or intracytoplasm sperm injection, injecting the sperm. Could anything like that have possibly been mentioned over 3,000-year-old tablets of the creation of a hybrid type man? Could that have ever been mentioned? Let's go back to Enki and Nenma tablet. Enki and Nenma drank beer, their hearts became elated, and then Nenma said to Enki, man's body can be either good or bad, whether I make fate or good or bad depends on my will. Enki answered Nenma and said, I will counterbalance whatever fate, good or bad, you will happen to decide. Nenma took clay from a top of Absu in her hand, and she fashioned from the first man who could not bend or outstretch weak hands. Enki looked at the man who could not bend or outstretch weak hands and decreed his fate. He appointed him as a servant of the king. Second, so there was errors being made because of the genetic manipulation. Second, she fashioned one who turned back the light. The man was constantly open eyes. Enki looked at the one who turned back the light because he's the man with constantly open eyes, so he couldn't look directly at the light. I decreed the fate, allotting it to be of the musical arts, making him chief in the king's presence. Enki devised a shape with his head, the mouth in its middle, and said, Ninma, poor Egyptian ejaculated semen into the woman's womb, and the woman will give birth to the semen of her womb. Ninma stood for the newborn, and the woman brought forth in the midst. In the return, this will be Emul, and its head was afflicted in its place, and afflicted, and it goes on to say there was genetic defects taking place. But in this creation story, there's a form of in vitro fertilization taking place, because it's creating a genetic splice of the Anunnaki breeding with an already existing man that was on the planet that was in a primitive state. That's what they're doing today, in vitro fertilization and genetic splicing. The actual two creatures are not having sex. They're doing genetic splicing. That was actually mentioned in these tablets thousands of years ago that your teacher is ashamed to read, because people were teaching that there's no way ancient people could have known of these things, but they're right there in the tablets. As we can see, the creature or actual scientific male of the two fashioner is ENKI, the creator. So the fashioner is actually called ENKI, he's the male in it, and the female is Ninma. They took the female out of the story and put it into the Bible, the same one in the Gilgamesh epics that brought the flood. So ENKI is the same one in the Gilgamesh epics that told Atrahasis about the flood, and he's the god of the flood in the Gilgamesh epics and in the Atrahasis story. Guess what the first person singular was for God who spoke to his created beings in the Bible? Let me take you to Genesis 7, the flood story, and look at the so-called Hebrew hidden by the English. So here it is. For 7 days I will cause it to rain on earth 40 days and 40 nights. And there it is right there in the Hebrew. Now, in the so-called Hebrew. I want to say this to everybody, for everybody to think. When you are talking to a child, or you are talking to something that doesn't quite understand the English language, or they don't understand speech as you do as an adult, or even your dog, you use body language, and you point to yourself or hit yourself, and you may say, your name may be Brian. Your name may be Michelle, and you point to yourself and you say, Michelle, Brian. You're trying to communicate to something that doesn't quite know yet. You see, in the silly Garden of Eden story, when they copied the Anunnaki story, Adam and Eve came out all of a sudden speaking full English. They had conversations with the creator of the universe, but they didn't know good from evil. They didn't know good from evil, but they could have full conversations with the Can you have a conversation with the creator of the universe? What would the language be of the creator of the universe? Adam and Eve were so advanced that as soon as they were made, they were talking to the creator of the boundless universe. Where did they learn how to even speak? Where's that part of the story? A real story would be the process of you hitting yourself or pointing to yourself saying, Michael, Greg, Abdul, Michelle, and you're trying to tell the being that that's your name. A monkey or a chimpanzee, a primitive creature, would imitate you. And animals, what they do, they imitate other animals. Like I broke down the lyrex bird. I want you to think, please. The animal, the parrot, even a chimpanzee, another animal that has a larynx that can make a sound, or a lyrex that can make a sound, what it does is it mocks you, and it goes, and it says what you say. So you're trying to say who you are. You're saying, I am ENKI. 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 The creature that you're creating is doing the same thing. And it's just copying you because it doesn't comprehend that you're saying your name is ENKI, and that being you're talking to has another name, has another thing. So he's just ENKI. The thing is ENKI, or Brian is doing the same thing, because that's how the apes, the chimpanzees, the parrots, they're going to imitate what you're doing. So if you're pointing to yourself and you're saying your name, the creature that's learning from you is going to associate self or first person singular with your name. because it doesn't understand the language yet. It doesn't understand grammar. It doesn't understand that if you say I, you can say I, or you can say tall God Heru. You're still saying it's I, but the creature that you're talking to doesn't know the difference between I am tall God Heru. I, Yititi. I, Yititi. Me. It doesn't know the difference between I, me, Yititi, Robert Williams. It just knows point to self and say a sound. Point to self, say a sound. So the male creator in this experiment, Nenma, that was talking to these beings, is saying ENKI. That's what he is, ENKI, as pointing to himself. Guess what the first person singular? Guess what the first person singular became to the people in the Bible? What do you think the first person singular is? You see, because they don't put that part in the story where Adam and Eve and these beings had to learn a language from another being that was walking to and fro in the garden that's trying to speak to it. They don't just have an automatic language with grammar and they know paragraphs and nouns and verbs. It's a process like you're teaching an ape. So the first person singular, guess what that word became in the Bible? When the God was speaking to the man. When God is speaking to man, guess what first person singular became? Are you ready? Are you ready? Welcome to the Tutsi Podclass. Send in your questions to the bottom, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and they will be answered as thoroughly as this. So what's the first person singular? To the primitive man and to the men who learned from that primitive man how to speak. Because you see, Adam had to have a child to teach that child the language, and that child taught that child the language, and so on and so forth. So guess what the first person singular name is in the biblical stories of the God, and then became the first person singular to mankind. Are you ready, everybody? See that word I'm pointing to right there? This is the translation right here. For yet 7 days and I will cause it to rain. That's the God talking to the man. Let's take a look at that word. What's that word there for the first person singular? I will actually use the audience to decipher this word. Here is the Hebrew alphabet to the English lettering system below. You put it together, and remember, in these languages, you read from right to left, not from left to right. Find the letters and speak that word for me. See that word I'm pointing to? Here's the so-called Hebrew alphabet. See that? I want you, the audience, to do it for me. The first person singular talking to the people. See these letters right here? Match these letters with these ones right here. So, in other words, this is the letter W or V. This is the letter H. Delith is D. This is G. This is B. Beth. This is A. A didn't make an A sound. It made an E. You know, like Elohim, Eli, Lama Sabachthani. That's spelled with this letter here. So put it together, everybody. What does this say? I want you to translate it for me. What's this word here for the first person singular God that's talking right here? If you could just put it together for me. Find these and match these with here. This one looks like this one here. That's the eh. Where's this one here? This one is, let me scroll up a little bit. Where's this one here? Does this one match anything here? Or did it get cut out the alphabet? It may have gotten cut out. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, here it is right here. Hey, look. This one here is this one right here. What's this one right here? This one here is this. Here it is. This is this. And this one is this. It's a Y. It makes an, like at the end of happy, you know. Y makes a Y sound in the beginning of the word you, but it makes an E sound in the word happy. So here's the Y. So what does it say here? What is that? That is that. That is this. That is this. And that is that. What is that word there for the Bible God that's talking to his creation? What is that word there? Did your pastor tell you that? What's that word there? There's an E, a nun, which is an N, a K, and an I sound. What's that word? That's a weird word for the God that's talking, teaching his people about the first person singular, which became the concept for yourself because you were made in the image and likeness of that God. So if you're made in the image and likeness of that God, what was the first person singular? ENKI? Ew. Oh, Pastor, you didn't tell me that. What's that name doing in there? What's that? What's that? What's that doing in there in the language? You didn't tell me that was there. You can't tell me that that's there because it would destroy your whole narrative. Now we know the flood story, the Garden of Eden story, and these stories where God is talking about himself in first person. Guess what the other name is in first person singular? There's two words in first person singular in that language that are popular. One is ENKI, like you're teaching a primitive being, pointing to yourself, describe ENKI, ENKI. And there's another one. It's AN, and Annie, as in Anu. One word for first person, Anu, and the other one's ENKI. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. That's the first person singular of the God because he taught the language. How did Adam and Eve learn their language? Taught it from a God who's talking to Noah because he's the second Adam. Remember, God wiped out the planet and then had a second Adam, another started all over again. As he's talking to Noah, he's saying, ENKI will cause the flood. Right there in the Bible. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Let's walk through step by step because we're going to find out once we put these stories together which history is actually the real one. There it is, everybody. Uh-oh. There it is. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. ENKI. That's from right to left. Say it this way because that's how you actually say it. ENKI. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. It is just your ancient history that they're taking, creating their religious Bibles, making you believe in that and disbelieve in your actual ancient written history. But you can find it and decode it sitting there, right in there. I will cause the flood. ENKI. ENKI. So, thus in the Bible typo, thus in the Bible story, they give you a creation of man that will use some form of operation or anesthesia taking place in other words, why put man to sleep to perform this procedure if God has the ability just to remove the pain and didn't have to put him to sleep to create him in the first place? This is obviously taken from some story of a medical operation, a type of genetic experimental procedure. So here, right here in Genesis 2:21 and 2:22, and the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs. But why put him to sleep? And the rib, which the Lord God had taken from man, made he a woman and brought it to the man. Why did he put him to sleep? Because you're talking about you're talking about what happens when you go to the hospital, when you have an operation done. You don't have to, if you're God, you don't have to put man to sleep. You just take the pain away. But you put him to sleep because that's anesthesia, same that happens in the hospital or a laboratory. So what do we have today? Now we're going to compare the two stories. The biblical history story or the ancient ancestor tablet story. Let's see which one has vestigial traits of today. So what do we have today to see which story is even real? One says a rib was taken out of a man to make a woman, thus men and women should have a different amount of ribs. The other one says there was some type of genetic manipulation taking place where a primitive type of primate man was taken in, genetically enhanced into what we would call today a Homo sapien, using our language today. Which one is real? Is there any vestigial traits? If the biblical one is correct, men should have one less rib than a woman. But if the Anunnaki history and story is correct, there should be some type of traits of a link to us and primates, some type of genetic splicing vestigial. Let me take you to the medical news today. Medical news today. How many ribs does the human body have? Differences between men and women? Most people have 24 ribs with 12 on each side of the body. There's no evidence to show there was a difference between males and females. I thought a rib was taken from man to create a woman, so you should have one less rib. So that must have been taken from something else, because that isn't a genetic trait that we have today. Let's go inside the human body with an X-ray, both men and women. You know, X-ray things that X-rays thing they didn't have when the conquistadors were conquering lands and forcing people to accept the Bible, stolen from the ancient Anunnaki stories. Let me see if the Christian version is right. So one should have 12 ribs and one should have 11. Yet, men and women have both the same amount of ribs. Well, there goes the Bible story out the window. What about the vestigial traits linking man to a primitive type of apes? Is there any trace of that? Yes, there is. And this is where people get evolution confused, right here. And this story of evolution is about to take a twist, because there's about to be something missing in the evolution story. But here it is. Palmer's grip reflex is supported to be a vestigial behavior of human infants. When placing a finger or an object to the palm of the infant, it will securely grasp it. This grasp is found to be rather strong. Some infants, 37%, according to 1932 study, are able to support their own weight from a rod, although there is no way they can cling to their mother. The grasp is also evident in the feet too. When the baby is sitting down, its prehensile feet assume a cured posture, much like that which is observed in an adult chimpanzee. An ancestral primate would have had sufficient body hair to which an infant could cling, unlike modern humans, thus allowing its mother to escape danger, such as climbing up a tree in the presence of a predator, without having to occupy her hands holding the baby. And that is called the Palmer's grip. It's a vestigial trait that links us to the chimpanzee when babies are born. So in other words, if you hold your hands out as an adult and somebody touches the middle of your hand, you feel a little tickled. You're like, that's cute. What is that? You're tickling me? When you touch the baby, as soon as you touch, it goes like that. Same with the feet. But that should not happen for a person. Why? Because you don't pick up anything with your feet. And you don't do that when you're an adult. But when you come in, there's a prehensile vestigial trait that as soon as you touch a baby's hand, it grips, and the feet grip too. That is a vestigial trait. A chimpanzee has 4 hands. These apes and primates, as you call them, they have 4 hands. You're calling them feet. Look at a chimpanzee's feet again. You're going to see another hand. The feet can grab things as well as the hand can. And thus, when there's a sign of fear and the mother's skin or fur touches that baby right there, and the mother makes a quick jerk to run, the baby monkey chimpanzee immediately grabs with hands, feet, grab with the feet, holds on tight. So the mother, unlike your mother, if your mother is running away from danger, your mother has to take her hands and grab you and run with you. Well, monkeys and chimpanzees are climbing through trees to get away from the lions, the tigers, the predatory birds, and they need all their hands and feet. So the baby has a prehensile go and it grabs on and holds onto the fur while the mother can use her hands to move and duck and dive and go through the trees, but it makes no sense for a person to have that. That's a vestigial trait. I'm going to take a quick break right now. We're going to get into another vestigial trait and another one, and then we're going to go into the human body to see if there was any genetic splicing done, because so far we don't have any vestigial traits of the Adam and Eve story. The Adam and Eve story seems to be the unreal one because it says man should be missing a rib. But this one, there seems to be vestigial traits matching this story, especially when we go inside of the body. I'm going to be back in just a moment. I'm going to put the link in the room, and I'll be back in just a moment. The team can jump on. I just have to take a break for a couple of minutes, and I shall be right back, because right now we're already at, I've been teaching an hour and 11 minutes. I'm going to stop right here. An hour and 11 minutes. I'm going to put the link in the room. VRI, jump in. Tell them why you're saying wow. There's a link in the room. Team, jump in. Supporting members, jump in while I take my little break so I can come back, because I'm teaching for 1 hour straight. So I have to go take a break, come back, splash, whatever I have to do, and come back, revive so I can keep on going. What's going on, Anu and Antu? How you doing? Antu's hair has changed, and I think Anu's hair is growing even more. How you doing, Anu? How you liking this answer so far? What's going on?
Oh, it's so beautiful, Saba. It's so beautiful. It feels so healing to my ka and my ba.
It's so what?
So healing to my ka and my ba. I love it.
I don't know who's smiling harder, you or Isaac. You guys are, everybody's smiling hard. What's going on, Isaac? What's making you smile so much?
I'm excited to find out what that gap is in the evolution. I need to know.
Okay, nice. Okay, how you doing, Antu? What's going on over there?
I'm doing great. This is beautiful. I love looking at the source. You give it straight from the source. It's so beautiful to look at and to observe and listen to the exact words from the people. So it's very beautiful to us so much.
Wonderful. I'm gonna take a break, you all. Bill, for a little bit. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta do something in another room. I gotta throw a couple pieces of. I see I got a tin of meat here. I gotta throw a couple pieces of this meat to my Varanus crocodile, and I'll be right back.
Wow, Hotep, everyone.
Hotep.
Hotep.
Peace, good brother.
Peace.
Pardon me. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful breakdown. It's so informative.
Really, it's definitely one to be rewatched. For me, it's currently 2 a.m. and there's so much content in this, but it's already it's given, and I know it's going to circle back around to Kemet, and that's going to make it even more beautiful, and I can't wait for that, because that just solidifies our grounding in this and to push us forward even more. And I'm just so excited to really have a lot of these matrices broken, especially how it's already been broken with the ENKI being the first person in the Bible. That is true. That's something that will never leave me. It's never going to leave me, because SABA made us translate it ourselves, and that's never going to exit me ever. I'm never going to forget that, and I know what chapter it is, and he's given the ability for us to break other people out of the matrix as well. So I'm eternally grateful for everything SABA's done for us.
Peace, man. Cool. Peace, promoter of thought. Peace, Minty.
Peace.
Peace, everyone. What's up? Yeah, this is great. I'm just waiting. I'm just holding my breath, waiting for SABA to drop the bombs. He taught this to us in Meta-Netter class, and when I was done with that class, I looked at everything differently. So this is I'm just holding my breath.
Yeah, I won't I definitely look at the book of Genesis completely different now. SABA touched on the Anunnaki before in the past, some of the old class a year ago, but he's explaining it to me completely different. Like, I'm understanding it like way more than what I did the first time he broke it down. And to to now look at the creation of, so-called creation of man now in the Bible, and knowing that instead of thinking God, that is ENKI, that's mind blowing in itself, like just in general. So this is really, really, really good. This is really good. So I'm excited to see where SABA continues to take us along this teaching. It's very good. I've been, the whole hour just seems like it just flew by because I'm like locked into this. Yeah, that's interesting. But peace and love to SABA for sure.
Yeah, Hotep, Henu to SABA Tehuti. Yeah, I didn't realize how much time had passed. And energetically, I just want to say, ISFET and the Matrix, and anytime we are being manipulated, that's violence, right? Someone who is intentionally confusing you and misleading you, even though they're not physically touching you, it's still violence, right? So this is really powerful teaching, how SABA always gives us clarity. And from clarity, a lot of momentum comes from that. And from momentum, your desires can be filled, right? And you have a clear path. So I love how SABA gives us clear paths, right? And, when I was thinking about naming our first in-person gathering, and it came to me, the Pathways of Awakening, this is what SABA is consistently doing for us, right? He's paving the way for us, and he's opening all these doors for us so that we can live with peace, and we can live with knowledge and understanding and the wisdom to have a good journey, because it's like when you're confused, like it's stressful. And so SABA, in answering these questions, is taking away so much misinformation. He's taken away the confusion. Energetically, that is worth a lot, right? Just to know, right? And to be sure, right? And to have guidance, right? Because a lot of us are like figuring it out on our own, right? So I don't like figuring it out on my own. I like having people around me that can help me understand and see where I'm going. I'm not in the dark anymore. And then prevent, and it's protection, right? Protection is very valuable, right? Because when you're lost and you're going places and you're not supposed to be there, you're very vulnerable to all kinds of things. So these teachings are extremely valued. So energetically, what this is doing, this is, like Saba says, there's nothing else like this. This phenomenon, these ceremonies are extremely powerful. And so Henu and Tua to you, Saba, for making this all just very clear for us.
I know that I will be forever grateful to Saba Tehuti because of that. To walk this path, it's not an easy journey, but I'm grateful for Saba because he gives me the information, and every time he teaches something, he'll throw in a little extra thing. So I'm always learning. It never gets boring. It never gets like, oh, you already taught that, I know that. He always reintroduces it and adds a little extra gem in there. So I'm always learning.
I can kind of understand now, like, because years ago, of course, way back when I was in that Bible, I was always wondering, like, man, like, you could almost kind of see where they piece a lot of different cultures into the Bible, because, like, in Genesis, you know, from the very first chapter all the way till they get to just before they talk to Moses, it's like this big old like supernatural type of stuff was happening. Everything was supernatural. Everything was like powers, big fighting, all this kind of stuff, and then they just jumps to Moses, and it's like just normal human beings just kind of living and just doing their thing. And I wondered, like, what was that big shift? Like, you never got a continuation of the story. It just jumped from one era to like a whole different thing. So now I can see like, man, y'all was really like taking command and taking the teachings of the Anunnaki and things of that nature and just like puzzling this all together. And now I realize why it never made any sense when you actually go through the Bible. So that's what kind of caught my attention. And so I was making that play.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, peace, greetings, Minty, peace,
Greetings,
everybody. All right, yes, it's I've been waiting for this. Wow, this is beautiful. When I first got these questions in, I was like, look at all these questions that kind of match, and I was waiting for somebody to ask me about this since I would say for me to explain it like this without the nonsense, since see 98, I think 98. I'm waiting for this since 98, and it's been a long time, so I'm waiting for somebody to ask this because I wanted to walk this through without the nonsense that was in a particular organization that I was a part of, combine some of this with some other type of nonsensical things. And so I wanted to give it just with ancient writings, vestigial traits, what's happening now, how it's copied into the Bible. Why do you even like these stories? Why do you even like them? You like them because they're familiar. They're familiar to you. So because they're familiar, you gravitate towards them because they have enough truth to be familiar to you. You know, like the fish doesn't like the hook, right? But the bait is very familiar. And for tens of thousands of years, fish never seem to learn. Hey, listen, Mama got killed, but there's a hook. Mama bit something and flew up flew out the water, and there's a shadow going like this over the water. Oh, same thing happened with my mama. Oh, mine too. For 10,000 years, for 6,000 years, man's been creating a hook on the meat and sticking it in, and mine too, mine too, mine too. And all the fish are like, mine too, mine too. And the children bite the hook. So you're in the matrix, and everybody's just following it because the bait is familiar. So we like the bait, and you give a little bit of the bait, and that's why we like these stories. They couldn't give us something completely unfamiliar to us. They had to give you something because they had to make it from something that they had access to, the Ashur Benapal library. So we're going to get back into it because now we're going to get into, because it looks like now Tehuti's talking about evolution. Now there's evolution, but some people are going to say, wait a minute, there's no evolution from an ape let me take this off. Take off my Anunnaki chain that keeps hitting me or something. I don't know what it's doing. But evolution seems to have a flaw in it, because when you talk about evolution, they never actually show the migration from the actual ape creature into the man. But we have vestigial traits of these ape-like creatures as if we came from them, but yet there's no actual trace of a full transformation from ape to man. So what was the connection from this primitive type being to what we are today? Let's get into it, everybody. You all jump into the chat. Nice seeing you, everybody that came in the room. VRI, I know you're waiting for this. How long have you been waiting for this? How long have you been waiting for this?
I think it's something I didn't know I was waiting for.
Because this is where all the evolutionists get trapped, all the atheists, they get trapped right here because there's enough proof to show that we came from an ape. But there's a space missing, so let's get into it. Let's find out. All right, everybody, welcome to the podcast. Here we go. Are you ready? Let's get back into it. It's been an hour. How long, Tehuti, you been teaching now? How long you been teaching now? An hour and 11 minutes. Let's put the timer back on, resume. Let's get back. I'm definitely going to check the Cash Apps and PayPals after this. I want to see what happens. After this, I have to go. I mean, imagine I'm teaching a class. I have to take breaks to go feed a crocodile Varanus so that he can relax and stop clawing. He's telling me, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I didn't go through that evolution you went to. I got to eat now. So I have to go feed the crocodile Varanus real quick. And now I'm back. So here we go, everybody. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. Now we're going to get back into this. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. All information, all knowledge, no ad hominem, no slander, no talking about people's wives, children, no emotional chaos. Strictly, there's no time for that. We are thousands of years back. We have to break this matrix. So let's break it right now. And let's get right back into this. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? I see the nines. 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 There we go, man. Okay. Let's go. Can you all see? Let me take it off this screen sharing. Yes, it is. Here we go. So here's vestigial traits. Palmer's grip. There's one. Scientists have also found that species of chimpanzees in the gestation period in the womb develops hair in 6 months to be ready to be born around 8 months. So in a chimpanzee, what happens in the womb in the gestation period is hair starts to become developed, and then almost 2 months later or so, the chimpanzee is actually born with the hair to keep it warm and also for it to grip onto. Like the mother uses hair for the child to grip onto. Okay? What I never taught you about, what they never taught you about in Bible study, you know, they never taught you about embryonic retro. They never taught you about this. Embryonic retrodictions. What's this? What's embryology? What's embryonic retrodictions? What's that? Well, guess what? Every person on Earth at the age of 6 months develops this thick coat of hair as an embryo. Then we lose it right before birth. While we develop this thick coat of hair at 6 months in water that is 98.6 degrees. It's not for warmth. Juvenile chimpanzees develop hair at this exact same age, but then they come out 2 months later and the hair continues to develop. Ask your pastors, ask your mom, ask everybody. These are called vestigial traits. They're traits that you have through some type of genetic mixing or evolution, but you end up not using them. So the human DNA, the DNA that's left in us, says right around 6 months, we came from something that grows hair at this time. Oh, 2 months later, oh, we don't need it. We lose the hair, then we're born. Why develop the hair in the first place? For the body to realize that you don't need it, and then it drops off the hair at the exact same period of time that the chimpanzee develops the hair, because you're related to that. You're related to that primitive species. 1 second. Let's fix this. Go back to I need to put this. What I need to do? I need to put this over here. A little bit over here. Let me see. Uh-oh. What was that? What was that? Maybe it could clip. It can't even clip. I think, how tall is this? That's about tall enough. Let me fix them in here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me use my Let me use some creativity and fix a little technicality difficulty. That is no problem for us to solve. And I've just created something right now. Hey, let's see if this works. Does this Tehuti creation work? Let me see if y'all can see me. Uh-oh, you can see me, and we are good to go. Here we go. Wait, let me fix this a little bit. This works, everybody. You have no idea what I just did, but you can see me, and we can work, and here we go. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. Pardon the interruption. So here we go. So we're right back. Oh, it's tilting. Hold on. Let me fix that. I see you tilting a little bit. Let me go like that. And like this. A little forward action. There we go. Here we go. All right. So here we go. So we cover these vestigial traits. Embryonic retrodiction shows that we grow this coat of hair right at the exact same time that our chimpanzee connection grows the hair, except for we lose the hair. And we're born with the Palmer's grip, the same thing the chimpanzee has in order to cling to its mother. And that is because the chimpanzee has 4 hands. And our feet, when we're born, still has the genetic memory that they were once hands. And then as you get older, you lose that. And that's why somebody can touch the palm of your hand and they'll say it's ticklish, but your hand doesn't automatically want to clench something. That happens as a baby until you grow out of it. Are there any indications in evolution the man was on a certain path moving at a certain rate, and then all of a sudden there was an intelligence jump? Let me take you to the Genetic Literacy Project Science of Ideology, type 1, not of ideology. Here it is. Sorry, Science, not ideology. Sorry, let me read that again. Let me take you to the Literacy Project Science, not ideology. So they're dealing with science, not ideology. All right, here it is, Genetic Literacy Project, Science, not Ideology, Evolution's Great Leap Forward. When did humans cross the intelligent Rubicon? This article came out November 4th, 2020. When did something like the first appear on the planet? When did something like us first appear on the planet? It turns out there's remarkably little agreement on this question. Fossils and DNA suggest people looking like us, anatomically modern Homo sapien, evolved around 300,000 years ago. Surprisingly, archaeology, tools, artifacts, cave art suggest that complex technology and cultural, behavioral modernity evolved more recently, 50,000 years ago to 65,000 years ago. So they found that Homo sapiens were around for 300,000 years, but for 250,000 years, they were doing the same thing. Then all of a sudden, there was this behavioral jump that took place around 50,000 years ago to 65,000 years ago. Some scientists interpret this as suggesting the earliest Homo sapiens weren't entirely modern, yet the different data tracks different things, entirely modern, yet the different data tracks different things. Skulls and genes tell us about brains. Artifacts about culture. Our brains probably became modern before our cultures. The Great Leap. For 200 to 300,000 years after Homo sapiens first appeared, tools, artifacts remained surprisingly simple. Little better than Neanderthal technology and simpler than those of the modern hunter-gatherers, such as certain indigenous Americans started out about 65,000 years ago to 50,000 years ago. More advanced technology started appearing. Complex projectile weapons such as bows, spears, throwers, fish hooks, ceramic sewing needles all of a sudden pop up around 50,000 years ago. But for 200 to 300,000 years, nothing seems to be changing. People made a representational art, cave paintings of horses, ivory goddesses, lion-headed idols showing artistic flair and imagination, bird bone flute, hints of music. Meanwhile, arrival of humans in Australia 65,000 years ago shows we had mastered seafaring. So, for 200 to 300,000 years, there seems to be one rate taking place. Then all of a sudden, there's this genetic jump where all of a sudden goddesses are introduced. lion-headed idols are introduced and started being created. Flutes and musical arts, seafaring abilities all of a sudden start popping up that do not follow the modern day evolution of man. From the earliest man to all of a sudden there's this big jump that takes place. This isn't even considering, ladies and gentlemen, so this is just the jump of Homo sapien type creatures. The Homo sapiens that we were 300,000 years ago are similar, but not exactly like the Homo sapiens of today. But that's just 300,000 years, and then boop, 50,000 years ago. If you actually take the hominid from 2.8 million years ago, that's even a larger stretch in time from the hominid, bipedal type hominid creature, 2.8 million years ago. Millions and millions of years of the same thing. Millions and millions of years of the same thing. Then all of a sudden, boop, 50,000 years ago, flutes, goddesses are drawn, boats are being made, fish hooks, modern weapons, sewing. Where was the sewing device of the hominid 1 million years ago, 500,000 years ago, 300,000 years ago, 200,000 years ago, 1.8 million years ago? So from hominid, the oldest hominids, say 3 million years ago, one thing going on. For millions of years, can you imagine that? Millions of years, and all of a sudden, boop, 50,000 years ago. Let's start. We have concepts of goddesses. Let's start drawing god. Fish hook. Oh, you want to sew? Let's sew some. We're gonna sew some clothes. We're gonna the lion-headed gods. Wait, let's make a lion-headed god concept of an anthropomorphic being, and let's build some boats. Boop, 50,000, 65,000 years ago. Where was the boats? 80,000 years ago. Where was any of this for millions of years that we were bipedal creatures? What is that? Is that how evolution works? Is that the speed of evolution? And evolution, you stay one way for millions of years. Even 50,000 years ago, fish hooks, sewing needles, lion-headed gods, making boats. Let's make some. That's how evolution works. Boop, 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 boop. I thought it was a gradual process of learning. Or did something interfere and was something taught? Was something upgraded? Did something happen to jump this evolutionary man, hominid, from Australopithecus to the Heidelberg man 600,000 years ago? Then all of a sudden, boop, 50,000 years ago, here comes all these new things. What happened? Evolutionists, what happened 50,000 years ago, 65,000 years ago? What is it that took place? Was it God? Did God? Is that when Adam was created? 50,000 years ago, and everybody before Adam was an ape type creature, and also the Australopithecine southern ape type creature, or did something else genetically jump and step in and interfere or enhance? Let's go back, everybody. Here we go. Boom. Here it is. Modern DNA. 260,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago. Then also there's a great leap that takes place 65,000 years ago. All of a sudden, boom, language, art, music, spiritual dance, storytelling, magic, warfare, biparental care. All this big jump takes place right here, 65,000 years, right here. 10,000 years. Also, we have farming. We have all these different things that didn't happen for millions of years. Now we have farming. We have bow and arrows. We have needle and thread, sewing. We have parental care. We have all these things popping up that weren't there for millions of years before that. This, boom, this is your intelligent. Oh, sorry, typo. This is your intelligence for tens of thousands of years before is this your intelligence of 10,000 years before the biblical Adam? There are your vestigial traits showing there's some type of link between us and chimpanzees or primitive man and other primates. Now, some may say, oh, Tehuti, do you believe we evolved from monkeys? There's actually no scientific proof of actual evolutionary process between the monkey and us. And I will say, you are exactly right. What they found is what's called the missing link, that we have an ancestral ancestor that were linked, a common ancestor. and there was some type of branch off that jumped the evolutionary being into a Homo sapien, but then that Homo sapien advanced again. But there's no direct evolution from us to a monkey or a monkey to us. In other words, something intervened. So you are exactly right. We did not evolve from a monkey. We just have the same common ancestor. So we have the same common ancestor. We're in the family of the great apes. So there's some type of genetic mixture, but there's nothing to show that we directly evolved from them. So why do we have some of the traits of the primates? And I want you to understand this also. That jump, we have 300,000 years of the same thing. Boop, 65,000 to 50,000 years ago, there's a jump. That's only 240,000 years or 250,000 years, right? Do you know that the chimpanzee family's been here for 40 million? Where's their jump? You see, if man is evolved from apes, if man evolved from apes, and from 300,000 years, for 300,000 years, 250,000 years, there's the same behavior, then there's this behavioral modification that takes place where we're creating gods. We have theories of, we have God concepts and anthropomorphic sewing needles and fishing hooks and bow and arrows. That just took place between 300,000 years and 250,000 years. Then all of a sudden, boop, there's all this. If we evolved from the chimpanzee and the monkey and the ape, they've been here for 40 million years. Where is where are the chimpanzees? Boop, bow and arrow, sewing needle. Where is theirs? If this evolutionary process is still going on, where is theirs? Because there's no actual proof. Because the monkey chimpanzee fossils that they find and behavior that they find today are the same from 10 million years ago, 5 million years ago. Chimpanzees seem to have been behaving the same for millions of years. Hominids, 2.8 million years, Australopithecine, Keniabithopus, all the way from Kenya and Ethiopia, 2.8 million years, doing the same thing. Another million years goes by. Another 800,000 years go by. 350,000 years go by. Boop! Bows and arrows, needles. Let's build anthropomorphic gods. Let's build some sewing machines and all these different things. The chimpanzee, 40 million years, 39 million years, 38 million years, 37 million years. and at the zoo is the chimpanzee. Still, the chimpanzee from 40 million years ago is still in the jungle, is still in the zoo today. Where is his? Boop. What happened? Something connected the two, and that's the missing link. That's why atheists and evolutionists, they say there's some type of evolution, but there's a big jump, and the chimpanzee is still a chimpanzee. And it didn't evolve in 40 million years, but we evolved in 50,000. What is in us that we evolved? What created this? And it was a big jump. And then something came was teaching. Let's go, everybody. Well, and something came and jumped, but still used the primitive man, and thus we still have his traits. You're still growing hair in the womb, just like the chimpanzee, but now you can grow hair in the womb, and you can open a hair salon. It grows hair in the womb, and it just climbs the trees. But you now have a hair salon. What caused this huge jump? And then what we jumped to, look at the jump from 50,000 years ago to now spacecraft today and technology and computers. Where's the rate of growth? How does this rate of growth work, evolutionists? How does the rate of growth work? 2.8 million years. Boop, boop, boop. Now we have cell phones and computer chips, and we have Sophia AI running around. What the world? What? We didn't do nothing for 2.8 million years. Boop, 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 boop. AI, computer holograms, and what came and jumped this intelligence? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday Podclass. Here we go. If you read your ancient ancestral stories, you would know what changed this intelligence. If you weren't taught, that's true. It's not nothing is true. Nothing is everything is pseudo, and nothing is true. But yet it makes perfect sense. And none of the ancient ancestors were saying, this is not true. It made sense to them, and it makes sense to us right now. Here we go, everybody. Now, here we go. You know, the only difference between us and all the other great apes is just 2 chromosomes. Yes, we have 46. Everything else has 48. All the other great apes in our family have 48 chromosomes. Every one of them. What happened? Boop, boop, boop. Why all of a sudden this primate, evolutionary man, why does this primate have 46? What turned 48 to 46? With no evolutionary trait. So that means if you took a ape and changed it from 48 to 46, you would have a person. If you took a person and changed it from 46 to 48, you'd have a primitive ape. What happened? That is the only difference. 2 chromosomes. Here it is. All great apes except for Homo sapiens have 24 pairs chromosomes. Everyone. The gorilla, the gaboon, the orangutan, the chimpanzee, the bonobo. Everyone except that guy in the bottom with a shirt on. The halibut. Every one of them seem to have it except for humans. What happened? Now we go to the Discover magazine and we find out that there's only a 2% difference. Now the scientists have decoded the chimpanzee's genome. We now know that 98% of our DNA is the same. So how can we be different? Christians, Muslims, please tell us. Can you help us? I need help. I need help. Why is 98% of our chromosomes the same as the chimpanzee? Oh, that's right, because God created man from the dust of the chimpanzee. No, it doesn't say that. God created and formed man from the mud of the chimp. No, it says ground. Wait a minute. I was formed from the dust of the earth, but I have 98% genetic similarities to the chimpanzee. And when God formed man, man didn't have a wife, so he brought all the animals. What's happening? What's happening right here? These are some of the things I questioned when I was decades ago. I was wondering, do we have the same genetics as a Doberman Pinscher? The same genetics as a caterpillar? Why the chimpanzee? Why these ape type? Why don't 2 chromosomes? Why? If there's not some type of connection between us and them. And what is the connection? Do you have 98% the same makeup as the dust of the ground? You see, if the Bible story is true, then our makeup should be 98 to 100% the same as the dust of the ground, the mud of the earth, because we came from the dust of the ground. But the stories before the Bible says we came from type of primitive creature, and they made man in their image. That means that there was a man already here. You see, when it says in the Bible, let us make man in our image, it doesn't say let us make man. Do you ever notice that? It doesn't say in the Bible, let us make man. Let us make man in our image. It was already a man-type creature that was there. There's already a primitive being there. But we want us that is more in the image of us. There's a genetic connection, but there's no connection between us and the mud outside. But you take a chimpanzee, add 2 chromosomes, you got a person. You literally can't do anything to the mud to make a person. So which story is the real one? Which one is real? Seems like our genetics is saying which one is real. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. Here we go. I look forward to seeing what happens after this answer. This is what's happening? And here we go, everybody. 2% difference. Uh-oh, that doesn't comport. So let's look closely at the chromosomal difference to see if our ancestors knew what they were speaking of in the ancient records. Typo, hobby. There's a typo. Before the atheists came along and called all of our stories, what did they type in their ancient indigenous stories before atheists came along and called all of our stories myths? They're the myth, they're the myth. Everything's a myth. Everything in ancient times is a myth. But then we're stuck with the confusion of evolution, of the evolutionary process. So now we're stuck with the confusion of the evolutionary process that's called the missing link. Let's look at the chromosomal structure closely. Is it evolution? Let's see how the scientists word this. Here it is. Now we're going to look at the chromosomal structure closely. Here's human chromosomes, chimpanzee chromosomes. Everything looks identical, except for something happened to 2 chromosomes. Human chromosomes, chimpanzee chromosomes. Something happened to 2 of them because now the human ones have 46, a pair of 23, but the chimpanzee still to this day, even after 40 million years of evolution, 40 million years of evolution, they still have the same 48 chromosomes that they had 40 million years ago. So how long, atheists, how long did it take to evolve into a man? When the chimpanzees today have the 48 chromosomes and they have 48 chromosomes for 40 million years ago. We got how many millions of years? But we're doing genetic jumps in 50,000 years. The similarities are almost identical between us and the ape, except for the ape, except for human chromosome 2. Human chromosome 2 looks like something happened. So human chromosome 2, look at them closely. Everything looks the same, except for it looks like something happened in human chromosome number 2. Something happened. Look at the chromosomes in the human. This row, this row, this row. And of course, we don't count, there's the XY, but we're not talking about those. This row, this row, this row, this row. Does anybody notice something here is a little weird? One of these kids are doing his own thing. One of these kids. What's happening here? Why this doesn't look the same as these? Well, this one looks. These all look this. They look the same. They look the same. What's this one here? What's going on right here, man? What did God do right here in chromosome number 2? What's happening? They're almost the same, except for human chromosome 2. Chimpanzee chromosome looks a little different than this one. It looks different. This looks like something happened here. What wording do scientists say that brought these 2 together? Was it evolution? What do the scientists say from their wording? I can't play the video because they may get a copyright strike, so I'm just going to quote them. Scientists say the chromosomes were quote unquote welded together. It looks like the chimpanzee has 2 separate ones, and then the human one looks like the same 2 separate ones, but it looks longer. In the scientists' wording, they say it was welded together. What an interesting word that they use, because welding seems to be associated with something that's brought together and sealed together. They didn't. What in evolution took place that welded these 2 together? That didn't weld the chimpanzees 40 million years ago. There should still be welding going on, right? Because the chimpanzees 40 million years ago have the same 48 chromosomes, and the chimpanzee in the zoo that you bring your children to, it seems like nothing is welding them together after 40 million years, but they still stayed as chimps. But here we are using PayPal and Adobe, Microsoft, where it seems that something changed with us. And the scientist wording is, it seems that the 2 chromosomes are welded together, and they can't explain, because if they could explain, there wouldn't be a missing link. There is an ape that we consider an ape chimpanzee type family that we're in, the great apes. Then there's a human hominoid type Homo sapien. And there's a missing link. We have the same common ancestor but there's a missing link that is here. And something welded, something happened, and now they branched off. And one's still a chimpanzee, and we're what we are today. And then there was some type of evolutionary intelligence jump that took place some 50,000 years ago. Was it God? Is that Adam? Who did this? What happened? Let's go, everybody. Welded together. Here it is. Welded together. The human ancestor. Something brought and welded things together. Well, if they were mysteriously welded together, and they say it's a mystery, they would have two centromeres. So that means that if they evolved, you see all the other, all these other chromosomes, they evolve. They look a certain way. They evolve. But if this chromosome 2, this pair, is actually this chromosome welded together, they should have two centromeres. That means that there should be two ends, an end to each side, to show that this is actually two chromosomes in one. Not evolution, but it's actually literally two chromosomes with two centromeres, two ending points. Not evolved like the other chromosomes, but have two ending points, two centromeres, if they're actually welded together. So, is there any evidence of this? Boom. There's a centromere. Humans and chimp. This is called the vestigial centromere. Why is it vestigial? It's vestigial. Vestigial is something that comes from something else that's not being used. Something came in, these are welded together with two centromeres. The chimps have two separate ones right here, one and right there. But these are welded together, and then there's a vestigial centromere that shows that it came from something else of the past. And here is your missing link. They don't know what brought these two together to make this, because it's not regular evolution, or they would have just said, oh, it's evolution. We evolved from the chimps. These two evolved and they became this. They said, no, it was welded together, and these are vestigial traits that are a mystery and has two centromeres, which means that it has two ending points. It's two chromosomes welded together. What did that? And that changes you from a chimpanzee type creature to a human and eventually a Homo sapien. But they sped us up too fast. And then you have all the mutations. So now we are hybrid type creatures fighting a war within. Because of this genetic manipulation and a mixture. And now back to the Atrahasis. I want to emphasize on something right now. The Bible will tell you, you have sin in you, boy. That's why you have all these evil thoughts. You got all these negative thoughts, the sin. You got to pray to Jesus and get rid of the sin. No. When you take different creatures and splice them together, because it wasn't just a primitive man, there were other creatures involved as well. We have vestigials from other animals as well. When you take and gene splice things together to create an end goal, that end goal has a war fighting within, because the things that were spliced together are also creatures that ate each other. There are cougar bulls, ligers, the cougar bulls, and it's a cougar and a pit bull spliced. They don't have sex, but there's this beautiful looking pit bull, and it has a panther print because of genetic splice. They splice two things together, and now it looks like a pit bull, but it has the beautiful fur and design of a cougar and a panther. But see, ladies and gentlemen, if you were to take a dog and put it in front of a cougar or a panther, what would happen? The cougar would tear that pit bull. Lunchtime. Lunchtime. Lunch, anyone? The puma, the cougar it wouldn't even be a fight. The cougar would tear that dog apart. Because in the wild, large cats actually hunt dogs and vice versa. Dog packs actually hunt cheetahs. And large cats, lions, actually eat and kill wild dogs and eat them. So there are two species that actually eat each other. And if you take any other creature that's a part of the predatory evolutionary change, it has inside of its genetics for millions of years, in its genetic program, it knows I eat you. So if you ever had a pet snake before, a baby snake, 2 weeks old, it never met its mother and father, and you never taught it anything. You take that snake 2 weeks old, and you put a little baby mouse in there. Ask Minty Hotep. Put a little baby mouse in there, and the snake in its genetics knows your food. I eat you. So if you were to splice those two things together to create a mouse-type snake, or a snake with the intelligence of a mouse, or a mouse with scales, you would have some superpower creature that you're trying to create, but within its own genetics, there's a war going on. Because the genetics inside is saying, I eat you. Oh, I eat you too. I kill you. I kill you too. Have you ever seen a suicidal tiger? Are there suicidal snakes? I'm just curious. Suicidal chimpanzees, they gotta be. They've been around for 40 million years. A lot of stress in the forest. Don't tell me that humans are committing suicides and chimpanzees are living a life of anything could eat them or its babies at any given moment. Anything could kill them, including the chimpanzee that they just mated with. The animals are living a life of how they gotta move super fast. Go see a rabbit sleeping and just touch it and it's gone, because it's in a life of fear and stress, and at any moment another creature can kill them. They're breathing fast. You go near an animal, it rears up, it's ready to fight, and my girlfriend broke up with me. Let me kill myself. My mom kicked me out of the house. My girlfriend broke up with me. I lost my job. Where's the rope, man? Let me kill myself. And you kill yourself. Oh, man. Some days I feel depressed. Some days I feel happy. Oh, man. What's going on inside of me? Schizophrenic, because there's schizophrenic elephants, right? Right? There's schizophrenic bumblebees, right? There gotta be. There gotta be, man. There gotta be schizophrenic bumblebees. Schizophrenic mosquitoes? Are there apes suffering from schizophrenia? I got this personality. Oh man, who are you? I don't remember you. Oh man. So you get together and you just fight, and you're fighting inside of your own self, not because of the sin of a God that created you and put sin in because there's a devil, but because you're a genetic hybrid splice of different things that actually genetically kill each other and didn't go through a smooth evolutionary path like all the other animals. So all the other animals are not committing suicide. I'm depressed, man. What do you think you're going through that a lion, you think the hood is worse than the Sahara? What hood are you in? What hood are you? I'm going to take the toughest gang banging Crip. Let me take the toughest blood and Crip and throw him in sub-Sahara. How you doing there, buddy? Get your gat out. Get your gun out. There's a pack of hyenas coming. How many bullets you have left? You think your life is more stressful than a hyena? Where are the hyenas killing themselves? Oh, man, yo, I just did this crime. I can't take it. Let me take a bottle of pills. Human hybrid species are prone to commit suicide, kill themselves, fight, argue. We're attracted to foods that kill us, but a giraffe isn't. The foods that kill you taste good. Wait a minute. How could that be? How could a food that kills you taste good when in the evolutionary process, the taste buds were designed to protect you, to say bitter, poison. Now the foods we eat, everything we like kills you. You are attracted to death in the food that kills you. You like it. You love it. You drink until you're drunk and you and you're drinking up. Oh man, where's the dust, man? Give a couple of lines of coke, yo. Let me smoke, dude. I like this, man. Where's the Sherm at? What? And you know what drug addict you know? Tell me, please. I need the name of the person. What's the name of the drug addict friend you have that didn't know drugs were bad before they took it? Can you tell that person's name? Not the person that was tricked in where they spiked their drink or laced their weed. Not that. Not the person that was tricked. I'm talking about the person that consciously started smoking the dust, that constantly started drinking the beer, becoming an alcohol, that constantly bought his first cigarette. Name the name of the person that didn't know cigarettes kill. Type that person's name in the room. Type your friend's name in the room that didn't know, had no idea. They thought cigarettes were celery. I thought this was for my vitamin D. I thought cigarettes helped me with vitamin C in my immune system. That's why I take cigarettes. Everybody knows it can kill you, but more people smoke cigarettes than go to the gym. What? Wait. More people smoke cigarettes than are on a diet plan. How does that work? Because inside of you, there's something innate that wants to kill you. It is you. It is you, the genetic splice. It is you, the hybrid. It is you that has this inner war taking place inside of you. And sometimes I like myself. I think I'm pretty low. I have low self-esteem. Where's the chimpanzee with low self-esteem? Where's that? I want to see. Where's the lion with low self-esteem? I don't feel good about myself. Sometimes I feel pretty. The makeup doesn't look good. It's a bad hair day. Oh, I'm not going outside. I don't want to be around nobody. I don't want to be around anybody today. I don't like anybody today. I love you. I love everybody. I'm happy. Hey, man, it's a good day. Oh, man, I feel like trash today, man. Imagine animals are like that. I feel like trash today, man. Oh, man, I feel like crap today. Oh, man, it's a beautiful day. Hey, man, this ecosystem would be done if giraffes act like that. You're the genetic splice, so there's a war taking place inside of you, of your own self, and that's why we're the only ones that need guidance. No other animals need books of Ma'at. No other animals need to meditate. No other animals need anything to keep them. You don't need to teach a mouse to be on the path of mice, the great path of the mouse, the great rat elder chief SABA, who's teaching the other mice how to be mice, because these mice, they don't know how to be mice. They lost their consciousness. They're attracted to things that kill them. There's no SABA mouse. There's no SABA rat. There's no SABA lion. The great lion SABA. It's us putting on lion suits. So the animals don't need it because their genetics are part of a smooth evolutionary process. But you take something and splice it, it's bound to act crazy. Ask people who genetically breed ball pythons, spider ball pythons. Some of them are born with no eyes. They're born. Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Podclass. This is up. I've been waiting from 96 for this question. So here we go. Let's get back into it, everybody. Your hybrid, that's me. That's us. Only ones that need guidance on the planet, because we're not one creature. Here we go. Boom. So take us back to the Atrahasis again. And what does Atrahasis say? Atrahasis took the order, gathered the elders to his door. Atrahasis made his voice heard and spoke to the elders. I have called the elders, the senior men. Start an uprising in your house. Let heralds proclaim. Let them make loud noise in the land. Do not revere your gods. Do not pray to your goddesses. So eventually, the Igigi started a revolt. After working for hundreds of years, they started a revolt. They created man. And now man starts making noise and creating revolts. And man starts becoming rebellious. Why? Because we have the genes of beings that don't want to work. Don't you know that? You have the gene of the being that doesn't want to work. You don't want to work. The ant wants to work. You don't want to work. The bee wants to work. You don't really want to work. That's why you trying to create a business where you have others work for you. Where'd that mind state come from? You have a mind state. What's your ultimate dream and fantasy, ladies and gentlemen? Where do you want to be? You want to retire. Where? on a beach, basking in the sun, around the ocean, breathing in the fresh air. Nobody's dream is I want to work. I want to work. I want to keep working at McDonald's. I want to keep working, digging the ground. I want to keep doing. I want to work. No, you want to relax. I want to open a big business, own my own Walmart, create my own thing, and I could just relax and chill in the sun with my family, my ladies, my men, my children, then you're just chilling and relaxing. You come in, check in the office. How's things going? Oh, I made $2 million last week. Nice. Let me go back to Jamaica. And you laid down. You don't want to work. So eventually the man started rebelling because he had the genes of the beings that didn't want to work. But the female lion always wants to work. The female lion is up, always ready. The lizard, the iguana, always ready. The apes always up there digging. The squirrels, you don't see a squirrel. I'm sick of this work. These nuts in my mouth. Too many nuts in my mouth, man. I hate this climbing trees every day, man. I gotta feed my kids and collect these nuts, man. No, it's us doing that. We don't like it. The animals have no complaints. So eventually, because we're of the genes of those beings that didn't want to continuously work, and the ATTON, the humans started rebelling. And ENKI was there pushing it. He was like, keep going, say this to them, say this to the gods, put the idols down. And ATTON caused a rebellion in the hominid creatures, just like the Igigi did. Because we came from beings that created the hybrids, and us being a hybrid doesn't want to work either because we came from the forefathers who didn't want to really work. We want to relax and drink up and hang out. Let's read this again. Let's read it again. ATTON took the order. That was the order from ENKI because ENKI was hyping him up. Gather the elders at the door. I have spoke to the elders. Let them proclaim a loud noise. Do not revere the gods. Like rebel. Do not pray to your goddesses. Rebel. Just make a loud noise and start rebelling. So receive it. Typo. Our ancient stories, there was a story of genetic hybrid that was created that still shows vestigial traits, and our genes today that still shows vestigial traits. Not in the Bible, but still shows just vestigial traits. Our genes today, they suppress this knowledge. So we still have vestigial traits of some type of mixture, but not full evolution. And we still are lazy beings. We really don't want to work. It was up to us. We would lay back and enjoy the sun. This knowledge, by stealing it and creating a Bible to control you. By the way, we're the only creatures that retire. Creating a Bible to control you by hiding who the original gods were. But this gets even deeper. Now, not those who came to my Medinator class, not those. Do not type this. This is for everyone else in the Podclass, except for my direct students that I taught this to before. What is the word hybrid? What is a hybrid? Is that the car you drive? Hybrid used to be a car, is a car now. Remember, this story is about the hybrids. The hybrids that eventually rebelled. They were a mixture of different creatures, and we're rebellious in nature. So hybrid means to what? What does it mean, everybody? Hybrid means to what? Type it in the room. What does hybrid mean? What does hybrid mean? Hybrid means to... Type it in the room. What does hybrid mean? If you say we're going to hybrid this, what does that mean? Because today it's a plug-in car. What is the original hybrid? What is hybrid? Hybrid is spliced, a mixture. A mixture. Right? But the powers that be, the Matrix, that knew these stories, that copied these stories, they didn't tell you fully what hybrid meant. No. The hybrid stories, the original hybrid stories of the genetic grafting that took place were beings that were of a revolt, like we read in the beginning of the ATTON. They caused a revolt. Let us set flame. Let us set flame to this. Let us mix fight and war and battle, because they're rebelling. Who are they rebelling against? They're rebelling against the gods. The Igigi, the lower gods were rebelling against the higher gods. So they had to get Enki out of bed. So Enki said, let us make another man. Okay, we'll make another hybrid man to do this work. And then the people started rebelling against the gods. They started rebelling. We will not worship you. We will not put down our. We will not do this. We will not do this. Enki's like, yeah, keep going, because Enki. That's another story. Enki had an agenda. You got keep going. And they were rebelling. So now this whole story is about hybrids and workers and servants that are rebelling against the gods. So when the Matrix gave you the word hybrid, he only told you it meant the first part of the story. The first part of the story is the second part is the genetic mixture. Why was there genetic mixture? Because the lower ones were rebelling against the gods, and then the humans were rebelling against the gods. So what did the Matrix do when they created the word hybrid, knowing what our ancient stories wrote about these Anunnaki? Let me show you for the first time in history, other than those who are already my students, let me show you what hybrid actually means. Let's see what the architects of the Matrix know. Here it is, hybrid. We know offspring, plants or animals of different varieties of species. We got that one. That's the one they give us in school. Hybrid, specific offspring, probably from Greek, somehow related to hubris. Hubris. So it's something that's mixed from different species. Okay, we got that part of the Atrasti story. What is this Greek hubris? Simple. We all know it's a genetic offspring, two products, heterogeneous things merged. But then it says related to Greek hubris. What is that? How does that tie into the original definition of the word hybrid? Hubris. What is this hubris? Hubris. It's wait a minute. Violence, insolence. What? Hybrid from hubristic, violence, insolence, outrage, originally presumption towards the gods. What? What? Some type of insolence and violence. What's insolence? Some type of rebellion that led to violence. There was an outrage, presumption towards the gods. That's where hybrid comes from? Let's put it together. Hybrid. Animals of varieties of species. Offspring animals of varieties of species. And we know now today it's genetically spliced. Any product of two heterogeneous things emerged. And that splicing was led to insolence, violence, and a presumption towards the gods. Boom. Right in front of you this whole time, hidden in plain sight, because they know your history of the Anunnaki. They make it a myth to you, hybrid, outraged insolence towards the gods. Interesting. Hotep, I am done with this section. Matrix broken. Support with reciprocity. If you appreciated that breakdown and build up, you can call the tip Anunnaki, and then I will return and address the next part, Nibiru, Anunnaki African. What do the Anunnaki have to do with African? Support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, $ TT Moon. Hybrid, insolence and violence, rebellion, outrage against the gods. I'm putting the link in the room, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. If your teacher taught you that, put the link in the room, put the book, put the page number, put the YouTube, put whatever you want. I want to know. If not, appreciate what you're only getting here at the Tehuti Podclass and support. That was, how long was that? The first section. The whole answer was 2 hours and 5 minutes. How you doing, hybrid man?
Doing beautiful, solid. Thank very, very much for that Nefer breakdown. It connected a lot of various different things in my brain and in my heart, my calm, my body. the way you tied everything together was excellent.
Thank you. There's your missing link, Isaac. There it is. Something welded together, two chromosomes welded together. Rebellious hybrids, man.
Do you want to know what's so fascinating? I recently had a falling out with my old friend, I guess, and it was on this subject about talking about our immortality, and one of the phrases they said, "It's hubris for you to think that the key to immortality is just falling on your lap." And now you've just even that word is them admitting that it what it is, and it's crazy.
It's amazing because you see when you so everybody listen, before I even say anything, I'm gonna check my Gmails in a moment. There's 94 people in the room watching. If you got anything from that answer, how about this challenge? If you've never seen an answer like that before, send a tip to PayPal at RockASV, Cash App TTM Moon. If you've seen that answer before, don't send a tip because you can get it on every other YouTube channel. If you've never seen anything like that before, that answer there, then support, because that's just the vestigial trait part of the Anunnaki. The next section is the African part. And hold on one second, Hubris man, I see your mom is in here. Menti Hotep, how you doing, young lady?
Hotep Saba, I'm doing great. You're still going. You're still going, right?
I'm gonna get something to eat. Yeah, yeah. That was that one. Yeah, the next part now is the Anunnaki and African, but that's the end of that part right there.
Yeah, that's great. Everybody that's watching, you're getting such a treat because nobody's teaching us.
No, I'm glad you appreciate it, Minty, and you are absolutely right. People are teaching, they're talking, and that's where you can just throw in theory and all type of thing. But no, let's see, because when the brother asked, are the Anunnaki real? Well, if something was real and was here, but not anymore, we're in the future where something is not here anymore. So that's we're in question. Was this ever real? Well, if there is historic writing of an event taking place, and then we look in our vestigial traits and we see all the evidence that makes sense, the reason why it's a missing link is because when the European got involved in these stories, they made a separation of religion and science. No culture on the planet before colonization had a separation of religion and science, not a culture. So when you combine the two, you can have a scientific explanation and your history texts match, because there was no religion. It's just a history text and it matches what's happening. When you erase the ancient text out of it and say the mythology, everything's a mythology on the planet. Everything, life and intelligence starts with us. We started everything. Then there's a missing link, because you have the chimpanzee, you have Lucy, you have the evolutionary man, you have the Homo habilis, but there's something missing. And the missing thing is a story of something that was here that shows a residual trait that the thing happened. So therefore, the ancient ancestors never questioned, is this real? Is this real? How come nobody for thousands of years, how come nobody questions if these things are real until after colonization? Can you please give me, atheists, doubters, skeptics, anybody, can you please give me, prior to colonization of invader European cultures coming into everybody's culture, can you please give me one text of people questioning, is this real? Why did we become smarter because we got colonized by people who never thought it was real in the first place? Now we're in their place saying, this is not real, this is not real. So for thousands and thousands of years, we were just stupid. And it took the European colonizer to smarten us up. And now that we've come in contact with the European colonizer, now we know in 2023 what's real. For the last 8,000 years, nobody knew but you. Nobody knows what was real, but you were smartened up because you're of the colonizer. So you're smarter than everybody of all your ancestors. You're now smarter than everybody. How come nobody was smart until colonization?
Makes no sense.
Right. Whenever you question that, and whenever you become an atheist or a skeptic of those things, you're on the side of the colonizer. You're not on the side of those of that which you were before your mentality was invaded. How you doing there, Scribe? What's going on, good brother?
I'm doing excellent. Great SABA Tehuti. 2 out for that. That was beautifully put together and executed the way that you did that. 2 out for showing the naming the scribe, the Ami Saduka. 2 out for naming him, and bringing forth and showing about the womb goddess. That's very powerful. That seems to always get skipped over. The word for I in Hebrew. It's just amazing. And you know, the way you showed that and told that the story of the past 50, 60,000 years, the Great Leap. So Henu to you, Great SABA Tehuti, for doing that, putting that together, and teaching us about the missing link that the atheists continue to push. So Henu, Great SABA Tehuti, and we appreciate you and love you for that. So Tua.
Nini Ook. How you doing, Primordial Thought 9? How you doing, good brother? Had to leap into a little bit of what I went to Magic 363 and just grabbed some info and came back out. Grabbed a little bit and came back.
So that bar you dropped when you talked about how the DNA was like welded together and then like that internal battle, that hit hard. That makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. This, you know what, Saba, when this question first started, I was like, okay, like all right, like let's just see where this goes, right? Because Kemet got you. We're so busy trying to focus on Kemet and trying to learn what our ancestors taught us that, like, when you hear about the Anunnaki, I'm like, man, I don't even have like time for that, like to even add that on top of the list, right? We already got plenty of work to do. But Saba, this you've explained. I did not expect this. This was monumental, and this was fantastic. It was phenomenal. You made me learn something about just this body that I'm in and the DNA, like just way more. So, Tua to Anu for asking that, and the other brother that asked it as well. That was amazing, and I'm gonna watch this for sure, because you just gave us more. You just gave us more things to talk about when we're talking to people who's in the Christian faith and all these things. That's just more ammunition for the battle. Like, that's just even more. And I don't mean just the battle, but just, you know, to be able to hopefully bring them out of that. Like, that was phenomenal. So Tua to you.
Glad you appreciate it. I'm gonna take a break. What's up, Menku Ra? How you doing, good brother?
Ping Saba, Tua and Henu for that. I really love how you address the interpersonal aspect to all of this, because, you know, we have our Ba and our Ka, the 9 aspects of us, but also people are in this era, everybody's like, you need to be more emotionally intelligent, and, you know, and it's like we have these thoughts in our mind and people are struggling with what's going on with them, interpersonally and different, different things that we have to deal with. So Hinu to you for addressing that, because a lot of people are confused in their own mind. And so the way you broke that down helped us understand everything that is inside of us.
Thank you, brother. I'm gonna take everybody who saw that answer, just when you send a tip for that, you can put Anunnaki tip, splice tip, whatever hits you about that answer, add that and just put the word tip. And when I check my Gmails when I come back, I'm gonna read off the tips first. I'm gonna go back to some old ones, earlier donations, because this 4-part answer took a lot from me. It took a lot from me, and you'll see when we get to the African part, then the Nibiru. There's a lot. So I hope you all are supporting and appreciate this time that I'm spending for this. What you see, the end product. I just told my Naturt that yesterday it took me 1 hour to find a word for this answer. To find a word, it took me 45 minutes to find a word, one word. 45 minutes, because when I have the information, a lot of times I don't know where it is to show. I don't know where it is to show it. So I say, well, in order to be the teacher that I am, I have to show the people what it is that is that I see and I have access to. I have to show it. So it took me 45 minutes to find a word in a random book that has 25 volumes. 25 volumes, and I found a word within 25 volumes. And then when you get it, the end product, you get the book, the volume, the date, the page number, the author, and the word in 1 second. That took me 45 minutes. You get it in 5 seconds. So that's 45 minutes off your life, or even if you ever found it. So I told people, please understand what this is that you're seeing. That's one word. That class was 2 hours and 5 minutes. So how long did it take to put the class together? I'll be back. Please support. Peace.
Yes, peace and love, Hotep. Yeah, what he's doing, it takes so much. It takes so much time, and that's just even putting it together. And so what he's speaking about in finding a word, what it takes to dig for that and to find that. It's something just like if you try something new for the very first time, and when you first do something, it doesn't turn out as easy as it is after you do it for the thousandth time, right? When you first start something, it's very difficult. It doesn't turn out how you want it to. But when you do it consistently over and over and over again, you get pretty efficient at it. So with all the experience that SABA Tehuti has, and his special ability to be able to gather information, and it still takes time like that, almost an hour to find a word that you're looking for. I can guarantee that no one would be able to do that, because as he spoke about, you got to go through all these different volumes. Then don't let the book be in another language. There's so much work that goes into that. So and he just gives it to you right here. Here you go. Here's that. And I can guarantee that no one is going to take any amount of time in their life and not have any type of reciprocity for it. No one gets up and goes to work for free. No one. So, you know, for him to be able to do that and to put together what he just put together. So even just to take that class and dig into it even more from the sources that he showed, will absolutely change your entire perspective on what this is and how we got here. And it's very important what he taught about in the so-called scientists today, and how everything is based on the atheists and that type of perception, when in ancient times we didn't do that. It was all one and the same. So we had a complete understanding of the mixture of every aspect. And today that part's been removed. So therefore these answers will never be able to, they'll never be understood in the way that it was actually produced, because they're missing that part. And, you know, same thing when it goes to the Aku, you know, it's the last, and I said this in one of my classes, how it's the last wonder of the world, and it will continue that way until we bring that information out, because they're looking at it from a lens that trying to make something logical out of something that's illogical, and then just putting a question mark there because you don't want to speak about things that you're uncomfortable with. So what SABA Tehuti is doing is changing an entire paradigm of how to look at these things, and how to take the ancestors' writings, to look at them and understand that when we put ourselves in the mindset of them, all of that illusion fades away, and you're no longer looking at it for a lens that you seem to understand within your own consciousness. And as we continue to break out of that matrix that everything has to make sense to you, attempting to make something make sense that does not make sense. That's what religion does. It completely makes all of your logical thinking go completely out the door. And therefore we can never get to the truth. And there's so much illusion. There's so much illusion, and so many people talking about things, and because it sounds great, you know, it sounds great. People are masters at putting words together and making something sound great. And because most people don't do the research themselves, you can do that and gain a following based on what you're saying, because it appeals to the emotion. And so what's happening here is you're not only being pulled out of the matrix, the false matrix, you're also being taught how to keep yourself out of it, and how to vet any information that you come across, and to ask the right questions. And so when that happens, even with the experts, the people who do this for a living, you go to these universities and get all these degrees, you know, you can begin to see how when they start to go on their path of quote unquote spirituality, they try to merge the two. And I could give many examples to this, but what SABA Tehuti is doing, no one's doing that. No one is taking the time to ask the right questions, to dig in as deep as he does, to lay this out, and to even have the mindset to be able to gather the information and present it, and how everything that he says step by step made perfect sense, and answers all those questions that we always had when dealing with the Bible. And you know, if man was born first, how was that? And the woman was made from the rib of the man. Well, how was that? And why would that even happen? All of these questions that we always had, and were hypnotized into just believing it. You know, it's very powerful. So Hinu to the great SABA Tehuti, continue to support him. support this class, support the Podclass, so we can continue to have this information, because this is not something that you can listen to, go through one time, and receive all of what he just gave. There's no way. So, you know, even after this, we now have to take in and go into, he showed tablets. He gave the names of them. He gave the name of a scribe. He reading that story. I mean, there's a lot in the story that in the ATTON, you know, how many people have read that all the way through? And that tells our story, and you know, in the hybridization of the gene splicing, and these are all questions I know everyone always has coming into any type of information. So here's a great Podclass with so many of the answers that one could spend a very long period of time just breaking down this one class. So everyone support this, take this, and treat it like if you spent $100,000 to go to a college and here's your professor giving you a lecture. You're not just going to look at it one time and then put it away. You know, no, you're going to dedicate your life to studying that thing, because and the only difference is because here there is no tuition to come in here. People don't take it as serious, but those people who spend their lifetime paying back debts on something, that now becomes their life. So it's no different here. And so to our HENU, to all the great people, all the great supporters, and yeah, I'll pass to whoever would like to build. Peace.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I need it makes you understand now even more why man wants AI created, and why the robots come into play now, right? Because that's in the DNA. And I used to always say, man, like years ago, man, like we just have this like, I feel like we have this thing about us that we just want to just, you know, chill, live in peace, be cool, and you know what I mean? Just why do this 9 to 5 thing? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. And it's funny that, you know, SABA breaks this down now, and it's like, man, like that's just having that type of complex, that type of characteristic that is within you. Like SABA mentioned about the snake take away from his family, let it grow for like 2 weeks, and then put a rat in there, and it automatically knows like that's food, and it didn't have to be taught that. And that also ties into what I used to tell people, like you can take a child that's an orphan, that's completely not with their parents at all, don't even know their parents, and still have their characteristics and never met them. And when SABA broke that down, I was like, man, this is like tying a lot of things together, man. And I was just like, man, that's wild. But the AI thing, it definitely makes sense even more. Like, it's just embedded. It was like pretty much destined to eventually happen, because we do want the work done for us. So it creates that God mentality type in you that, nah, I don't want to do the work. I just want to have something do it for me. So yeah, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. And I see the great brother Tef is in the building. Peace and love, Tef.
Hotep, peace and love. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You got a little noise. You got a little noise in the background, but you good.
Can you? What about now? Hold on.
Yeah, that's your fan.
That's my fan.
Mm-hmm.
Can you still hear it?
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that was that breakdown was absolutely incredible. That breakdown was mind blowing. Like you said, Ani. Because I also had questions about the Anunnaki too. So this is absolutely great, and he's touched on this on different occasions, but never gone into depth like this. I have a book, Primordial Thought. I'm like you, where it's like, man, what do I study? Like it's too much. I don't want to know about the Anunnaki. I had a book. The book is 1,000 pages. When he talked about 40,000 tablets, I have this book right here with a lot of those stories, and I don't know if you can see it, but I was like, this is too much. Like this is way too much. And I'm like, what is the connection between the Anunnaki and the Nibiru? You know, like these are questions that I had, and I had so many questions that I didn't know what to ask first. I didn't know what was more important than the next. And then every time I heard somebody ask a question, I'm like, man, I always wanted to know that. Like that's just as important as any question I wanted to ask. But yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal that we have a great teacher to explain these things to us. And where I work at, the environment that I work in, I see people struggling every day with their mental health and the inner battle that they're having within themselves. And you know, it's sad. It's really sad because the system that's created this matrix is not really helping. You know, they're prescribing these medications and these things to try to in their mind or from their perspective fix the problem, but they're not admitting what the problem is because it's covered with a lie, you know, with the lie of evolution. And you know, so it's like, how can you fix the problem when you're not even addressing the problem? You just creating more of a lie, or you making the problem worse. Like it's sad, man. So this was great, this Anunnaki breakdown, and what he's gonna come with next, part 2, or the next part about Africa, how he's gonna tie it in. It just doesn't get old. This knowledge and this information doesn't, and there's nowhere that you're gonna get this type of information, because I heard that, I'm not gonna say the name, but I heard the other brother when I first got into this frequency of consciousness, and I didn't really have an understanding because he speaks so well. I have some of the books that he put out, and he talks about the Anunnaki a lot, and you know, I just wonder what he knows that's true and what is he just adding on to. Like, you know, like, does he know the real truth, or is he just making up things? And another thing I just want to add while I'm up here, I did something last week that I don't know. I've been on this wave. I've been on this frequency for a long time, since the beginning, since the very first time I saw Saba on the Killer Priest Podclass. I've been on that frequency since then, but I've never gone back and watched that particular episode. And I went back and I watched it, and my mind was blown. Like, absolutely. And I was there. I was there in real time, but I've been on such a Nepha frequency since then that I haven't gone back. I go back to some pod classes and some teachings throughout the day, throughout the week, but I had never gone back to the very, very, very first time when I saw Saba until this week. And I went back, and a lot of that's a master class. He touched on so many different things, and I was there, and they resonated a lot then, but the way they resonate now, where I'm at now in my knowledge, and just, oh my goodness, I can't even communicate the beauty. And I'm gonna just say this, that is a master class. I'm definitely gonna watch that at least 5 to 6 more times, because it took me to, I have a deeper understanding now about a lot of the things that he spoke on then. And I'm just honored, man. I'm grateful. As I heard so many of you state earlier, because I've been here, I've been I've been tuned in, but I've been taking care of something with my family. But I just want to say that I just want to express my gratitude and going back and then realizing, like, watching the snake style for the first time when he did it, and then witnessing the adoration of Mighty Hebrew and those brothers that were on the panel when he was discussing, watching the other brother get up and leave, and then to come back with Isfet, and then to it was just I don't know, man. I'm just gonna stay on this frequency. I'm honored to be on this frequency of the truth of Ma'at, to have a great teacher. That's this gift that he's given us, man, with this knowledge it's invaluable, this gift. So, I don't understand how people can't support the truth, just the pure truth. Like you can't put a price on it. You can't put no type of you can't really you can't put a value on it. Like what we're getting and what he's given, it's incomparable, man. It's incomparable to realize the matrix that's around us, and for him to be breaking us out of it, consistently week after week. And that was a beautiful class. I don't know if any of you have gone back and watched that first class. This was my first time, and I'm observing the fact that I've been on this frequency since that time. So since the first time I heard that particular type of truth, I've been on that frequency, and it's carrying me. Ma'at is the foundation, and it's carrying me in a way that it's almost surreal, man. It really is, because I was there, but now what I understand when I was looking back at it, I just I'm grateful, man. I'm looking forward to learning the metal nature the way that our ancestors spoke it and understood it. I'm looking forward to that, so that I could truly give adoration to the nature and to the people that deserve it. So again, I'm just gonna say like, subscribe, and comment. Come join us, House of ATTON. If you support the truth and not the lie, then there's nothing more to say. I just want to give my adoration to all of you on the panel, HERU, to all of you on the panel, because I see a lot of you have been on this journey since that time as well, and it's a pleasure. Hotep, great Saba.
It was Hotep. Hotep is here.
Hotep, great Saba. Great Saba. I was looking at your the first time I saw you on Killer Priest. I went back and it's almost like I'm in a dream, man. I'm in a Upesh. And it's just beautiful. That was a master. That was a master class. The things that you talked about, all of, like, everything. It's like you broke us out. You broke me out of that matrix immediately. Like, that whole class was phenomenal. That is, and every class since then has been phenomenal. But this was my first time going back and watching that. Oh man, HERU to you, and Tua to you, great Saba. I'm forever in debt to your to your existence, great teacher. So HERU.
Thank you, my good brother. Good to see you. Good you're back. I know if you're not around for some time, and have something to do with family. So I say he's probably doing something with his family. He'll be in the class a little later. He'll be something. But thank you, and thank you everybody. What we're gonna do right now, because it's 7:38. We're at 5 hours and 24 minutes. We're gonna go into some donations. I want to see what the appreciation was for that part. Then the next one, the question that came in is, what did the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? That's a very that question right there is actually what keeps a lot of people away from that type of information, is that that our ancestors even acknowledge the Anunnaki, what the Anunnaki have to do with us. And we're going to find out, though. But let's go through these donations. Let's see who put the tip. So for those who like that answer, For those who like that answer, put Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. There it is right there. Cash App, PayPal at Rocky SV. You can put Anunnaki tip, whatever you feel that breakdown was worth. That's part one. That's just part one. Let me see the support. I'm going to check right now. We're going to do some donations, a few minutes of donations, and then we're going to go into the next question, then do more donations, and then see who's here for Nibiru. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's get into these donations. Let me refresh the page and see who supported the Tehuti Podclass. House of ATTON. I'm going to do a refresh here. Welcome, everybody, to the House of ATTON Tehuti Podclass. If you're just tuning in, that is the PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TT Amun. Support what it is that you see. I'm refreshing the page right now, and like the brother, everybody on the panel is saying that you do not see this anywhere. Some people may see 10 minutes. They'll see 10 minutes of something I taught that they learned somewhere, and they'll say, "Yeah, this class I've learned this." No, this is 2 hours and 5 minutes. This that I'm talking about, when I say this, if it was anywhere else, they'd be here and I'd be there. That's really the bottom line. If this teaching was anywhere else, I'd be there and they'd be here, because what would separate us if this teaching was somewhere else? I'd immediately have them. They'd be on the panel. I'd be on their panel. Look what happened to the brother Chris. Chris called me SABA. He said he wanted me on the channel. He came here. You all donated $75 to him. You know how much I got donations when I went on Chris's channel? I think I got $5. Chris came here just to say he's going to interview me, and he got $75. He got $75 a donation. Chris Harris. Chris Harris himself hasn't even donated 1/10 of that. He got a bigger donation than I received. So that just shows the love of when we have people that are of the same vibration. We'll invite you and you'll get supported, and I'll support you and you support me. But the fact is that this doesn't exist anywhere, and that's why you'll see after the Nibiru thing why people want to keep the Tehuti Podclass and me silent. But anyway, let's get to these donations, everybody. Let me see what the tips are. I refresh the page, and I'm going to the very first one at the top, which should be actually the last one that was given. And it's from a VRI. Who's this? 80 Thieves. Yep. Here we go, everybody. The last tip, which is the first tip that I'm going to announce. One moment, my hard drive unplugged, so let me plug that back in. Oh, I wanted to also say, sorry, let me do this. For Dr. LaRoche, I'm sorry, let me do this for, I was gonna just to the beginning of the class. And hold on a second. Something in my throat. Where's my throat? Dr. LaRoche asked this question here. Let me see if I can find it. Here it is. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche for the support. He sent in $50. Please do a show on how to combat land theft. And I went back to the podcast. I went back to the podcast to see what it is he was asking about. And he was asking about, Kemetic military, how we defend our property from future conquistadors, and how to defend our land borders and things like that. And I want to tell Dr. LaRoche, much respect and support, much respect for your support. If you want to change this question to something else, I give full permission. But obviously, I cannot answer that question until Biden tells me his military structure and his defense program and how it works. And when the king of Saudi Arabia and these people have their structured defense military and they discuss it live for their enemies to see, I may do it. But until then, obviously, even if there was a military structure or anything to protect land, I could not put that on YouTube so they could blitz us. You ever seen football where they blitz? That's the only thing I know about football. They blitz. So the football, they blitz because they know your exact move, so they know exactly how to blitz you. So Dr. LaRoche, peace and love, respect. I obviously can't answer that question here. And I can only answer that question to someone who's a part of the movement. We have private meetings and we can discuss things like that, but I cannot answer that question to people who are watching, onlookers, people who are not a part of the movement. Yeah, our military structure. See, we have a defense team over here. We're going to do this, and we're going to plan and buy this land, and here's how we're going to protect it, so that Biden's like, oh yeah, what else? Biden's now watching Tehuti Podclass. No, so I can't answer that question. That's a private discussion amongst the family members. But shout out to you, Dr. LaRoche. You can definitely change that question to anything else. All right, here we go, everybody. Peace to all the beautiful supporters. And let me go ahead and put this donation support in here, coming from VRI, who's also 80 Thieves, who sent a tip. Tip. Anunnaki 1. Is this for this? Wait a minute. No. Anunnaki question. Wait. Podclass. Oh. Podclass setup. Oh, I lost it. Hold on. Let me go back. Oh, lost it again. Let me go back. This is the computer world. Let me go. Nibiru Anunnaki question. Is this it? No. It's not pulling up. Hold on, everyone. February 3rd. Here it is. Here it is. And boom. All right. Let me go ahead and put that on the screen. Peace and love to the brother who, there he is. I see him right there. He gave an extra $10 on top for a tip or donation. Support tip for that. Let's give him a little clap for that. Thank you, 80 Thieves. Appreciate you for $10 tip. On top, it says mind-blowing Anunnaki build up Tua eternally Saba. Give him a clap. Give him a clap. Give him a clap. We're gonna go to HERU Hancock, give an extra tip for that answer, and let me go ahead and show his extra tip for that answer. 2 tip. Let me go ahead and show HERU Hancock's tip for that. Appreciate you, HERU Hancock. Let me show his tip for that answer. I'm gonna go into a couple big ones down here. Okay, there we go. A hybrid tip. Give him a hand clap, please. Give him a hand clap. We're gonna go into a nice. Here we go. Robert E. Williams, the man, the tip man. He is the tip man. He is the tip man. He found his niche. His niche is to give tips to every question I answer, and he definitely is consistent with that. Tip Annuna. Give this man some big noise. Robert E. Williams. Let me see what it says here. It says there we go. Snippet 2. It says, for revealing the truth about the Anunnaki story, give him some big noise. All kind of swords going on. Oh, wait a minute. Let me hold on. That was Caleb, but let me. I gotta renew that. There's no tip there. I can't read all of that right now, but oh, here it is. Wait, no, that's not a cash out. Oh my goodness, here we go with the monster tip for the family named after the Anunnaki themselves. Speaking of Anunnaki, what would the Anunnaki answer be without a tip from? One second. Who's this? For tip. What would the Anunnaki tip session be if I've actually impressed Anu himself, the leader of the Anunnaki? The leader of the Anunnaki gave a tip himself. Let's see when Anu that he came down from the heavens, and Anu went into his cash app on Nibiru, and he sent a $50 tip all the way from Nibiru. Give him some big noise, please. And two, could you read that for me, please? It's too small for my eyes. Could you read that for me?
Yes, I will. Tip for Anunnaki breakdown and build up. Tua Mary.
Thank you for the beautiful, beautiful support. The tips are getting big, big, biggity big. Thank you. Appreciate the big tips. And let's see. Okay. Well, let me see. I taught an hour, so let me scroll down and see. I guess that was it. I got 3 tips for that. Amazon. Does Amazon give me a tip? No. I'd be a little suspicious. Okay, we got hey, we got a tip for another class that I did last week. A tip for the MI, was that last week? I lost. A tip for the MIB class. Whoa. We got a tip for the MIB class. 5 MIB tip. Okay. Give Harass did some big noise. I'm going to read a few more of the donations, and then I'm going to go into the next the Anunnaki. What do they have to do with us Africans? $15. It says for 12 and MIB class, January 27th. That was the last class. And SABA of SABA. Black heart. Give her some hand clap, please. Hand clap, please. Wonderful. Okay, we're gonna scroll down now to the bottom, and we're gonna go to we got a new brother, Dez, Vitamin Dez. Vitamin Dez, show them what you have. Show them what you are all about. A brand new brother, Vitamin Dez, with a beautiful tip, and then he back-to-back bought a book. It looks like, yep, 6. Vitamin Dez, let's give him some big noise. I'll read a couple more, then we'll get into the next one. I see all of you who are sending donations. I see you all. Don't worry, we're going to get to everybody. Vitamin Dez, it says donation for learning. Give him some big noise, please. Hand clapping it up. Vitamin Dez, learning. Vitamin Dez, donation for learning. And back to back, Vitamin Dez contacted me directly. And right after that donation, Vitamin Dez said he got the PDF books. Vitamin Dez, are you in the room right now? Shout out to Vitamin Dez with his back-to-back support. He went and got 2 PDF books. Give him some noise, please. Give him some noise. Right. Could you put my email on the front page, please? For those who want to know what that donation was for, it was support for the 2 books here. Let's see if this is spelled right. It is spelled right. We can spell, ladies and gentlemen. We are literate. I've misspelled this 2 times, I think. That is the right one there. Mystical Television. And the books he got were the old-time original books that started this whole thing off. Stepping Out of the Matrix. You can email that to see where you can purchase that. Melanin Dark Consciousness. Here's the next one. You can email that to see where you can purchase that. Go ahead and email those 2, and you will you'll get them within a matter of seconds. If you find you can't reach me, but you should be able to if you're saying PDF books, then you can subscribe. Does the House of ATTON have an email address that you could put on the screen?
I don't. It's not in the back, but I can put it in the chat. I can't put it on the screen though.
Okay, put in the chat. If you can't reach me for some reason, you can definitely reach the House of ATTON website and order the books from there, and they should come PDF immediately. Okay, wonderful. Let's go. Who's next? Minty Hotep. What's this? Oh, that's a men in a class. Who's this? Stacy Mitchell? For what? When was this? What? Oh, she got 2 books again? No, is this old? What's with it? January 30th. January 30th. The Podclass on the 27th. Oh, so I didn't get to announce these then. The Podclass was on the 27th, right? Yeah. So I'm going to keep her email address out of this, and I'm going to 8 books. Okay, shout out to Stacy Mitchell, who asked the question on love and sent me so many donations after that. She also got Stepping Out of the Matrix, and she got this from the website. Stepping Out of the Matrix and Melanin Dark Consciousness. Give her a hand clap for that. 2 book sales back to back. 4. Wonderful. And oh, here we go. Here's Caleb. Here's Caleb right here. Caleb sent a tip, and I'm going to go into the next question. Caleb sent a tip for the Anunnaki. Okay, 9. Tip. Shout out to Caleb right here. Give him some big noise, and we're going to get into the next question, everybody. I see everybody's tips here. I see them. We're going to get into them. Oh, why is it doing that? Oh, Caleb. Screen sharing was canceled. Okay. Okay. And it's fixed. There's Caleb gave an extra $15 tip for the Anunnaki question. He said, truth of Anunnaki, since there's so much false info. Wait till we get to the Nibiru one. Oh, boy. Give him some big noise. What's up? Shout out. Was that Minty? It was just like one hand clap. It wasn't a sound effect. Was that you, Minty?
Yeah,
it was like.
Yeah, I came off of mute wax.
Okay. All right. Minty Hotep. Okay. All right, everybody. We're going to get into the next question here of the Tehuti Podclass. I see everybody here. I see you, Khalil Barney. I see you, Kemet Hera Hancock. I see a Tefra. I see you, Bella. I see you, Angela Gates. I see you, Sarah. There's a couple others. And I'm going to get into the next. Oh, Nicholas. I said middle class 61, but meant 62. Pioneer woman. What the heck? Oh, I see Anka. I see Netzer Ankotep L. I see a bunch of you. I see you, Netzer Ankotep L. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Primordial thought. I see everybody here. I see Nook Punuk. I see you here. Okay, everybody, we're going to get into the next question. I'm going to see if I have to take care of something in the back real quick before I get into this next question, because I don't want to take any breaks. So let me go check on this, and when I come back, again, let me put the questions back up on the screen. Here are the questions, ladies and gentlemen, the questions that were asked. The next one is from Mike Ferg 100. And let me shrink them down. So here are the next questions, and I'll tell you which one I'll be addressing when I come back. Everybody can take a look. If you see the screen right there, and there is are the Anunnaki even real? And then there's, what does the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? We're going to do with that one right there, which is all part of this huge donation of over $60, if we over 100 if we actually count Anu's other one, because that was another Cash App. But we're going to deal with all these right here, and I'm going to answer them accordingly. Let me go take care of something in the back, and I'll come back to answer. What do the Anunnaki have to do with Africans? I don't know. Primordial thought. Do you know? Do you know the African teachings of the Anunnaki?
Not at all, Saba. Not at all.
VRI, quote some African parables on the Anunnaki.
Only what I remember you teaching, the slight bit of what you've taught somewhere, and I remember I think you snake styled me when you must have dropped it once somewhere where you went. Oh, and Enki is the god of the Old Testament, but that's for another class, and now the class is here, so thank you.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get into it when I come back. Let me take a quick break, and I'll be back, and I'm gonna get into the next question of what did the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? I'll be back.
Saba, you should ask Atef. Atef got a saying for everything. I'm pretty sure he got an Anunnaki saying, an African Anunnaki saying.
Oh, where's Atef? Atef, you got what? Atef's gone with his family somewhere. Atef, you there? I'll come back. I'll check it out. Us Anunnaki African. Let's see. What in the world? I don't know. What do the Anunnaki have to do with us Anunnaki Africans? We're gonna find out when I come back. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Actually, should I take a break? Let me see. Let me see. You know what, everybody? If I need to, I'll drop the link. I'm gonna go as much as I can. This one is gonna be a little bit faster than the other one. Of course, it's gonna be a little bit faster. 2 hours and 15 minutes is not going to be that at all. So I'm going to go ahead and I have time. 2 hours and 15 minutes. I have time. Yay. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm just going to get right into it, everybody. I'm not going to take a break. I'm going to take a break. If I feel I need to take a break, brothers and sisters, be on deck. If I feel I need to take a break while I'm answering, just be on deck. I'm going to put the link in the room. But right now, everybody, let's get into it. You all jump back into the class. We're going to get into what does Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? All right. Peace and love. Hotep, Annie, Anu, Primordial, Minty, and everybody.
Peace and love to us, SABA.
Okay, let's go. Us Africans. What does Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? Let's see. I don't know. This one is a tough one. I'm gonna move over a little bit. Let me move close to the Viper. If I get any of this wrong, go ahead and bite me. Okay, here we go. Let me do one thing real quick. I'm going to move this camera. There we go. And I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to come off for a minute to do one more thing with this. Move this camera. Here we go. Let me move this. Okay. Move it down. Hold on. Move it one. Okay, I'm going to be right there. Let me move this. I have a makeshift creation here. If I run out of this paper, I will have no camera. It's a makeshift thing. Let me go ahead and do this. Nice. That'll go there. Move one more thing here, and this should be perfect. Let's go. Here we go. I should come back to the screen. You should see me perfectly. If you all can see and hear me, press a 9. See and hear me? Press a 9. We're going to get into it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. The next section of the question is, what does Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? Very valid question. Very good. I like it. Let's see. What did the Anunnaki have to do with that? Press a 9 if you can hear me, please. Let me check the room There's everybody. There's beautiful Bella. There's anxious Angela. She's ready. She's over ready. There's Mike Ferg who asked the question. Mike Ferg, I didn't even see your response to the to that one. I hardly check the chats. I check them right now. But Mike Ferg, I hope you like the answer so far. That was a lot of that was for you, and Anu kind of helped with adding more. Mike Ferg said, "Can't wait." All right, Anu, Neferkeparat, ANTU, Anthony Rouse. There's a new name there. Shout out to Anthony Rouse. How you doing? It sounds like an MMA fighter name. Shout out to Anthony Rosso. Isn't that an MMA? Oh, that's a female. And shout out to Anthony Rose. Peace to you. Never seen that name before. Love the new names. Eric G. That's it. Angela Gates again with the 9. Oh, Angela Gates says, VRI speaks so smooth. Okay. All right, everybody, here we go. Robert Williams, here we go, everybody. Okay, let's go, everybody. We're going to get into the next question. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. No drama, no gossip, all information based on your question. Let's see how I do. Let's see what happens here. What did I get this time? There we go. La 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 la. The screen is blurry. Let me go ahead and fix that. What's this? Okay. Move off there. So this is a big Anunnaki saga. Wait till we get to Nibiru. Nibiru is gonna be everything is going to change for that one. Here we go, everybody. I think I got it. Is this it? Okay, everybody. Here we go. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to share the screen in a second. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Podclass. Next section. Next question. The only platform, the only place on the planet Earth that we know of, if there's other places, put the link in the room, where the entire class is based on your question. Welcome to the House of ATTON, Ancient Tehutian Teachings of the Neteru. Welcome, everybody, to the House of ATTON. I hope everyone is enjoying it. We are the last organization left to represent our ancient ancestors. No drama, no gossip, no cursing, no chaos, no none of that. How long can a class go without any of that? Just information, facts, references, a personalized ebook made for you based on a question and taught live for you with support. For those who are watching this show and just tuned in for the very first time, welcome to this beautiful phenomenon. You can support the Tehuti Podclass by sending in donations and support with Cash App. That's for PayPal at RockESV, which you see scrolling at the bottom. PayPal. and Cash App. Send your support in. And let's get into the next question. Let me move towards the light. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Go ahead and screen share. And here we go. Boom, boom, and boom, and boom. Well, the next question in this section of the Anunnaki question is that arises, what does the Anunnaki in the stories of these Syrian, quote-unquote Sumerian gods, beings, have to do with us Africans? What a valid, beautiful question. That is a great question. Let me check in if I'm screen sharing. I am. Again, the question arises, the question sent in. Shout out to Mike Ferg1. Is it Mike Ferg? Mike Ferg 100. Now the question arises, what does the Anunnaki and the stories of these Syrian, quote-unquote Sumerian gods, beings, have to do with us Africans? Let me go ahead and put the timer on. We're going to reset. Timer starts now. Question arises, what does the Anunnaki and the stories of these Sumerian gods, beings, have to do with us Africans? Let's go, everybody. Here we go. People that are quote-unquote Kemetic, when you go to those teachers that are popular Kemetic teachers, they may say, what does the Anunnaki have to do with us? And for that, we will go to the most popular story in Africa. What is the most popular written story in all of Africa? Do you know that the most popular written story in all of African history? Do you all know what it is? I gave you a glimpse of the name. It goes back to, one of the versions go back to 1160 BC. It's the most popular story in Africa in the entire world. That is the contendings of Set and Heru. Literally, there's no story in all of Africa that has ever come out in history that is more popular than the Battle of Set and Horus. You can walk up to a 12-year-old and say, who did Set fight? Horus. You can go to a country and you can go to Garth Brooks. Have you heard of Horus and Set? Yes, of course. Yeah, Horus and Set. Horus and Set. You can go anywhere. It is the most popular African story in all of Earth's history. Is the story of the contendings of Heru and Set, which is a continuation of the story of Asar, Nebtet, and Aset, which led to Heru being born and him fighting in Horus and Set, the most popular story in African history. Let's go to it, because if we want to find out, what does the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? Let's go to the writing of us Africans. Nook Panook already put fire. He already knows what's about to happen. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Welcome. Entire screen. Here we go, everybody. It's gonna be a nice one. Boom, 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 and boom. Let's go to the story, everybody. It should be sharing there. It is. So sheets and 9 verso sheets, and here it is right here. 1160 BC. It's a little bit blurry. Contendings of Horus and Set, and this is the actual ancient African writing. This is the actual, for lack of a better word, we're going to deal with Africa in a moment after in this class here. So-called Africa. Here it is right here. Here's the actual papyrus when it was rolled up, and here's the papyrus unrolled. Now found, called the Chester Betty Papyrus. This is 1160 BC, contendings of Heru and Set. Let's go inside of it and check out and see what these writings say. So, in the midst of the fight between Heru and Set, this happens. The Ennead, which is the Paut, Pesjet, the 9, the Paut, then said to Benedijed, the great living netter, they have been adjudged already in the primeval time. One are the truths court. Then the 9 said to Tehuti in the presence of the universal Neb, Please draw up a letter to Neith the Great, the Neter's mother, in the name of the Universal Lord, or as they may put, Nebuchadnezzar, the bull who resides in Enu, that they call Heliopolis. Tehuti said, I'll do so. Yes, I'll do so. I'll do so. I love the ancient Nile Valley writings because they always repeat themselves. Either they repeat themselves, not always, but they repeat themselves doubly or triply. It is so beautiful. Even when they talk, there has to be an entendre in it. So he said, I'll do so, yes. That should be the end of the answer. He repeated again, I'll do so, I'll do so. That's 3 I'll do so, just to keep it a trinity. Then he sat down to draw up the letter and wrote, the king of Upper and Lower Kemet, 2 lands in the Heliopolitan, or the Anu, the solar disk that illuminates the 2 lands with its sheen, the Nile, almighty flooding, Ra, Herakuti, while Neith, the great Neter's mother, who illuminated the first face, is alive, healthy, rejuvenated, the living manifestation of the Nebuchadnezzar, the bull of Heliopolis, the bull of Enu, being the good king of Kemet. To wit, I, your humble servant, spent all night on Osiris's behalf, inquiring about the 2 lands each day, while Sobek endures forever. What are we going to do with these 2 individuals, that is Heru and Set? This Tehuti speaking to Neith, who for 80 years now have been in court, but no one has been able to judge between the 2. Please write us, what are we to do? Then Neith the Great, Neter's mother, sent a letter to the 9, award the office to Osar, to his son Heru. And then I skip down here. Blatant acts of injustice which are improper, or I shall become so furious that the sky touches the ground. And let the Nebuchadnezzar, the bull who resides in Enu, be told, enrich Set in his possessions, give him Anat and Astarte, your 2 daughters, and install Heru in the position of his father. Who are these beings mentioned in this African story? Astarte and Anat. Well, let's look up Astarte in a simple search. That's easy for anyone to do. Astarte, what does it say? Hellenized form of the ancient Near Eastern god, Attart, and it goes on to say Ishtar, also called Ishtar. Astarte was worshipped from the Bronze Age through the classical antiquity, and her name is particularly associated with her worship in the ancient Levant amongst the Canaanites and the Phoenicians, though she was originally associated with Amorite cities such as Ugarit, Emar, as well as Meri and Elba. She was also celebrated in Egypt, especially during the reign of the Ramesses. Following the importation of foreign cults there, Phoenicians introduced her cult, their colonies they introduced the colonies on the Liberian Peninsula. So, this Astarte is inside of the story of Heru and Set as being one of the wives that should be offered to Set. She was celebrated in Kemet, especially by the Ramesses. I remember Scribe asked me about the Ramesses celebrating the Anunnaki. Well, here's one reference to it, and then there's so many. But anyways, this is the Ramesses. It was very celebrated. It was celebrated especially during the Ramesses time. Okay, she was okay. And who was this Ishtar that was celebrated in Africa, especially by Ramesses? And as we see, she goes back far before Ramesses. She is mentioned in the time of the Zep Tepi. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, Zep Tepi is the time before the pharaohs. That's what the ancient Nile Valley people wrote, that before the pharaohs' rule, there was a time where the Neter were ruling on the planet, and that was called the Zep Tepi, which goes back over 40,000 years ago. And in those stories of 40,000 years ago, Astarte is mentioned in that battle between Set and Heru, that was prior to the human pharaohs, according to the writings of our ancestors. So who was she? Who was Astarte? Who was Ishtar? Well, have you ever wondered why you call those lights in the sky stars? Why do you call that symbol on your computer an asterisk? Why do you call it that? That is because of Ishtar, from where those words come from. The word astar and a star and the asterisk comes from Ishtar. That's the reason why you have that on your computer. That's the reason why they call that symbol on your computer that looks like this. You know that symbol they call the asterisk? That's the star of Ishtar and the star of Shamash. Literally, the word star is from Estar. It's from her name. And you're calling on your computer an Ishtar. You're calling it an asterisk from Ishtar. And it looks like this. Stars in the sky don't look like this. A star is a ball of fire. This is Ishtar's symbol that you calling an asterisk on your computer. And you're using the word star. That's from her. That's from this sister right here. Or as Khalid Muhammad would say, look at those big lips. Look at that wide nose. Look at those big lips. That's a black woman from a... So this is Ishtar right here with this straight Nigerian face. I mean, she looks like so many Nigerian women. This Ishtar right here with this huge Nigerian face, nose, wide nose, thick-lipped goddess right here, worshipped in Africa by Ramesses. Her name is Ishtar, worshipped by Ramesses, the most powerful. Ramesses, the most powerful of any African king there ever was. So here she is. This is Ishtar. This image is found on the Akkadian Empire seal going back 1,100 years before Ramesses in 2,350 BC. And there she is again. You want to get a good look at her? There she is. There is Ishtar. Looks like she's straight from Ghana. Here's Ishtar right here. Where can Ishtar be referenced and who is she with? Let me take you to the indigenous writings of the Ishtar tablets and the 7 demons. We're going to go to the indigenous writings translation of the Ishtar tablets and the 7 demons. I'm going to take you right to the actual transliteration. Here it is right here on line 25. And you'll see right here, here's the word Ishtar right here. Ishtar. What does this actually say here? Sin ilu samas u ilu Ishtar supak semi ani sutet suti suri uktinu. Who is this saying right here? What is this line saying? And look at this up here. Inusi ilu ilil inlil, and there's ENKI Ia. Uh-oh. What does this say? The overthrowing of Adad, mighty destroyer, they are. At the right of Adad, stalking, are they? In the height of heaven, like lightning, flashing, are they. To wreak destruction forward, go they. In the broad heaven, the home of Anu, the king, evilly do they arise, and none to oppose. When Ilil, which is Enlil, heard these tidings, a pain in his heart, he pondered with ENKI. That's Ia. Ia is ENKI. It means the abode, Lord of the waters, abode of the waters. Ia. Exalted Masu of the gods. He took counsel, Sin, Shamash, and Ishtar, whom he had set to order the vault of the heaven. With Anu, he divided lordship of the whole heaven. To these things, 3 gods of his offspring. Day and night without ceasing he ordained to stand. When the 7 evil gods stormed the vault, that's why they call this the 7 demons of Ishtar tablets. Before the gleaming sin, they set themselves angrily. So there's Ishtar right there mentioned in this ancient tablet. Boom. Ishtar is one of the Anunnaki. Uh-oh. She's there with Enlil, who we just taught about in the last class. And she's there with ENKI. Again, there's ENKI again. So ENKI, Enlil, who are the Anunnaki, they're there with Ishtar. And they're right there in the African story, the history of Heru, found in the ancient Anunnaki tablets, such as Ishtar's Descent to the Underworld, located in the British Museum, 700 BC. So we find Ishtar there with her family, there with ENKI and Enlil, the most popular of all the Anunnaki, ENKI and Enlil. And she's also there in the Heru and Set story, in the African story. And now we're going to go to the Ishtar's Descent to the Underworld, located in the British Museum, 700 BC. And there's the actual tablet right there. We find Ishtar's Descent to the Underworld story. And celebrated in Africa by the most famous, most powerful African ruler in the world. Not just Ramesses I, not just Ramesses II, the Ramessides period. There was 11 of them. She was honored, especially before Ramesses' family, but she was honored by the most powerful African rulers in Earth's history. The Ramesses family is the most powerful, quote-unquote, African family in Earth's history. What is an example of the veneration and praise? So what's an example when it says that she was highly celebrated? She was venerated and praised in the Ramesses period. So what's an example of how she was praised? How did the praise of this Anunnaki Ishtar go? Let me take you to the prayer hymn of Ishtar. Here's Ishtar again. On the Ishtar on the Akkadian Empire seal, 2350 BC to 2150 BC. How did her praise go? Let's see what they were doing. Let's see how the praise of Ishtar was. Prayer to Ishtar, Queen of Heaven, Goddess of the universe. You are the Holy One of women and men, the one who walked in terrible chaos and brought life by the law of love, and out of chaos brought us harmony, and from chaos she has led us by the hand. Women of women, Goddess knows no equal. She who decrees destiny of the people, highest ruler of the world, sovereign of heaven. Doesn't it sound like the prayers in the Bible to God and the prayers to Allah in the Quran? Uh-oh. But it's to a woman. Uh-oh. They have to remove this. Goddess, even of those who live in heaven. Uh-oh. Who lives in heaven? What's happening? With Ishtar, there is counsel and women, counsel and wisdom. So Goddess, even of those who live in heaven. With Ishtar, there is counsel and wisdom. The fate of everything she holds in her hand. Joy comes from her every glance. She is the power, the magnificence. She is the spirit that guides. Be it maiden or mother. Women, remember her. And call her name, O Shining One. That's where they got the word Luic cipher. O Shining One, and they turned Ishtar into Luic cipher, which it became Lucifer, which they turned her from the high exalted woman into the devil of the Bible, Lucifer. O Shining One, you stop the anger of all other deities. You care for the oppressed and the mistreated, each day offering them your help. You are the one who gleams the brightest in the midst of all the other deities. This goes back 1600 BC. This is the veneration and celebration that we're giving to Ishtar. Right here. This Ghanaian, Nigerian looking sister right here in Africa. And then there is the Anunnaki ANAT, remember? In the most popular African story in the world, the story of Heru and Set, the battle of Heru and Set, it mentions that Set is going to be given 2 wives are going to be offered to him. Ishtar and ANAT. So who's ANAT? There's an Anunnaki again. Can we find this name, this Anunnaki name, in any African royalty's name? Now remember, Ramesses worship Ishtar and Anunnaki. So there in Africa, Ramesses, not just one Ramesses, but the Ramessids period, was especially worshiping the Anunnaki Ishtar, and worship before that as a story that existed in the Zep Tepi time, which goes back to the Kemetians, say 40,000 years. That's way before the Kemet as you know it today. So we have the worship of an Anunnaki. Now we're going to go to Ramesses' daughter's name, because you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the rulers, pharaohs, and high exalted, and everybody in Kemet was very particular about the frequency of their Ren. Their name was extremely important to them. Let's go to Ramesses' daughter's name. Here we go. We're going to go to this section here in JustStore. Very, very good research platform, JustStore. And it says journal article, Bidi Ya, daughter of Pharaoh, and Binti Anat, daughter of Ramesses II. Biblica, volume 79, number 3, 1998. Page 394, 408, 15 pages, published by Peters Publisher. So Ramesses II's daughter was Anat. What? Here's Bint Anat. Bint Anat. There's Ramesses' daughter, was likely born during the reign of his grandfather Seti. Her mother was Isenefret, one of the two most prominent wives of Ramesses II. Her name is Semitic, meaning daughter of Anath, referring to the Canaanite goddess Anath. There's the Canaanite area again, the same Anunnaki, the same Ramesses. Now we're at Ramesses II. Now we're being specific. Not just the whole Ramesses family, which were the most powerful African rulers in all of Earth's history, but Ramesses II, who was actually the most powerful. Ramesses II, that's the one everybody is speaking of. Ramesses II's daughter was called Bin Anat, named after an Anunnaki. Her mother was Isenefret. You know what the Matrix people say? Your Matrix teacher? Oh, well, see, the Ramesses was what you need to recognize. What you need to recognize is the Ramesses were just they were giving credit to the foreigners, and they they were giving tribute to the foreigners. What you need to recognize is and what we recognize is that who told you that? Who is the foreigner? His wife? Let me get this straight, sir. Ramesses was trying to what's it called? What did they say? They make up these stories, empathize with the foreigners, and he was taking foreign wives, and so he named one of his daughters to appease the foreigner. None of this is written in history. Nowhere does it say Ramesses did any of this. This is just coming from La La Land and Papa Smurf world. Nowhere does it say this. They're just making this up. No. Ramesses' daughter was named after an Anunnaki. While he worshipped another Anunnaki named Ishtar, he worshipped the same Anunnaki that's mentioned in his African story of HERU. And let me get this straight. So the daughter was named after an Anunnaki because he was emphasizing because he had a foreign wife, but his wife's name was Isenefret, a Medunetter name. So his wife had... So his name is RAMESSES, a Medunetter word. His wife's name is Isenefret, a Medunetter word. But to appease to his wife and his foreign wife, who is not of the Medunetter, he named they switched culture, and the daughter took on the Anunnaki name, and the wife took on a Medunetter name because they switched cultures and tribute of each other. No. Ramesses, your African ruler, the most powerful African ruler in the planet, celebrated the Anunnaki. Not just that Ramesses, the Ramesses, plural. That particular Ramesses named his daughter after the Anunnaki that's in the Heru and Set story. While her mother had a Medunetter name. Why? Because Ramesses had no problem as an African man worshiping this Ghanaian-looking deity of the Anunnaki. Not a problem at all. No problem at all. Nope. Not at all. But your Kemetic teacher and conscious woke black, pro-black, black, bro, pro, blackity, black, African black doesn't seem to mention Ishtar in any of his teachings. Because that's a Sumerian. Sumerian, nothing to do with us. I'm better than, I know better than Ramesses. I'm better. I'm more knowledgeable than Ramesses. Let Ramesses do all the Anunnaki worship. Me, I'm here on YouTube, the Kemetic priest. I'm not going to mention Ishtar at all. Forget about ANAT. Ramesses was wrong. We're smarter than Ramesses. We know better. And we're just going to stick with the Nibiru and not even mention who Ramesses, who will destroy you. Ramesses will... Let me grab that YouTube person and just, I wish I had the butterfly effect. Let me throw you through the tunnel back to 1200 BC and sit there with your Kemetic priest, fake new age garb and your new self and look up at Ramesses. You're wrong, Ramesses. We know better in 2023. I got a YouTube channel and a shrine. I'm better than you, Ramesses. How dare you? You're going against the code. As you're talking, the alligator is already spinning your arm off. Let's get back to it, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Let's see what's going on. How these New Age Kemetic teachers are going to teach us Ramesses was wrong. Let's go. Ramesses is wrong, and you and your YouTube channel is right. Here it is. So she's named after the Anunnaki Anat. Boom. Ramesses, the African pharaoh's daughter, with the Anunnaki's name, with the Medunetter mother's name, as a part of this African veneration. Uh-oh. That is the way you venerate a deity. You literally name your seed after the deity. What more powerful move could you make than that? You name your actual daughter after the goddess of the Anunnaki. Let me take you to another African popular story, the War of Heru Behutet on the Temple of Edfu. You know, like Dr. Ben said, when you go to the Temple of Edfu, you see the story of Jesus. So let's go to the Temple of Edfu. Let's go right there to the Temple of Edfu. Here it is. And that's translation on the walls of the Temple of Edfu. And in the 363rd year of Ra Herakuti, wait a minute, Ra the sun has a year? I thought Ra was the sun. It's a principle of, but he's ruling for 363rd year. Okay, so on the 363rd year of Ra, who liveth forever and ever, his majesty was Takens, and his soldiers were with him. The enemy did not conspire against their lord, their Neb, and the land is called Uauatet unto this day. And Ra set out on his expedition on his boat, and his followers were with him, and he arrived at the Uther's Heru, which lay to the west of this nome, and to the east of the canal Pakhenu, which was called and is damaged to this day. And Heru Behutet was in the boat of Ra. And he said unto his father, Ra Herakuti, I see that the enemies are conspiring against their master, their sustainer. Let thy fairy serpent gain the mastery over them. There's some damage. And then line 8:1. 13. Then 13:1. Then the majesty of Ra Herakuti said unto the divine Ka Heru Behutet, O son of Ra, thou exalted one, who did proceed from me, overthrow the enemies who are before thee straight away. And Heru Behuti flew up into the horizon in the form of the great wind disk, for which reason he's called the great God, Lord of writings, heaven to this day. And when he saw the enemies in the heights of the heaven, he set out to follow after them in the form of a great winged circular object. They put a disc and he attacked them. I'm going to skip all the way. Here's the war. Here it is right here. In line 4, and Heru Behutit said, "Advance, O Ra, and look thou upon the enemies who are lying under this land. Thereupon thy majesty of Ra set out on the way, and the goddess Ashtaroth, Astarte, Ashtaroth, was with him. And he saw his enemies overthrown." Wait a minute. In the battle of Heru and Set, while Heru was fighting the enemies, who was with Heru while he was fighting these enemies? These are the enemies that are attacking Ra. Who's with Heru here? Ishtar. And Anunnaki is now with Heru fighting the enemies. Your Kemetic teacher taught you about Ishtar and Heru? On the temple of Edfu, when you see they stole the Jesus story, forget about the Ishtar part. Forget the goddess. The Anunnaki. Don't worry about that. It's on the temple of Edfu, and it told what happened to Ishtar. Ishtar's in the story and in the other story with Heru. She's there with the fight. Did they tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Did they tell you when Heru was fighting the enemies of Ra, Ishtar's right by his side? Ishtar's his right-hand lady. She's with him. It says she was with him in this fight while the enemies are being shot down, and Ishtar's right there. That's Heru's right-hand lady. Did they tell you that? No? Because they're ashamed? They leave that part out? Heru was such a great warrior, the valiant warrior, the son of Osiris, the great warrior Heru, with Ishtar right beside him, helping him fight. Forget that part. Scratch that out, please. Nothing's going on here. That's their psyops matrix. They hate it. They hate that that's in there. They never. Your Kemetic teacher taught you about Heru and Ishtar fighting? Press 1 if your Kemetic teacher taught you about Heru and Ishtar fighting together. Press a 1 and then give me page number and YouTube timestamp. Press a 1 if your Kemetic teacher taught you about Heru and Ishtar fighting together with each other, and then give me the timestamp, the book page number that your teacher mentioned that. So why from the time of Dr. Ben from the 1960s it's 2024? Why have you never heard this before? Why has there been thousands of Kemetic teachers? You got the shrine, you got the priest, you're the teacher, you're this, you're the all these things from 1960s to 2024, and they leave a part out that Heru had a partner that was an Anunnaki in the fight on his side. Let's forget about that part. We're smarter than Heru. We're smarter than the scribe. We did better than. Pass me the McDonald's. So here we go, everybody. There is Ishtar right there with Heru fighting that they never taught you about. Boom. Ishtar again, and the story of Horus in the war. Why does your Kemetic pro-black African teacher never mention this when he always is talking about the Jesus story being stolen from Horus? Why is Ishtar the Anunnaki never mentioned? Because your current teacher is not prepared to elaborate and is ashamed of the fact that the ancient Nile Valley people also worship the Anunnaki. So what did the Anunnaki and their worshippers look like? How did they depict themselves in that area that people are calling Iraq today? So people argue and say, well, you know, forget about African. They're not even. That's not even black people. That's over in the Iraqi area. They look like the Arabs, and that's a different culture. How did they depict themselves? How did they depict the Anunnaki and themselves. When they depicted themselves in that area, they depicted themselves imitating the echo of their Anunnaki. So how did they look? How did these people look? Let's take a look and see. Let's see what happened. And it's telling me how these people be treated in the 1700s in America. Tell me how these people look right here. Here we go. Here's the worshippers of the Anunnaki depicting themselves as Anunnaki. That's how the ancient Ashurian kings depicted themselves. They had an image of Marduk, Anu, and they imaged and copied themselves in the image of Marduk and Anu. Let's take a look and see what they look like. I'm curious. I'm just really curious. Let me see if we're gonna see Tom Cruise or Saddam Hussein. I don't know. We're gonna see a pale Arab. Let me see how they depict themselves. Let's see. There are the Anunnaki. That's how they depict them. That's how they depict their kings that are imitating, even down to the pose, down to the way the hairstyle was, the coloration of the skin, the hand that's sticking up like that. That's the ukulu. That's the ukulu with the hand up like that. That is how they depict the Anunnaki. That's how they depict. This is from the capital of Nineveh. There's my great-grandfather. Is that my great-grandfather? That's my great-grandfather right there. There she is. Look how the nose is so wide that it has to cover a quarter of his whole face. There it is. There's the depiction of the Anunnaki and the Assyrian kings that actually imitate the Anunnaki. Okay, this is ASTARTE from 681 to 699 BC. There you go. What would they do with this man here? What would they do with this man here in the 1600s? If this man landed in front of Christopher Columbus, if this man landed in the middle of slavery without this attire on, what would they do with him? This is my great-grandfather right here. That's how the depictions of the Anunnaki and their followers depicted themselves. Well, now we see a mixture of the two, because now we're going to go to the World History Encyclopedia, the Egyptian stela of a Syrian mercenary. So we're going to go to a Kemetic, a Nile Valley Medu Neter written stela, and it's going to show two people. One is of Ashur, of the Anunnaki people, that they're calling Syrian from the Ashur, and one is going to be his Kemetic wife. Let's take a look at them and see how they look. Uh-oh. That looks like my cousin Kev right there. There's cousin Kev. There's Aunt Veronica. There's cousin Kev. There's Aunt Veronica. Can you please tell me the difference between her, him, and him? These are the same people. This man here is the worshiper of what these men are depicting, the Anunnaki. There it is. So when the Kemetic woman saw the people of the Anunnaki, and the people of the Anunnaki saw the Kemetic woman, they're the same people. They look the same. That's how they depict themselves. At least those people there. Is that an African man? I'll let you decide. With all this that the ancient people wrote and saw in what we are calling quote-unquote Africa, where does the modern day confusion arise as to whether or not the Anunnaki have anything to do with Africans? Where does that even concept arrive from? Well, the confusion comes about because we're in the matrix trying to categorize ourselves based on slave conquistador labels such as the word African. The reality was that there was no Africa at this time. There's no such thing as Africa when Ramesses ruled. There's no Africa, and the concept of Africa changes per every few years. So depending on the time you live in, you would be arguing over a different definition of Africa. There's not one definition of this place called Africa, and it actually changes based on what the conquistador changes the map to, which means there's no ancient quote-unquote African map of Africa. Let me come to the screen and say it loud. There's no ancient African map of a place called Africa. That means the ancient Africans were not proud of any place called Africa. They didn't even have a map on it. They didn't even care about such a place. And the map of Africa actually changes, which I'm going to show you every few years. So depending on the year that you live in, you'll be in one part of the world saying, I'm an African, I'm fighting for Africa, I'm an African man, I'm an African man. And you go a few years later, and that part is X'd out. And now your child's child who's born in the same place where you were 100 years ago saying, I'm an African, I'm an African. Your great-great-grandson is saying, I'm this, and those are the Africans. But then you go back to his father's time, I'm an African. Because it changes. If a place changes and changes and changes, there's no such thing. And if it's changing from your oppressor, there's definitely no such thing that you should be proud of. Nobody should be proud of being an African. We should not be basing our wisdom and knowledge on terms that were given by the conquistador who changes the map. And then we determine what we are based on his definition, because he's your daddy. The slave master was taught that he's your papa. So he named you. That's why you're Jeffer's son. You're the son of Jeffer. That's why you're Washington and you're James' son. And you're all these different Jack's son. You're the son of Jack. The European considered you their children. And just like a papa, your mother and papa named you and you had no say-so in the matter. So seeing you as an inferior, dark-skinned, melanated person, he assumed that he could name you too. And then you grew up in ignorance and got proud of the name and started trying to justify. Now you're reverse reasoning. Now you have the name because of slavery, because the oppressor named you that, and now you're proud of it. We'll see that Africa is Afurakanu, Afurakaitnut, and see it's Afur, Afu, Ra. Hear the word Ra in there? It's Afu, Ra, and the Ka. You see the Ka is inside of you, so it's Afu, and it's Ra, and it's Ka. No, it's none of that. Why? Because if it was that, Ramesses would have wrote about it. You tell me you know about the Metaneta words Afu, Ra, and Ka, and Ramesses didn't? How vain and egotistical of you modern day Kemetic people. You know Africa is Afu, Ra, and the Ka. And the Nile Valley culture didn't know that for 4,000 years. There's nowhere in the Nile Valley culture where they put Afru and Ra and Ka and made this boundary and saying this is Africa. Africa unite, Africa unite. How come they didn't do it? How come no ancient African cared about Africa? Show me an ancient African caring about Africa and we will PayPal you, Cash App you $1,000 tonight. Show me pre-conquistador, any ancient Metaneta writing, any ancient scribe writing about some place called Africa that they're we should unite and Africa unite, and show me anyone caring about Africa. How come nobody cared about Africans after slavery? Because you thought Africa was one place. It's multiple places, ladies and gentlemen. There's no one place called Africa. They named it that. How can you be proud of something that they named us? They named it something and you got pride in their boundary system. As long as they have a boundary system, they're changing the agenda and the psyops. So Ramesses didn't say, the Anunnaki, they're not African. Africa unite, Africa unite. They're not African. No, I'm African. You're Saudi Arabian. They never had such a concept. They never knew of such a thing. If so, your Cash App is waiting for you. Your Cash App is waiting for you. $1,000 will Cash App you. Show me your ancient ancestors talking about a place called Africa. Cash App is waiting. So you care about it. And the actual people that were there for over 20,000 years didn't care about any such a place. They didn't consider it one landmass. Why? Because it was ruled by different people. They cared about the landmass that you have control over. There's no such thing as continents in ancient times. They never cared about such a thing. You care about it because you're confused. You're confused, so you care about what the European told you to care about. Let's get back to the Podclass. No ancient person cared about such a place. Here it is, everybody. Here's Africa. Here it is. 1554, Sebastian Munster. Here's Africa. Look at this. So if you're in 1554 under this map, guess what? Look at where Ethiopia and Libya is. Let me blow it up for you a little bit. Look at Ethiopia and Libya. Get a look at your Africa. Here's Libya right here. Here, look where these places are. Here's Africa right here. You see it? You see it right there? That's African. That's the map there. Look at where Ethiopia is. Look where everything is. Isn't Ethiopia supposed to be somewhere down here? Look where these places are. There it is. So if you were living in this time, going by the conquistadors' division of these lands, you would think that this part here is the Africa. Here's Africa right here. This part. You see it? Africa. And look at where's Ethiopia, where's Libya, where's everything here that we know of today? You would have a different pride, and that pride is given to you by a slave master. Look where Ethiopia and Libya is. Do you agree with that today? Do you agree with this map today? No. Would you agree with it if you were in that 1554? Yes, because you agree with whatever, just like you agree with whatever the map is today. In 100 years from now, when they change Africa, when the European changed Africa to another place, I don't agree with what they did in 2024. That's the old news. Who changed it? Your rulers? Well, you would, under the oppressor, if you lived in 1554, you would fight for these regions being Africa, because he said so. So as long as the slave master said so, that's what you fight for. Hey, here's this one. Look at this map. Here's another one. This is the colonizable of Africa. They have different color coordinates at the bottom. Look at the color coordinates. You have light pink, yellow, a kind of a beige, and a brown. For the pink, of course, the closest to white is the healthiest. The yellow area is the fairly healthy. You see that? And of course, the brown part is extremely. This is the extreme place you can't live. So as you get lighter in coloration, as you get darker, it becomes worse. So you have a pink part right here, healthy. Here's the pink part. Let's find the gray part. Here's the gray part right above it, right there. There we go. The gray part right there. That's habitable to the colonizer, because this is the Africa. Remember, this map is called habitable, colonizable areas in Africa. Now the yellow part, let's see what the yellow part is. Here's some yellow right here. Okay, you all agree. This is Africa right here. Wonderful. There's pink and there's yellow. Wonderful. There's the beige kind of part. Wait, what's this? Yellow here. What? Wait a minute. I'm confused. Yellow. Does that say Arabia? Wait, what's this? Sahara, Arabia. Is this yellow? Hey, this is yellow. Wait, what is this map called? Colonizability of Africa. And the yellow is the fairly healthy. And yellow has Arabia in it. Uh-oh. Are you going to fight for this Africa? If you're on this map, you would. And now Ethiopia is in a different place. Libya is in a different place. And now Africa is not up here anymore. And now Arabia is yellow. Arabia is considered Africa. Fight for your right. Fight for your right. Boom. Now, quote unquote, Africa, under the yellow, fairly healthy Africa, contains Iraq, Saudi Arabia. Do you know where that is? That's the area that the ancient Anunnaki stories come from. So yes, they are African. They're worshipped in Africa under the Ramesses. They're in the ancient oldest stories of HERU and Set. And if you're going by this map, by the habitable, colonizable lands of Africa, Saudi Arabia is the part of Africa. It's only separated by a few feet, called the Suez Canal. It's a fake canal that was made where they cut a piece of area in the land and made a fake canal. So Arabia is connected to Africa. And they knew it, and that's why it's yellow. And all of these stories of the Anunnaki come from this part of what you're calling Africa. But now you don't call this Africa again anymore because of racism. And they change it again on you. And you agree to the change. Your ancestors never changed it. None of your leaders changed it. But you agree because that's my daddy. That's what my daddy says Africa is. That's what we say. What the daddy, you say the Africa, yellow Africa? Okay, yellow Africa. I did, yeah, yellow did daddy. So whatever he says it is, none of your rulers designated anything called Africa. The ancient Anunnaki of cattle agriculture, we're back to ENKI again, whose symbol was the serpent, also called through time the NAGA, We're going to go to VA 243 Berlin, Vertestatia Museum, depictions of the ancient plow. So that goes back to 2350 to 2150. And here is the image of the ancient plow associated with Enki. Enki, who was the god of cattle and agriculture. In the part of Africa, when it was Africa, before they changed it to something else, when it was Africa, this African story was of Enki, and he was the god of the plow in that particular area. And there's the depiction right there. Show you the wheat. Why? Because you're dealing with an agricultural society, just like Kemet. You're dealing with agriculture. There's the plow again. There's the star, because the plowers, the farmers, are going by the stars and the seasons. And there is the star again. There is the plow right there. And the god of agriculture, the Anunnaki, was called Enki. He was also associated with Naga. So Enki was of agriculture, the plow and cattle. He was a teacher of farming, how to grow your farms, how to raise your cattle. That was Enki. He's also depicted as the serpent. Here's the ancient Anunnaki, Ga-Appen. That's wood plow. That's the word Ga-Appen. There's the wood plow right there that the ancient teachings say that Enki brought. He brought farming, agriculture to that area, and the raising of the cattle, how to raise your farm. He's the great ancient farmer. And as a matter of fact, here is Enki again, and now he's depicted with the star, and he's half serpent. Get a good look, ladies and gentlemen. He's depicted as a Naga type being. See, half his body is a serpent. There's the star of agriculture again, Enki again, but he's half serpent. So he was considered a god of Anunnaki of agriculture, and he was also considered a Naga type creature. A Naga type being. This Naga symbolism is all throughout the ancient world. I did many classes on the Naga. Naga and Nakath was an ancient acknowledged word for the serpent, the wisdom of the cobra expanding, called the Naga. So that's Enki right there. So the MAASAI tribe in African, they call it Zulu. In all reality, even though they call it the Zulu tribe, MAASAI is independent of the Zulu. But if you want to look it up, there are some people that refer to the MAASAI as the Zulu tribe. It actually, in reality, is not. But for looking up purposes, you may find under there. But you can just type in MAASAI without the Zulu, because they're not even Zulu. So they're called the MAASAI. Their own independent tribe. Africans, absolutely, 100%. These are Africans. Okay, so we're gonna go to the African Encyclopedia, edited by Molifi Keti Ashante Amamazama, page 397, to see the story of agriculture that was brought to Earth according to the African MAASAI, and the name that brought it for them to maintain. So according to page 397 of the encyclopedia, African Encyclopedia, edited by Molifi Keti, the MAASAI tribe worships a god that brought agriculture and cattle down to Earth. There was a separation from Earth and space, and the cattle was brought down. The knowledge of the cattle was brought down to Earth for them to maintain here on Earth when there was a separation. Here it is, Encyclopedia of African Religion, and this is by Molifi Kete Ashante Amamazama 2. Let me blow this up again. Looks a little bit like Ishtar. Does that look like Ishtar? Looks like Ishtar to me. A little bit like Ishtar right there. Okay, let's go. So here we go, everybody. We're going to go ahead and read this. Let's see what it says here about the MAASAI tribe. According to the MAASAI mythological narratives, in the beginning, the sky and earth were one. All the cattle of the world belonged to Nagai. There's the Nagai again. It belonged to Nagai. However, it happened the sky and the earth separated, and the Nagai and its cattle were no longer on earth. However, given the cattle's subsistence depended on the availability of grass, Nagai decided to send all the cattle down to the MAASAI. asking them to look after the animals. The cattle descended by means of a long rope made of a wild fig tree's roots, thus making that tree a sacred plant amongst the Maasai. That tree, known as Oriti in the Maa language, consequently plays an important role in the Maasai ritual ceremonies because it connects the living to God. That connection was disrupted when a hunter of Tarubu, the neighboring people, descent jealousy of God's gift of cattle to the Maasai, took it upon himself to cut the rope, thus creating a gap between the sky and the earth, interrupting the flow of cattle from God to the living. So the Naga is the God energy of the God that was separated from the earth, but there was a connection from the earth to wherever this Naga was, and cattle was brought for the Maasai to oversee and maintain. This was by the Naga. Okay. Boom. Cattle agriculture according to the Zulu Maasai. And once again, people say, well, Tehuti is not technically Zulu. I know it's not. Just that you can find it by typing this in, or you can just type in Zulu. I do not agree that the Maasai are a part of the Zulu, but some people say that, and you can find that in the word search through that. So they're actually agriculture according to the Maasai tribe, brought from the sky to earth for them to care for by something called the Naga. The Naga. Okay. Wonderful. The Naga. Okay, let's go ahead and see a little bit more here. Guess what? The Naga divinity that taught agriculture to the African Maasai tribe was called. Let's go 397. It's Naga's name. Maasai people live in East Africa. They may have separated from the Neolithic groups as early as 1,000 years ago and moved onto what is known today as the countries of Sudan and Uganda. This split was followed by two major migration waves. One might have occurred 300 years ago or earlier, the second one in the 18th century. These migratory movements account for the Maasai's present-day location in Kenya and Tanzania. The Maasai are primarily the pastoral people, agriculture. The pastoral people, although few amongst them devote their time to energy and agriculture. So it's all a land culture. So some are pastoral, and then some devote their time to their energy to agriculture. Why? Because of the Naga who brought it down to teach them. The Maasai believe in one supreme God, Naga. So their God is called Naga, the God of agriculture that came from somewhere up above the earth down to give them the cattle to take care of. He's called the Naga, also named ENKI, the supreme god is androgynous, both male and female. Naga is primordial dwelling, the mountain god. ENKI. Hotep, I'm done. Matrix broken. Support the Tehuti Podclass if you appreciate this. Those are my two snakes, Ishtar and Set. Please support with Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. You can write your tip. You can call it African Anunnaki, whatever you want to call it. Please send your tips of support to that right there. And yes, as the names and as the culture has passed on throughout the years, it's just the same concept. They had no problem with the Naga, ENKI, bringing the cattle, the agriculture god. They had no problem with any. Ramesses had no problem. They had no problem with this. So boom. What do the Anunnaki have to do with us Africans? More than the Africans, because there actually is no Africans. So Africa is a made-up concept that changes consistently, and Saudi Arabia is a part of Africa. It doesn't matter because they made us love physical land masses and not a way of life. Now you have a pride in the physical land mass, which you shouldn't. You should have absolutely no pride in a physical land mass. You should only have pride in what you have created. You did not create any kind of land mass. Now when you get together and you have the power to territorialize a landmass, and you have wisdom and culture and ways of life, and there's borders and there's an army, and you protect that based on your belief system that everybody agrees to. Now that's your landmass. Africa was never a landmass that any king protected or had pride in, and Saudi Arabia was a part of it, according to the silly matrix mind state who invented this place called Africa. And some days I feel Saudi Arabia is a part of it. Some days it's not. You know, some days Africa is a little area right there. Yeah, I'm going to put Ethiopia right there. Let's put Ethiopia down there. Let's make the Suez Canal and separate a couple 100 feet, and now it's Saudi Arabia, a separate place, and the Saudi Arabians are not Africans. Who cares? Not the ancient people. Why? Because they were too busy trying to be disciplined, living an actual lifestyle, not proud of an African landmass. They have you confused, calling yourself something that you have nothing to do with, nothing at all to do with. I tell people that day in, day out. I want everybody, I'm going to put the link in the room. I tell people this day in, day out. You have nothing to do with any landmass unless you have something to do with that landmass. Understand? That's the lazy route out. When you say you're African and you're sitting in Dunkin' Donuts eating donuts, you're sitting in the middle of the hood somewhere saying, I'm African. I'm African. Oh, make some decisions in this place. What do you have? What control? What do you have to do with that? Nothing at all. Nothing whatsoever. Whatsoever. Now go somewhere, create a landmass area with boundaries, and put some work into it. You know, like the Kemetians didn't claim Africa; they claimed the Nile Valley. You see, and the people of Libya over in that area, they claimed that area, and they established and created that. And the people over in this area, they established and created that. You are the creators that can go into any area and establish and create an area. If you are not a part of the creation of that area, then you have nothing to be proud of, because you aren't a part of the establishment and you have nothing to do with it. You know what the people were proud of? Their culture. They formed the culture. Then the reason why they formed boundaries around was to protect their culture. Understand, they have you thinking of it backwards. Now the Caucasian just gives you Africa, and you're proud of something that you sitting in the hood eating Chuck E. Cheese. I'm an African, and you did absolutely no work. You're not protecting any land. You have nothing to do with any culture that's in any area, and the landmass changes. Pick a culture. Be disciplined on a culture. Then when you pick a culture, live that life and purify your mind, and then organize with a group of people and set up a landmass, set up an area, and you and those people live in that area, and you call that area something. Don't go the lazy route. My daddy named it Africa. That's me too. My daddy called it. My daddy white man called it Africa, so now that's we're gonna call it. We don't know why. We don't know why we call it that, but that's just what Baba Save Master called that, so we go by him. I am is a human being. So you're just a slave. So I want everybody to break that mind state. We were dedicated to a discipline, and the discipline created the culture. And then to protect the culture, we had soldiers that protected a boundary, so nobody could come in our boundary and take over the culture. Understand that. And that culture is determined by you, not your conquistador. So Ramesses never said, unless anybody can show me in ancient writings, that Ishtar ain't African. Nah, ain't no Ishtar ain't no African. Ishtar ain't African. Nah, man. Come on, I want to know Ishtar. That's not black. I'm not African. No. Ramesses had a disciplined lifestyle. He lived it. And in that lifestyle, he could acknowledge his ancestors because they saw the Nibiru and the Anunnaki as beings. So there was no problem where the person was from, because where you're from is irrelevant. It's what's in your mind state. So I respect Marcus Garvey, even though I'm not from Jamaica. I'm from somewhere else. And if another man pops up in China and he has a respectable man, I can give him or her praise too, because these are beings. All right, everybody. Those who enjoyed that, that's time to do the Nibiru one. What's up, Anu and Antu? What's up, Scribe? That's my answer for there. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to check the tips. I'm going to check the support. You all tell me what you think of that answer. If you can show me that your ancestors created someplace called Africa, we will send Scribe will send you 500. Each of us, everybody that comes to the panel will send you $500. Every man and woman that pops up on the panel, because that's just a distraction, ladies and gentlemen. 200 years from now, Africa is going to be a whole nother place, and they keep changing it every 100 years. What's up, Scribe? How you doing, good brother?
Hotep Great Saba. So should we call it Alkebulan?
Alkebulan was the original name of Africa, now stripped of its fame. Remember that? Yo, we shouldn't call it anything because there's no it. there's no such thing as there's no it, because we can't even find the ancient word for continent. Imagine that. The people that invented language, mathematics, geometry, surgery, agriculture, farming, algebra, calculus, they named the chair. They had name for the grass. They had name for the grasshopper. They had name for the sun. They had name for a piece of wood stick. All of that, but no name for Africa. They had name for an alligator, a lizard, a snake, a name for your foot, a name for your shoulder, a name for a blade of grass, a name for a frog. They had names for everything that they communicated, except for the word continent. I'll be back, everybody. Please support the Tehuti Podclass. I'm done.
Yes, Hotep. Again, that was phenomenal. Especially how he concluded that, and it's a beautiful thing because we see how the influence in the language travels, and that's another thing people always. It's another matrix people always say. Hey, that's Kemet. What does that have to do with West Africa? Or what does that have to do with these other type of and it just continues to keep going deep. So those images that he showed of the kings representing themselves as the Anunnaki were beautiful images. Tua for sharing those, Great Saba. Those were phenomenal. I never saw that second one, so Tua for that one. What up? I mean, what? The whole of course the communication with showing HERU and Set and ASTARTE and I've been doing some research into some things as well, because we know that there was communication back and forth, and we have actual archaeology to verify that. And so there were scribes who could read the Metanetter and the Sugagi. So that was very intriguing to me. And so there is some beautiful information on the communication and how the speaking to each other was still the same veneration and adoration, and actually calling each other brother. Seeing that in the writings, that was phenomenal to me. So to our great Saba Tehuti for this. I saw someone a couple of days ago. I didn't watch the class, but I seen the thumbnail in a certain on a certain show, and man, it was a Hebrew I'll say that. And going through and showing the information, and they pulled up one image which I automatically knew was a fake image, because it was an image of Akhenaten, and it was just it was very evil, because people will put things together and create these images to make connections in places where it's not really connected. And they were showing 3 different cultures, but they faked this image, because I know the original source of the image that was shown, and I knew it was doctored, just to make up connections. And see, the beautiful thing is, we don't have to do that. We don't have to lie and make things up. We can just show what was really there. But people don't do what SABA Tehuti is doing and is teaching us how to do, and to actually go into it and dig and find the research. So there's definitely some very evil people out here who are purposely putting out misinformation to validate their claim on something, and then people take that who don't take the time to go to the original sources of what's being shown, and then it starts spreading. And so now it's that image, that fake image, is on a show that has thousands and thousands of views, that people will look at that and say, oh, okay, well that's a real image, because someone who teaches is putting that information out. So so it's very important that what SABA Tehuti is doing is for us to make sure that we also take the time as students of SABA Tehuti, and as followers of Ma'at, to take our time, like SABA Tehuti does, and to dig and to verify this information that's being put out to the masses, especially on the Anunnaki and on the Nibiru, because we have so much information that's right there for us to get, So to the great Saba for going through those and reading those stories, and for breaking the matrix of a continent, and how everything that we have today was given. And Brother Tef was talking about the first class that SABA Tehuti went to on the KP Podcraft, and yeah, that was a phenomenal. I go back to that one often, as well as the second time he was on there, the pre-debate with Razul that he had, which was another masterclass. And I always think about that, because when he tells his story at the beginning of the podcast, when he says he went into these churches and he would pose a question to someone, and then they end up asking the question to the pastor, and they start debating each other, and he's sitting there with his head down. That's exactly what he did in that class. If you go watch that class, he shows up, and it was amazing, because I was watching KP Podcraft before that, and here comes Tehuti, and now Razul and KP are arguing with each other, and SABA Tehuti's just sitting in the middle like that, while the two co-hosts are just arguing. And I'm like, I've never seen that before. How does someone come into someone else's house and got the two people arguing against each other? And it was phenomenal. And his thing was Africa. So as he talked, we have so many things to be proud of, and there's no need to make up things. That's the beautiful thing. There's so much information. There's no need to make up anything at all. And it's a beautiful concept and mind state to be in, because now you have to put in work to build something. You're not just taking on what someone else is doing and applying yourself to that with no work being done, with no discipline attached to it. So it's just a very powerful thing. Hotep, great brother, Primordial Thought 9 and Ox Effect. Peace to you, great brothers. Primordial Thought 9. What's going on, great brother?
Hey man, to be having me thinking, man. I'll be just thinking. It's very interesting that what Saba broke down and just what you broke down too. It's very interesting that we try to bring a label like Africa or African, even though we know it comes from the colonizer, but it's like we try to drag it into a different time zone, like time frame. And we try to drag that name back when Ramesses was existing at that time. You get me? Like back before these words didn't even exist. We try to drag that identity back then. And that's very interesting to me. It also shows that you mentioned about like what other people talk about, like what you just broke down. We said about the Hebrew brother or just like Razul and things of that nature. Like it's very interesting to me that people it's hard for them to live unbiasedly. Like Saba just broke down the Anunnaki and said nothing wrong about them. Zero. Like Kemet and the followers of Ma'at and Anunnaki, they kind of had a understanding with each other, and there was praise and there was love, and it's like we just take these things and we just we look for division once we set an identity to something. So this whole time Saba didn't say anything that trashed the Anunnaki. And to me, just right there is we have a Saba who's living this just 100%, and he has no problem with mentioning another kind of another culture, I guess, in a way, and saying no, like. No, Ramesses worship and even named his daughter after one of them, and to me that shows evidence of truth. Like that's truth to me. Like that's someone who's teaching and telling you like, no, forget the biases. And I feel like people biases. It comes in, it fills those gaps to where they have information and they feel they have certain information and they want to just tell it to the world, but they know that they haven't spent enough time in it, and there's holes, there's gaps in it. And they fill those gaps with biasness. They fill those gaps with biases to just fit their breakdown. No different to what you mentioned about the guy who brought up a fake image, and just to fit his narrative, and that's weird to me.
It was actually a sister.
Okay, that sister. They try to fit that narrative in, and that's where you see where they put those holes they have in their teachings. They just plug it with biasness, and to me that goes against just everything that you're really trying to do. Like, if you feel like you're on a path of truth, there should be no biasness, because that's just, to me, that's just if you feel like you're trying to find truth, and on the back end you're like, oh, I hate racism, but then even in your spiritual walk, you're biased in what you believe. Like it's almost the same principle in a way to me. It's not about the state of mind, it's the same principle. and you're applying something that you don't really have the answer to, or you haven't spent enough time in, and it's just pouring out, and that's where the fighting comes in. It's like, why not just be on this why not be on this wave of just saying like, hey man, I'm just looking for truth. Forget all of what I said. I'm just looking for it. So I don't want to rant on too long, but Saba's back. Peace and love, great Saba.
Hey, peace, everyone. Yes, that was a beautiful point that you made about the biasness and how I'm in Ma'at, but I have no problem. Menkaras is the same thing. I have no problem mentioning other cultures. You know why? Because you know the difference between the people of the Nile Valley and these religions? They never went around converting anybody. They never went around converting anybody. There's no record of the ancient Kemetians going door to door, going somewhere and saying, take our religion, let me convert you. When you are the example, people will come to you. Who converted Alexander the Great? I don't remember a Kemetian coming in contact. Who converted Aristotle? Wasn't he from Greece? Socrates was from Greece. Aristotle? Plato? They're from Greece, right? Who converted all of the Canaanite royalties that you see wearing the namuz? The difference is when you don't have anything that's real, you have to overtake people and force them to be what you are. When you have something that's real, your invader becomes what you are. So, Alexander the Great was the conquistador. Isn't that opposite from the conquistadors of our time? The conquistadors of our time, they come into a place and kill the Native Americans and force Christianity. Alexander and the Hyksos and all the people that came into Kemet, they come into a Kemet and they become following Ma'at and following the deities, following the Nibiru, because that we're the standard. When you're the standard, you don't have to convert anybody. You'd have to be that thing, and people come to you. When you are unknown or trying to prove to people what you are, you got to go from door to door and say, listen, I'm a basketball coach. Listen, man, you can send your child to me. I'm only doing $19 a month. We're having a little bonus. I promise that you. Michael Jordan has to say, who wants to learn under me? That's the only sentence you have to say. Who wants to learn under me? Contact me. You'll have 10,000 people contacting me. All Mike Tyson has to say, anybody want to learn under my tutelage? You have to say that. People go to Mike Tyson and try to be his student. So that's what the Ma'at was. We never convert anybody. So that's when you're of that high standard, nothing intimidates you. So that's if you're Ramesses and you hear about the Anunnaki, you could say, oh, those are some supreme beings as well. Those are what do they do? Oh, wonderful. Why? The difference between the Anunnaki and Ramesses is the difference between me and Scribe. The difference between the people of that area is the difference between me and Scribe. Because Scribe could be from Tennessee. I'm in California. Who cares? What'd you do, Scribe? You did this. Or you're a poet. You did this, this, and that. Henu Scribe. You're from a Tennessee region? Wonderful. You're doing great. Atef, where are you in Florida? Oh, you did this, this, and this for your family? Praise Atef. We love you. Wonderful. You did great. Awesome. So if you're already a god, you don't have a religion. You're already a netter. So when you're a netter, Ishtar is beside Heru. They're fighting together. So Ishtar can be saying, go Heru, you're doing great. You're a supreme being, I'm a supreme being. Let's work together. Yay. Ishtar doesn't have to go about saying, Heru, listen, you got to learn about the Sumerian text and what happened. We got the Anunnaki and Heru's not like, listen, man, follow Ptah, the Ma'at came here. No, we're both you're gods in that area. I'm a god here, and let's get together and fight this Isfet. So there's no arguing. It's religious people that argue their religion and feel intimidated. You don't see anybody in Kemet using the word pagan. The pagan deity, the pagan god, the heathen. You don't hear Ramesses talking about, and the heathen, Ishtar's the heathen god. No, it's like, oh, that's the goddess of women. Wonderful. I have a woman. She's my daughter. I created her. She's my daughter. Ishtar says all women remember her. We're going to remember her. How? I'm going to name my daughter after Anat, who was with Ishtar in the story. Why? Because you're a supreme being. You're a supreme being. It's the followers that have no power that are intimidated. The followers that have no power, they're the ones saying, you're a heathen. Don't follow that way. I have no intimidation whatsoever of any. I could meet a Buddhist monk, and me and a Buddhist monk can hang out all day, and there's no intimidation. There's no, you listen, man, you're the heathen. No, it's the Buddhist monk. What are you saying? I train Buddhist. My students are Buddhist monks. Buddhists come to me with the books. I named one. There's a Buddhist student of mine. His name is now Ptah. All right, everybody. So we got a Buddhist named Ptah. So okay.
Saba, you say some of the most basic things. You say simple things that makes me feel like, man, why I never thought about that. There's no converting. Just that right there, Saba, is just that's mind-blowing in itself. Just saying that you see nothing written that the followers of Ma'at went on a quest to go convert people. It's crazy.
I want you to think of it similar to the superheroes. You see? Superheroes have fans, and the fans argue, yo, Wolverine's the best, man. No, man, Incredible Hulk, yo, Incredible Hulk will kill Wolverine. What'd you say? What'd you say, man? Yo, Spider-Man will take Incredible Hulk, man. He'll wrap him up. Yo, you ain't never been to Krypton, and you got the fans of the superheroes argue. No, Thanos? You think Superman can take out Thanos? Nah, man. We talking about Thanos. Yo, one punch Thanos. Yo, Juggernaut will headbutt you. And so you got the fans argue, right? The X-Men are all their own gods. So that you never see Cyclops saying, Jean Grey, I don't like your powers. Your powers are not of my powers. Jean Grey is not saying to Cyclops, oh, you shoot through the eyes? Nah, don't shoot through the eyes. Use your mind. Xavier is not saying, listen, Magneto, that metal thing? Nah, we don't do that metal around here. They're all gods. So their argument is not about their power. The argument may be about a certain decision. And then they come together. We are all the netter. And sometimes there's gods of different cultures. And they have magical powers as well. So there's no need to fight them. Because there are supreme beings there. The Nibiru can't go everywhere on the planet and rule and teach everybody on the planet. So if there's some other gods that helped another culture there, so be it. That's how we thought. We never worry about that. You want to come to the Nibiru? Fine, you don't? Because you got a real one over there too. Stick with them, no problem. He'll teach you how to meditate and levitate. So will we. You do this. That's how it worked. So only the followers argue. The football players are actually not enemies with each other. The football players go eat dinner with each other. There's the fans of the football. Yo, what do you say about that football team? And they're arguing, throwing beer at each other. And they get to the bar and there's two guys in two separate football teams drinking together. Because they're like, the football. Uh-oh. Hold on. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, I have to weld this on then. Okay. I see what's going on. I have to, I'm going to create this on. I have to create.
That was phenomenal breakdown. That was good. That was really good.
Okay, I'm coming back, everybody. Here I come. I was going to cry. I think Anu's going to cry with this Nibiru one. Let me see if I can be seen now. Oh, there you go. Okay, good. I can't touch that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I know I'm going to change your whole world. Everybody in here is going to change. Who's that in the center there? Who's that right there? Right here in the center. Is that Oxafek? I can't see.
Hotep, yes, Saba. How you doing? It's Oxafek.
Hey, Oxafek. How you doing, good brother?
I'm doing well, Saba.
Well, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I'm doing wonderful. What's that?
I'm doing well. I just got off work, so I'm
he has a lag.
Podclass now. Oh, okay. There's a lag.
Nice. Here's what I'm gonna do, everybody. We're gonna get into this. I want to get into this. I need to get into this Nibiru one. So we're gonna go ahead and just. I'm gonna go read the donation. Let me see how everybody likes this one. Read the donation. Let me see if I can get 2-3 Podclass questions in a Podclass. 939 here. I'm gonna read donations for the next 10 minutes, and then get into the next one and see if I can close this class. It says 7 hours. I'm gonna close it in maybe a 9-hour Podclass. Let me see if I can do 9 hours. Let's go ahead and do these donations here. Owen Hythe. Anunnaki breakdown. Here we go. Owen Hythe, always dependable. And here he comes. I'm not even at Owen Hythe's regular donation. Owen Hythe donates regularly to the Podclass, and this one here is on top of that. I know he has another one in here somewhere that says regular. Tip. This is from the Anunnaki. Okay, good, no problem. Anunnaki breakdown. Here we go. Give Owen Hythe some noise. Big noise. Where's his it's not on the screen. Okay, wait a minute. Give Owen Hythe some big noise. Shout out to you. Oh, Primordial Fuck, can you hear me, good brother?
Yeah, I can hear you, Saba. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're gonna be a wisdom teacher. You're gonna be. You have an ear. You have an ear to hear wisdom that's outside of the regular. You really hear certain wisdom, and that's gonna be your thing. You're gonna end up being a wisdom teacher when you get older and mature into the knowledge. You're gonna be the wise old man with just a couple sentences that February the 3rd, 2024, that you're gonna be one of the wisdom teachers. We're gonna look back at this Podclass. Oh yeah, you told me that. We're gonna have gray hair too.
To Saba, I appreciate those tones. Thank you.
Hey Saba, he's in the lab right now. He's in the
lab. Thank you. Give this person some noise here. Give Owen Hythe some noise. Anunnaki breakdown. Shout out to you, Owen Hythe. We have another one from Black Alucard. I'm gonna let Tef read this if he's in the chat. Let me see. Tef is the official Black Alucard translator. Tip and Nuna. All right, let me see. Black Alucard, put it in the screen. Is it Tef here in the room?
Oh, Tef, Saba, I'm here.
I don't know. Okay, good. Okay. I see you now. Now you're big on the screen. Okay, go ahead. What did that say, good brother? What did that? All right. Ooh, I got to turn this light.
It says $10 for Anunnaki, TFTK. Thanks for the knowledge.
Wonderful. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the extra tip. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know that these are not for the new people watching this. These are not the regular donations. This is just a tip for the actual lesson I just did. As a matter of fact, let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. Here's Black Alucard's regular. Here's Black Alucard's regular donation right here. Here's Black Alucard right here. It's outside of the tip. What do we got here? Let me move this Anunnaki thing. Black Alucard. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful support. Give them some big noise. I'm going to go a few minutes of these donations, and then we're going to definitely get into the Nibiru one. Give them some big noise, big noise, big noise. Black Alucard, thank you so much. A tip directly after the, your regular donation directly after the tip. You are consistent, you are wonderful, and I appreciate you, and your name is definitely coming up soon. As a matter of fact, the person who gave the $10 tip, I told you that that's not even his regular tip. I'll be looking out for his, he's going to have a regular tip in here outside, a regular donation outside of the tip. Let me fix this because I like putting the word receive. I like putting the word receive in the cash out. Received. Received. Here we go. Received. Okay, here we go. Black. No, this isn't. Oh, yes. This is Mr. Consistent himself. Mr. Consistent himself. Let me go ahead and put this in the file. And this is Tehuti, Master of Uplifting Mind and Soul. Here we go. Shout out to Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe. I keep adding the E. Owen Hythe. There we go. Tehuti, Master of Uplifting Mind and Soul. Give him some big, big noise. And then we're gonna go to what's this one here? Where's received? I like Primordial Thoughts gold thing though. I can't get them both. I'm gonna go the gold thing. Shout out to the brother who's on the panel right here. He is gonna be destined. I decree him destined to be a wisdom teacher, a teacher of. He's gonna be all the parables and all the wisdom that the youth are gonna look up to. This is a question from February. Another movie breakdown. Oh no, what movie is this? Another movie I've never seen before. All right, here we go. $25 for the movie breakdown of Talk to Me. I don't even know what this is, but I've never seen any movie I've broken down other than The Matrix, so maybe this will be one of those. Give them some big noise for Talk to Me, whatever that is. Oh my God. I am so glad, ladies and gentlemen, that I don't have to go watch these movies you all asking about, because I would not be able to do any other question or nothing, anything. Because these movies, sometimes I check the time of them, like an hour and 28 minutes. Like, oh my goodness, I can't sit in front of this TV for an hour and 28 minutes. Oh boy, I can't even imagine that. I'm so glad that I can break these movies down without ever seeing them. So all right, Talk to Me, whatever that is. Thank you, Primordial. You all introduced me to all these movies here that never ending.
That movie has so many rituals. It has so many things that I saw a while ago. And I was like, man, this seems like they stripped so much from just a lot of from our ancestor teachings. And of course, they always turn it into a very a villain type of thing, but there was a lot of symbolism in there, and I just kind of want to know your opinion on it. And I put other questions before because it just wasn't important to me. I usually don't ask movie questions, but this one just kept weighing on me. So I was just like, all right, well, I'm gonna just ask Saba, see, let him do his thing. If he ain't never watched the Never Ending Story, so I might as well try to throw this curveball in there. So, Henu to you, Saba. I appreciate you.
Are you the one whose lady said you're a movie guy, or was that a Tef? Whose lady said you're a movie guy?
Yeah, that was me. That was me. Yes, but I only watch certain things. I don't just sit and watch I don't try to watch stuff just to be entertained. I see stuff that just kind of catch my eye, but I don't spend most of my time watching movies. I don't, but certain things I just watch. That's all.
Okay, no problem. Wonderful. I don't want to change you from the wisdom man to Cisco and Ebert. So let me Cisco Hotep L. E Pert M Heru.
So when you go like this, you go like
what's that? What's that? I do that?
You do that in your breakdowns when you said people, I'm in Hotep Ra Amun.
Oh,
and they're calling you Henry.
Say the last part again.
You say, and they calling you, and your mates calling you Henry in the bed.
Oh my God! You're Ptah Hotep Amun Ra on the on the YouTube. In bed, you're O Henry. All right, so let me go. Let me see what else. Okay, shout out to hey, Jacoby. I haven't seen Jacoby in a while. Here's a decent question, and I'm gonna go ahead and I think next week I'll just go ahead and name some book. Oh God, I'll name some books that were actually I'll name things that were successful to me. I like giving people things that worked for me. So shout out to Jacoby. And he sent in this question. I'll just go ahead and give him a good 4 books. What are some books to read to create financial abundance in my life? I like that one. Next week I'll give you 3 of them. I don't want to give you a whole bunch of them because one book that I give you should take about a month or so to read. So I'll give you 3. That should hold you down for a little while. Okay. Shout out to Jacoby. Shout out to you. And we'll read 2 more, then I'll get into the next question. And this next is, whoa. What is this? From Mary Lessons 35. 12. Okay, somebody has to translate this. My eyes are too much mathematics. We're Stranger. I need Stranger to read this one. This is shout out to Nicholas for this mathematical donation here. I'm gonna 16 from Feb 3. Okay, somebody, let me see who could read this. Hey, Isaac, I'm gonna get you to read this. People like your voice, so. How did you and Scribe do that? the little how you guys have? It should be primordial thought with like the Barry White. Isaac sounds like it. You sound like another. You sound like you're 6'8". Let me you sound like you're 6'8". And then Menkura has like the littlest voice, and he's like the oldest guy. Okay, here we go. Go ahead and read this. Here's $72. What is this? Huge donation. $72. Go ahead and read that, Nicholas. It's too mathematical for me to digest right now. What did it say?
For the Merry Lessons, $35. For 12 lessons, $20. And a Metu class, 61. Tua, Great Saba, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra, $72.
I'll figure that out when I wake up. Shout out to Nicholas Savenden for this this mathematical equation that I'm gonna look at tomorrow, and we're gonna get all this out to you. Give them some huge noise, Transformers in the works. Chaos. That is the chaos. What is that? Pure anarchy.
That was a lot.
Oh my god, who did that? Did Atef do that? Oh, you did that. Who did that, Scribe?
Yeah, I didn't hit one button. Atef has about 7 soundboards over there.
That's a man who has too many buttons.
Atef is a guy that plays the piano. He takes all his fingers and just goes, remember you were a child? He presses every button. Oh my goodness. Atef just went like this. He just went, whatever his hand touched, like 8 buttons. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Atef. That was pure chaos.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Thank you. We're having fun at the Tuesday Podcast. This is a great family. Let me go to oh wow, let me see what else is sent here. Any other donations? Robert E. Robert E. is just Robert E. Williams is amazing, man. Robert E. Williams is he's I found Robert E. Williams' niche. He doesn't send in many donations for a question, but when it comes to donations, literally everyone, man. Robert E. is just thank you, Robert E. Okay, I'm gonna get into some tip for what? Tip for Anunnaki. Annuna. All right, everybody. Go ahead and give some big noise to Robert E. And then I'm gonna get into the next question of the Tehuti Podclass. Oh, let me put it on the screen, everybody. Oh boy, here we go. Share screen. Boom, boom. And yay. Give Robert E. some big noise, please. Robert E. Shout out to you, good brother. You are dedicated. Okay, everybody. We're gonna go into oh, did another tip come in?
SABA.
Yes.
May I please ask a clarification question? It's on me. I'm allowed.
Who's talking? I can't seem to let me take this off the screen. I can't tell who's and one moment before whoever that was talking, let me go ahead and let me see something on the file. Let me see this 2172. Okay, who was that? Was that you, Anu?
Yes.
Okay.
And may I please ask a quick clarification question?
Go ahead.
If I'm allowed to. One time I recall.
A quick what?
One time I recall you talking about the Sugagi, and I want to know if I heard it right or not. But I remember you saying something about they follow Mod as well. Did I hear that right or no?
Oh, so there are wisdom teachings of the of the Sugagi and the people that follow the Anunnaki that align perfectly with Ma'at. So in their language, they don't say Ma'at, but there are wisdom teachings that are, they have a set of wisdom teachings that I have never even got into in the Podclass or any of my students yet, but you can literally put a lot of them parallel with Ma'at, as in the teachings of the scribes, like the teachings of Ptah, Hotep, Kemwesi, Amenemopi. Yes, they have the similar wisdom teachings. Yes. Maybe one day I'll show a couple. What's that?
Well, very much for that answer. So I'm gonna have to send in a question for that.
Oh my goodness! I can't. Where are the wisdom teachings of the Sugagi? Okay, so God, oh my goodness, man. Oh my. Hey, ANTU, everything is good with you? You seem very pleased and pleasant lately. All the messages you sent me have all been all great. I haven't seen anything other than greatness. So okay, wonderful, good, okay, good. Okay, good. So let's get into it, everybody. Is there one more tip that was sent? Ross Shelley sent in. Oh, shout out to Ross Shelley, who gave a tip for the family breakdown just now. I love you all. Your honesty, your honorability is outstanding. My students are the best honorable students because literally, you all could watch these classes, go back to the old YouTubes, watch them, and I would never know you watched them. I don't know who watches the classes, so you all could watch these classes from the past YouTube and not send a tip for it. I would never know, right? You, Sarah, there's a couple people that send tips. You go back to old pod classes, watch them, and then send a tip for something from a month ago, 2 months ago. Sarah sends things she watched a class from a year ago and sends a tip on it. So I appreciate you so much. This one is from Ross Shelley. If you're in the room, peace and love. I can't really tell if you're in the room, but peace and love to you, Ra Shelley. And give Ross Shelley some noise. This is $15.15 for the family class. It says January 13th, sharing your familia. Give a hand clap for this, please. Oh man. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. We're going to get into the next question, the Tehuti Podclass. Shout out to Ross Shelley for that. Very honorable woman. Very, she's the mother of mothers. I think she has a lot of beautiful children she's raising up. She has her hands full, and she's teaching them well. Shout out to Ross Shelley. Okay, everybody, here's the next. Oh, Ross Shelley typed in the room. I gotta shrink my screen because I cannot see the chat. What did she say? Could somebody Ox Effect, can you see that? Can you read that, please?
It says, I owe you a lot and will continue to give back pay when I can.
Thank you, Ross Shelley. Appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of the writing it's a lot on my eyes because I'm reading a lot, and that's one of the reasons why the pod classes are so colorful and beautiful. It's kind of like how children like bright colors and such. I couldn't do the pod if we just had typewriters. I couldn't do a pod class. If this was like when the computers first came out and you could just type in black and white, I couldn't read it. So thank you all for reading those things for me because it's the black and white writing. It's bothersome to my eyes. Especially because I'm constantly researching and looking at things, and it's just too much. Okay, everybody. So we're going to get into the next question, and the next question is what everyone's been waiting for. What is the next question? Anu asked the next question, and I'm gonna do this again. So here we go. Boom. Nibiru. What is that? The truth on Nibiru, ladies and gentlemen. This is what everyone's been, a lot of people have been waiting for. I won't say everyone, but a lot of people. Now, the Nibiru topic. I'm going to ask everybody again before I get into it. Scribe. What did you hear about Nibiru again? It's what? A ship with a planet with an engine or something?
Yes, it's a ship, and it's a planet, the 12th planet.
Oh my god. Okay, good. You know, I don't think Atef was here when I asked that question. Atef, were you here when I asked, what have you heard about Nibiru?
No,
Atef, what have you heard about
Nibiru? I think it's the place where the Anunnaki come from.
Yeah. Man, this is great. Yes. Oxafek was in here. Oxafek, the brother in darkness. What have you heard about Nibiru?
I just know Sirius A and Sirius B are the dead stars of that solar system. Nibiru is supposed to be coming back into our solar system. So that's all.
This is, everybody's on one accord. Everybody's heard. Isaac, were you here when I asked you about? Did I ask you about Nibiru? What you heard?
I put something in the chat, but I remembered another thing. Apparently, I remember. I don't know where I heard this from, but I heard it's going to activate my melanin or something. It's going to come back round and it's going to activate my melanin and make it superpowers.
Woo! I got to break the news to you, Isaac. Nibiru's coming back everywhere except for the UK.
No.
It's gonna fly over the UK, brother. Okay, so man, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Nibiru. Are there any Nawabians in the house right now? Are there any Zachariah Sitchin people? Are there any anybody right now? Tune in, everybody. We're about to go over Nibiru and the Anunnaki. Is Nibiru, is it a planet that the Anunnaki go back and forth from to? Is Nibiru a ship? Is Nibiru an orbiting planet that cannot be controlled, but it's on an orbit? Is Nibiru something else? Find out here at the Tehuti Podclass. I'm going to go on mute for just a moment. I'll be right back.
Hotep, everyone. Make sure to support. Sending your questions. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. This is putting all three of these classes together is going to be beautiful. Man, it's 2 hour great Saba.
Nini Uk. I'm going to do my best to answer this question, and then I'm going to break this down, and then I got a flight to catch. So we're going to see what happens after this answer. If I did it right, I'm out of here. If you don't see me, I went to Nibiru. They beam me up. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Nibiruites, where are you? Where's my Nuwabian brothers? Where's everybody? Nuk Panuk, have you ever heard of Nibiru? Yes, he has. I'm a Tehutian. Oh my gosh, man. Here we go. Nuk Panuk, you ready, man? It's a gold planet ship. Uh-oh, Nuk Panuk knows the color. Wait, we're getting detailed now. It's a gold planet ship. Jump in the chat, everybody. I'm going to try to do this. It's 10:08. I'm going to try to I'm trying my best to do this in 40 minutes. Can I do it? Let me go ahead and answer. Peace and love, everybody. Jump in the chat. Let's get into it. What is Nibiru? Did the Anunnaki come back and forth from it? Did they live there? Is it a planet circling? What is this place? We're going to find out. Is it even a place? Where is it, everybody? Here we go. Come to Florida. Nook Panook is going to have gold linen for me. Oh, my goodness, man. He's going to have Tai Chi women dancing. Okay, here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Let's get into it, everybody. What is Nibiru? For the first time in history, Tehuti is going to teach on what is Nibiru. What is it? What is the truth? What is happening with this Nibiru? Let's go, everybody. That question, last question was an hour. Was what was it? Greetings, my TT. An hour and 4 minutes. The last one was 2 hours and 5 minutes. I'm going to reset. Let's get into this one here. Nibiru, everybody. Shout out to Anu for the big donation for this question. And you all, if I change your thoughts on what you thought Nibiru was, definitely support and send your Cash App to TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If I change your thoughts, we already have everybody on record saying what they learned to know Nibiru is, even down to the color of it. So let's go. Are you ready? Here we go. Hey, Sobek, you can go to sleep now. You've eaten. You're good. Okay, let's go ahead. Present everybody. Let me go ahead and put the timer on. And here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. Here we go. Boom. Timer is on. Starting 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. In the next section, third question of the night. What is Nibiru? Breakdown Nibiru, the Anunnaki and Nibiru connection, all kind of things dealing with Nibiru. And I asked everybody what they heard Nibiru was. They did it. Now here we go. The most popular spoken about moving celestial planet flying craft in modern day history, Nibiru and its Anunnaki connection. The very first mention of this as a planet that the Anunnaki come from was first mentioned in the book 12th Planet in 1976 by Zachariah Sitchin. This is the book. If you ever want to go pick it up. I used to love the Earth Chronicle books by Zachariah Sitchin. Beautiful stories, beautiful, beautiful books. They were like extraterrestrial novels. Zachariah Sitchin, 12th Planet. This is what set it all off in 1976 before most of us were even born. This is where the concept and the teachings of Nibiru, a celestial planet type craft where the Anunnaki dwell on, come from. Since then, there has been an explosion of popularity on this topic. Typo. And Nibiru has been associated since then with not just the planets, but miniature flying crafts. So even I heard the teaching that there are small Nibirus that come out of the larger Nibirus, and what's called the Planet X. It is all over the internet. It is everywhere. Nibiru, Planet X, and the Anunnaki. Aliens in origin. Aliens in Nibiru. The story of the original Planet X. All the way to a modern day group called Nuwabians, who literally took the picture from Zachariah Sitchin's 12th Planet book and put it in their holy tablets, of which I myself actually proofread. So this book that I'm showing you right here, I was actually the proofreader, or one of the proofreaders of this book. And this is the Nuwabian Holy Tablets, Chapter 1. First of all, they show an image straight from Zachariah Sitchin's book right there. And Chapter 1, what does it say? Came from the planet Pleiades, Arcturus, when Nibiru passed by Sirius B. Oh, here's what Oxeffect said. When Nibiru passed by Sirius B, its presence drained the energy from the sun and caused the great star Sirius B to collapse. Sirius had 2 planets. So Here's the diagram in the Nuwapian Holy Tablets book. They, the Nuwapians, and the newer version called the Sabians, even claim they know exactly what the ship looks like down to the hologram beam and the icon logo in front. So when we go to their books, the Sabians book, they actually know exactly what the craft Nibiru looks like down to the hologram beam. They even know the logo, the icon logo on the front of this if this is even the front, because it's a circle, right? So on this side of the ship, they have they know the design, they know what crystal it's made out of. Very, very detailed. This is diagram 2, planets, what did I say? Planet something ship, Nibiru. I think that's what it says. It's a little blurred. Okay, so first we will deal with the claim that the ancient Anunnaki had the ability to leave Earth, or at least fly, according to the writings of the people themselves. What you will find very interesting is the first person in the so-called Christian Bible that was recorded to leave Earth was a man named Enoch. This is the first recorded leaving Earth story that was actually stolen from the tablet, the Anunnaki tablet called the Tablet of Adapa. And why am I going? And we're gonna go to the I'm gonna go to the Archeol and Adapa and why. We're gonna get into it stolen and why. We're gonna get into a little bit of detail, but let me show you the origin of it. I'm going to the archaeological tablet of Adapa. And why am I going to the archaeological tablet of Adapa over the Bible? Because I teach my students at the House of ATTON our motto. What's our motto, ladies and gentlemen? So, the first one in the Bible stories that we got when we were a child, the first so-called, you'll find it interesting, is the first person in the so-called Christian Bible that was recorded to leave Earth was Enoch. This is the first recorded leaving of Earth story was actually the first recorded leaving of Earth story was actually stolen from the Tablet of Adapa. And why am I going to the archaeological tablet of Adapa over the Bible? Because I teach my students at the House of ATTON. Motto is ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. So this is the story of Adapa. It is a 14th century script in the British Museum, and it's called the Tablet of Adapa. Okay. Translations can be found in cuneiform parallels to the Old Testament by Robert Williams. That's the name of a brother in the Podclass. Did you write this book, Robert Williams? I don't know. Let's see. So cuneiform parallels to the Old Testament by Robert Williams, Roger, and World's Classic Myths from Mesopotamia. That's these books right here. If you ever want to get them, I give you the sources of where these translations and tablets are coming from that are accessible to you, to the regular layman now. Okay, so heaven, this is from tablet 1. Heaven, when thou when thou cometh up, when thou approaches the door of Anu, Tammuz, and Gishzida are standing. Tablet number 3. Adapa before the king Anu shall go. Fail not the order, keep my word. When thou cometh up to heaven and approaches the door of Anu, Tammuz, and Gishzida at the door of Anu. When Anu heard these words, he cried, help. He ascended to the throne. Let someone bring him. Likewise, ENKI, Ea, who knows the heaven, he roused him. He caused him to wear with a mourning garment. He garbed him and gave him counsel, saying, Adapa, before the face of Anu, the king, thou art go. So this whole story is about a man named Adapa ascending or going in an upward fashion towards the heavens to Anu. That's where they got the Enoch story from. And to even further emphasize that these Anunnaki were physical beings who were recorded to ascend in the library. I take you back to the library of Ashur-bani-pal, Ashur-bani-pal's library. to the specific epic, back to Karshag again, how I began the first question of the class, back to Karshag for the epic of Gilgamesh, which was taken to make the flood story of the Bible. We have the Anunnaki being a part of the flood. The Anunnaki were in the flood and showing their human traits in chapter 11, verse 114 and 115. What is very interesting is where they went while the cataclysm, because we all know there was a flood, there was a cataclysm. Where did they go when this cataclysm was happening on Earth, was taking place? What direction did the Anunnaki say they went in to escape the flood? There's the epic again of Karshag, typo, epic, E-P-I-C, not E-I-P-I-C, epic of Karshag, 2003 BC to 1595 BC, and the Sulaimania Museum, Iraq, and Kurdistan. And what does it say on line 114? This is the transliteration. And then here is the English in line 114 and 115. What does it say? Even the gods took fright at the deluge. So even the Anunnaki were frightened when the rains came. Even the gods, they withdrew. So the gods withdrew when the cataclysm and the rain came. So these are gods that were also afraid of drowning, which meant that these particular beings breathed oxygen. They were afraid of dying, getting killed and drowned like the regular people. They withdrew, which also some translations say retreated, because the word withdrew and retreated are the same word. It means to go back to where you came from. Withdrew, to draw backwards, and retreat, to go back or to retire, retreat back to where you started from. Where did they retreat to when the flood cataclysm was upon the earth? So wherever they went to was the place that they originally were, because they withdrew. That means they were there first, were here, and then they went back to where they came from. Where the tablets of where's the tablets of the epic of, it says here, like battle. This is the this is lines 163. This is epic of Gilgamesh standard version, tablet 11, lines 1 to 165. And this is like a battle. The cataclysm passed over the people. One person could not see another, nor people recognize each other in the destruction. Even the gods took fright at the deluge. They withdrew. They went up to the heaven of Anu, the ones who were curled up like dogs lying out in the open. So they went back to where they're from. And where did they go back to? They went in the upwards direction, back into the heaven area with Anu, because they were afraid of the flood. Boom. They went cataclysm that was happening on it. Does this sound like a principle? No. So now that we have established, according to the ancient indigenous writings, that the Anunnaki could leave at least the surface of the earth, is what they traveled in or went back to, called Nibiru. So we're taught that the Anunnaki had a ship, and some even teach that they had a large Nibiru, and from the large Nibiru was a mothership, and there were smaller Nibirus, and the Anunnaki would travel in these smaller Nibirus. So we're going to find out, according to the writings of the indigenous culture themselves. It doesn't matter what we think or say, or the opinion of anybody today is completely irrelevant to an ancient culture that existed 4,000 years before you were born. We're going by what the culture themselves said in their writings. Your opinions on this are completely irrelevant, because this is 4,000 years. This is before the Matrix. This is before your thinking. So you cannot make a comment on what you think on top of an old culture. You just have to go by what it says. You can't add your modern day thinking to it. So us at the House of ATTON, we just go by what the ancient cultures wrote. We're not adding to what they're writing. We're just reading it. So here we go. What did they say? What did the indigenous writings say? Did they travel in something called Nibiru, that was a craft or little crafts where they could leave the surface? We established, according to the writings, they could go upwards and leave the surface to escape. An atheist that eat McDonald's fried chicken and watch sports games all day can think they have the power of discernment of the minds of ancient writers to call everything and everyone who quotes the ancestors pseudo. At the House of ATTON, we just quote what our ancestors wrote. The atheists / arguers don't actually care about any of this anyways, thus their spontaneous prisoners of the moment opinion means absolutely nothing to us. They're just there to argue. They're not even there. They don't represent anything. Now, this leads us to Nibiru, who for decades has been said is a flying craft of the Annuna or the Anunnaki. And these beings, according to the writings of our ancestors, were able to ascend. Was it a Nibiru that they were in? Let me take you to the tablet of Inanna, to see what the ancestors, the typo, the tablet of Inanna. And here is Inanna depicted in this very interesting outfit that she doesn't look anything like the last picture. It looks like she has something over her eyes. She's wearing something for sure that doesn't look like her regular body, even though you can see the outlay of her breast. But she's definitely wearing something. And it looks like she's wearing something over her head and like a goggles. But this, we're going to go to what's called the Ascent of Ishtar. 1 second. 1. And let's see what it says. Oh, it's a little blurry. I'm going to do my best. The hymn to Inanna Ishtar, journey to the heaven, vehicle in which the gods roam the skies, lady of the heavens. And it goes to say she. Oh, this is a little bit blurry, everybody. It's a little hard to read. But it says she flies in her mu. Lady who is in her mu. I know it's blurry. I can show you the original. It came out a little blurry for some reason. But it says it's her, lady of the heavens, and she flies in her mu. She who is in her mu. And she flies in the heavens over the places, over all the places, who is in her mu. So according to these writings and the hymn to Ishtar, she flies in something called a mu. Nothing about a Nibiru. They actually mentioned something called a mu. Why are you not taught this in religion? One of the reasons, other than the ability of our ancestors, was that to show you this 1600 BC prayer would destroy all the singular male god psyops. Thus, all modern day religion would cease to exist while simultaneously exalting the female. So they tell you the Bible is real and all of our ancient ancestors are untrue myths. And we read this one earlier, that the Queen of Heaven, Goddess of the universe, you are the Holy One of women and men, one who walked the terrible chaos, who brought life by our law of love out of the chaos, who brought harmony, and from the chaos she led us to the hand. Women of women, Goddess who knows no equal, she who decrees the destinies of the people, highest ruler of the world, sovereign of heavens, goddess even of those who live in heaven. With Ishtar, there is counsel and wisdom, the fate of everything she holds in her hand. Joy comes from her. Joy comes from her every glance. She is the power, the magnificence. She is the spirit that guides. Be it maidens or mothers, women remember her and call her name, O Shining One. You stop the angers of all the deities. You care for the oppressed and the mistreated, each day offering them your help. You are the one who gleams the brightest in the midst of all the other deities, 1600 BC. So in the hymn of Ishtar, it's giving her praise, and then throughout the hymn, it talks about her leaving towards the heavens and flying over the people in what's called her mu. That's where the ancestors come from, that the Anunnaki go to or come from Nibiru. That is the matrix we're going to get into. And that it's above the earth, Tehuti. So there's a concept that the ancestors, the Anunnaki, come from and go to a place called Nibiru, and that is above the earth. Well, let's deal with the first one. Do the Anunnaki come from Nibiru? Why do the people say that? Because they actually do. The confusion is what exactly Nibiru is. And the confusion is what exact Nibiru that is. Let me take you to the ancient tablet of Enki's journey to Nibiru, lines 96 to 129. So did the Anunnaki go and come forth to Nibiru? According to the ancient writings, yes, they do. Enki's journey, the tablet translation of Enki's journey to Nibiru. You see in the original writing, it's just Nibiru. There's no actual extra I. So here it is right here. What does it say? He directed his steps on his own to Nibiru and entered Giguna, the shrine of Nibiru. Enki reached for the beer and reached for the beer, and he had liquor poured into a big bronze containers. So he's going to Nibiru. He reached for the beer, and he had liquor poured into big bronze containers, and had emmer wheat beer pressed out, and kukuru containers which make the beer good. He mixed beer, my KEMETIC beer breakdown class and build up, by adding date syrup to its taste, exactly what the Nile Valley people did. He made it strong. He bran mash. In the shrine of Nibiru, Enki provided a meal for Enlil, which was his Enlil. Okay, for Enlil, his father, he seated An at the head, because Anu's the father. He seated An at the head of the Nintud in the place of honor, and seated the Annuna gods at the adjacent places. All of them were drinking and enjoying beer and liquor. They filled the bronze Aga vessels to the brim and started a competition, drinking from the bronze vessels of Uruk. They made the Tilimda vessels shine like holy barges after beer and liquor had been libated and enjoyed, and after from the house Enlil was made happy in Ru. Okay. Enlil addressed the Annuna gods, great gods who are standing here. Annuna, who have lined up in the place assembly. My son, King Enki, has built up the temple. He made Oridug rise up from the ground like a mountain. He has built it in the pleasant place. Oridug, pure place. Built and silver, decorated with lapis lazuli, a house which tunes 7 tigi drums, properly provides incantations, where holy songs make all of the house Abzu, the good destiny of Enki, befitting elaborate divine powers. The temple Oridug, built with silver. For all this, Father Enki be praised. Okay, so boom, it looks like Nibiru is a place that the Anunnaki come and go from. But is it a place on earth? But it's a place on earth. So boom, it looks like Nibiru is a place that the Anunnaki come and go from. Yes, but it's a place on earth. It's a shrine area of festivities within the ancient city of Nippur, called the city of Enlil, who was the Anunnaki Enki's brother, also seen in the excavated studies of the University of Chicago Institute for the Study of Ancient Cultures. So here is Nibiru. This is the University of Chicago Institute for Study of Ancient Cultures, West Asia and Northern Africa. And there's Nibiru. And inside of Nibiru is Nibiru. All this time, Nibiru was describing an area with a shrine, an ancient city. Yes, let's go to the ancient tablet called the Elegy on Death of Norotum, lines 39 to 46. And here's the Elegy of Death of Norotum, Elegy 2. And it says here, I'll read the line, Iri na Nibiru ki, Iri. So there is the word Nibiru in the actual language. What does it say? There we see the word Nibiru again. What is the English translation? Let me show you. It says, line 39 to 46, then her beloved husband, all alone in his city, in Nibiru. The city, La Di Jira, her beloved husband, all alone in his city, in Nibiru. The city approached her with suffering in heart, the great dwelling place. They took his hand, their hearts were overwhelmed. His, and then his damage there, was excluded from nourishment. His breath was stifled. His utterance moans like a cow who had no garments. So there's Nibiru again. Boom, again, Nibiru, a place within a city that, yes, the Anunnaki were recorded to go and come from. It's a place within a city. Okay, now that I've clearly broken down the first part of the matrix, the confusion of the Anunnaki going and coming from a place called Nibiru, because this they do, but it's actually a shrine area temple inside of a city called Nibiru. Now that I've broken that matrix, with it being a place, how did it combine with it being a place in the sky? So now that I've clearly broken the first part of the matrix, the confusion of the Anunnaki going and coming from a place called Nibiru, with it being a place in the sky, let's get to the next section on why was it associated with a place in the sky. Let me take you to the cuneiform tablets, SAA, there's a typo there. Cuneiform tablets, SAA 08147 in the British Museum. So many tablets, they don't even have names. They're just SAA 1772. Excavated in Nineveh, dated to the Neo-Assyrian 911 to 612 BC period, now kept in the British Museum. In the UK, where Isaac is, what does it say here? It says Mul Maruk Ina Igila Su Sol Pi. So when you see the word Mul is a word for the star. When you see the D right here in front of Murdoch or a name, it also means a Dengir. So Mul Ina Igila Su Pi. And then it goes on here. Dana Isakama Sigmigara, and then Ina Marub, Ina Gubma, Nibiru. There's what I was looking for right there. There's Nibiru right there at the bottom of the sentence. Okay? So we found Nibiru again in the writings of the indigenous people. What did they say? Which translates to, if the star of Murdoch is in the presence of Sol Pi, a certain month time period, a certain time period, that has been rising for one double hour, then Jupiter will stand in the middle of the sky as Nibiru. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? What just happened there? If the star is in this particular area in the sky, then the cuneiform word for Jupiter, that will stand in the place, and that will be Nibiru. Anybody ever tell you that before? Is that when I asked everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat, nobody said anything about the word Jupiter, but here we have the word that is clearly the Jupiter in the language, and now Jupiter is Nibiru. So is Nibiru one place? Is it? What is this? What is this word? What is happening? What is this? Now we're at Jupiter. Is Jupiter the planet ship that everyone is talking about? Let's find out. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. So again, I'll read the translation. If the star of Marduk is in the presence of Solpi that has been rising for one double hour, then Jupiter will stand in the middle of the sky as Nibiru. And to emphasize Nibiru was one of the names of Jupiter to the ancients, we will now go to the tablet SM 0777 of the British Museum, where it listed names of Jupiter. And here is that tablet right here. To the translation. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. So here we go. Murdoch, Amertu, Altar, Gan Biblia, Dupi Nu, Mama Jiru, Zalbat Anu, Sagmi, Gar. And here we are, number 7, Nibiru. See that? These are all the names of Jupiter and the association of Jupiter. Nibiru is right there. There's Nibiru. So why Jupiter? Why was the planet Jupiter of such interest to the ancients? And why was it called Nibiru, associated with the star Murdoch? Here is Jupiter right here. Jupiter, the largest. Earth would look like a large marble, and Jupiter is like a basketball. Jupiter is humongous, and it's made out of some of the similar compounds of the sun, so it actually lights up bright, and it looks like a sun or a red star in the sky. It's a unique planet with noticeable bands that are actually broken up into these different regions, from the South Polar region past the equator zone all the way to the North Polar region. So there's different bands that are actually celebrated. That's actually divided. Okay, so the secret to this is the meaning of what Nibiru translates to, and for that, I will now, this is a typo, I will now take you to the Assyrian Dictionary of the Oriental Institute, University of Chicago, page 145. Oh my gosh. Here it is, the Assyrian Dictionary, of which there's 25 volumes. And I'm going to take you to page 145. Here is Nibiru, and it means a crossing. Ferry boats. Name of the planet Jupiter. It's something that deals with a crossing. And also, of course, ferry boats, because they're crossing the rivers. So here's number 2, crossing. Crossing fees. Nibiru. Niberet. The star, Nibiru. And it says Nibiru, to be in control of the crossing places of the sky and of the earth. Once again, to be in control of the crossing places of the sky and of the earth. Nibiru. Now we'll take you to the 9th century BC, 7 tablets of creation. They are called the Enuma Elish. And here is some of the 30,000 plus tablets that were found. This is the most popular one, called When on High, the 7th tablets of creation, the Enuma Elish, where they get their concept of 7 days of creation in the Bible. 7 days of creation, 7 tablets of creation is actually what it was called. It turns to 7 days of creation. Okay, so here we go. The Enuma Elish, tablet 7. This is Enuma Elish. Enuma Elish, epic of creation. He ordained the year into sections, divided it. Remember, I told you that ENKI was the god of agriculture, and that the lifestyle in the Nile Valley and in the area that the Anunnaki were, the ancient cultures were all based on agriculture. So here we can see in the Enuma Elish, it's going to get into the agriculture connection to the stars, because the farmers have to be stargazers. In order to know the seasons, you have to look up at the stars. So here we go. He ordained the years into sections. He divided it. For 12 months, he fixed 3 stars. After he had the days of the year, then there's Damas's images. He founded the station of Nibiru, the planet Jupiter, to determine their bounds. So Nibiru, the planet Jupiter, for some reason determines the bounds of the solar system. And it's called Nibiru, the cross, or the crossing, a place of crossing, that none might err or go astray. He set the station of Bel and Ea along with him. He opened the great gates on both sides. He made strong the bolts on the left and on the right. In the midst thereof, he fixed the zenith, the moon. God he caused to shine forth. The night entrusted to him. He appointed him a being of night and determined the days. Every month without ceasing, with the crown he covered him, saying, at the beginning of the month, when thou shineth upon the land. So this is all about seasons, lands, and the stars above that are actually governing, that people can look up at and determine the bounds of what's happening in the solar system. So Nibiru is a planet, according to the writings, but it's a boundary. It's a planet that determines the boundaries, and it's called a cross planet that determines boundaries. This is in the Enuma Elish. But wait, Tehuti, how is the area of Nibiru a place of crossing, which denotes movement, but the temple is stationary, which means to be still? And how is Jupiter a place that marked crossing, but it's labeled a station? Do you see that, everybody? So a temple is in one place. It doesn't seem to be crossing. You see? A temple is in one place. It doesn't appear to be crossing. It's in one place. And the planet is called a station, but yet it's called a place of crossing. And what are these temples for? Let's go. Here we go, everybody. That is because of the beautiful paradox of the word station itself. Where do you go to connect from train to train? Let me come to the front. Where do you go, everybody, to connect from train to train? What's the big area called where you connect from bus A to bus B, or train, or the D line to the C line? What's that area called? What is it called? Go ahead and type it in the room. What is it called? A train what? You're going there to connect from one train to the next, or you're going there to connect from one bus to the next. What is that place called? What is it called? A train. It's a place to go to, and you have to go there, and there's a connection. That's where all the trains seem to meet up there. And when you want to change your direction to continue moving to another line, you go to a train. And when you want to catch a bus to Chicago that also has a bus beside it, to New York that also has a bus beside it, to Florida, that's a bus. What is it called? A bus. There it is. A train station. Hey, Rigo, how you doing, good brother? The train station. That's right, a train station. So the beautiful paradox of the concept of a station, it's the word that means to be still. It has the word statut, or statue, in it. Station. Remain stationary. That means you're still. But the beautiful paradox of this word is that it's a stationary place where things in motion connect and cross each other to go to another direction. And you have to go to the stationary place to get to where the buses and trains go in different directions. They call that a transit point. The word transit means you're crossing and moving over from one place to the next, but point means you're still. But you have to go to the stationary transit point to get to the next bus or train in order to move into the next direction. So a station is a partition. It's a partition. That's a paradox word that marks being stuck in one place, but you go to that place to move to the next place. Like the door between one room and the next. You're the one moving, and the partition is the door. When you're standing there, you're in between, but you go into the next room. You're the one that's moving. So the door is the crossing point. The door itself is the crossing point, even though it's staying still. So people say, wait a minute, Nibiru means something that's moving. It has an orbit. It's the planet of crossing. But wait a minute, I got to cross my door in order to get to the next room. I'm the one moving, and the door itself is the place that I have to cross. I do the crossing at a door that's still to get to the next room, and I cross. I go to the train station that's in one place to get to the next bus so that I can move to the next city. But the train station stays in one place while you're the one that's moving. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Nibiru is the SABA. Yep. A junction. That is right. That is right. It is a junction where things cross. In other words, they change direction. So you can be on the D line going, but you can't go over here to this city because this train is going this way. So how do you go from this way to this way? The train doesn't turn, it has to stay on a track. So you get off at the station and there's the cross, the crossing. And now you get here and you're going that way. You're the one in motion. So the beautiful thing about the station, the paradox of a station in ancient times and even today, is that it's a still place that you have to go to move. It's to another direction. It is the partition place. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Let's go. Let's break this matrix. What is this Nibiru? Because Jupiter is Nibiru, and the old ancient temples and shrines, these areas where the scribes and the agriculturers go to, because the whole culture and civilization is based on agriculture and the nature that's going on around you. So you go to this temple point where you're learning about the agriculture around you. You're learning about the star Sirius. You're learning about the 72 days that the star Sirius is invisible. You're learning about the vernal heliacal equinox rising while you're there in the temple, stationary. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's go. Here we go, everybody. Welcome. Here we go. Boom. So it's placed, it marks a crossing. It's labeled, where do you go to watch the apparent moving of celestial stars, which is actually what the ancient temples were actually designed to echo. That's why when you look at the shape and design of the ancient temples in the areas of the Anunnaki and in the Nile Valley, and even in China, you look at these structures across the world and they're actually aligned with the stars. They are echo points, symbolic of miniature cosmos on the planet that you are an embodiment of, and you live inside it. You go inside of the temple and echo and watch the movement of the stars. That's a place where you watch the stars, especially for weather. If you're a farmer, or you have to make a prediction based on weather, or you have to calculate the movement of Sirius, because it's all part of the Osiris story. You also have to note the weather, because the movement, the apparent movement of the Sirius star and the apparent movement of the vernal hilkial equinox rising, with the 3 stars moving, denotes when the flood comes. So especially weather, where do you go? What is the place called where you watch the stars, especially for weather, which in ancient times would be the agriculturer's watch point? Where do you go? Right here to the observatory in modern times, which would have been a temple in ancient times, to watch the stars. Now today, it's to watch the stars, and there's no spiritual aspect to it, but it's still an observatory. Observatory stations, that's right, to watch stars as they move. As we go to Mount Washington Observatory, MWO, that's Mount Washington Observatory, it says about us. Well, let's learn about you. Mount Washington's Observatory is a private, nonprofit, member-supported institute with a mission. What's the mission? Our mission, Mount Washington Observatory, is a private nonprofit. Mount Washington Observatory is a private nonprofit member-supported institute with a mission to advance understanding of natural systems that create Earth's weather and climate. It serves this mission by maintaining a weather station on the summit of Mount Washington. It's a station performing weather and climate research, conducting innovative science education programs, interpreting the heritage of the Mount. So these are weather stations, observatory stations. They're stationary, but they're watching planets crossing. They're watching planets move. Why they themselves are stationed, because you have to be stationed in one place. Because if you're trying to run, if you're running down the block, if you're in a moving car, it's extremely difficult to observe the planets. You have to be in a stationary place to watch the crossing. To watch the planets cross and move in their own. Nibiru, to be in control of crossing places of the sky and of the earth. Who was in control of the crossing places of the sky and the earth? The agriculturers and the ancient SABAs and teachers that taught based on the places of the sky that were crossing, because they were the ones watching the sky and teaching the stories based on the microcosm of how the skies move. They were the ones in control of those places. They were the ones that were in control. That was the Nibiru. They sat in the temple and watched and looked upwards. Today we have the term to cross something else. What does that look like, everybody? What does it look like, everybody? We have the term today. We have Jesus that died on a cross. But then we have the term today, when you make a mistake in a letter, you cross something out. How does that look like, everybody? Just type in the room. What does it look like when you want to cross something out? Do you draw this? Because you can't put an X over something. That's one version. When you make a mistake, it's X'd out. But when you write a word and the word has an error in it, and it's pen, you can't erase it. What do you do to cross it out? We're all dealing with the word crossing and its understanding. What do you do to cross it out? That's right, Oxifec. You put a straight line through it. Right? Not through one of the letters, not through 3 letters, not a curvature line, that's not a wiggly squabbly line. You put a cross directly through it. You go through the middle of it. You go symmetry way, either from the top corner to the bottom. You're cutting it in half. You're bisecting it. You're going whoosh. So a line is also a cross. Why? Because it's a movement from one place to the next, but it also is cutting something in half. like a bisection. Bi meaning two sections. Look up bisection. It's a crossing place. Or this crossing place. Like when you're driving your car and you get to where the four cars meet. Now that's an intersection. And then based on the lights, even though it's a four-way intersection, only one crossing can be done at a time. You understand? It's a four-way street, but there's never a time where all the lights are green, where the cars are going rear, 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 rear. No. It's a four-way street, but either the light is green here and the cars go rear and cross this, or it's a green light over here and these cars go rear and cross this. The intersection in the bisection is crossing something. In other words, putting a direct line through it. That's why the intersection is a perfect square. It's like this, like an X, but it's crossing, because the crossing is your movement in a car going through something, just like you cross out a word that is incorrect. So a cross is not just something you put Jesus on. The reason why that's a cross is because there's another line going through it. That's what makes the cross. Something has to go and bisect something to make a cross. And that bisection is usually at two equal places, cutting it in half. Welcome to the Podclass, everybody. Here we go, going across, like you cross the street. So now that we understand that, let's go back to Nibiru, which means the crossing. Woo! Let's go. It's 11 o'clock. Another 10-hour podcast. I may take the week off or something. I'm going to check the donations after this and see what's happening here. Welcome to Tuesday Podcast, everybody. Here we go. So what does it look like? To cross something out, to draw a line through something you have written, usually because it's wrong. Here it is. Look at that. The crossing is a direct line through the middle. You see that? They don't just cross and squiggly. It's a direct line. It's not bisection something. It's a line that cuts something in half. Crossing. You see? Uh-oh. Yeah, 1 second. I gotta fix that. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. One moment. Let me fix this thing. Camera's gone wild. The girl's gone wild. Camera's gone wild. It's gonna be my new live cameras. That's what they mean by going live. The camera itself is jumping. Coming to you live. Okay, here we go, everybody. We are. Oh, whoa! This is magic. What I'm doing. This is pure. I'm setting up something that's not even supposed to be for this. This is straight MacGyver. Straight MacGyver styles. Let me see if this will work. Let me see. Come on. I'm going to permanently fix it after this. Straight MacGyver. Here we go. Let's see if I can be seen. I can be seen. MacGyver's back. Here we go, everybody. So we're going to get back. Oh, anything for this. Remember, I'm the one that set up classes in abandoned houses for sale by running extension cords through my property to the house for sale, and waited for the realtor to go home so that I could teach live classes before he'd open and show the house for sale. I'm the one that breaking through windows and teach class. So I'm doing some MacGyver stuff right here. Here we go, everybody. You ready? We're going to get this class. Here it is, everybody. So drawing a line through something. And, oh, wow. Uh-oh. Oh, my God. Let me see if I can fix this permanently. Hold on a second, everybody. Bear with me. I need, I have to fix this permanently. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Here we go. Oh, my. I think I'm going to do this. Oh, we got it now. We have it now. We're gonna MacGyver this. We're gonna rig this up. And the MacGyver here we go. Oh, look at that. You're not going anywhere now. I got you now. Look at that. Let's see if you can go somewhere now. Let's see this camera can start jumping somewhere now. Let's see. Let me see if I'm on the screen. I'm on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. There's some impossibilities I have set up over here. Straight MacGyver. Straight rigging is happening here for you all to see right now. But we're gonna keep going. Here we go, everybody. So you ready? Here we go. Welcome to the Podclass. So here we go. So it's a line directly through something, and that's to cross some. Ooh, oh, that's because I'm using my finger. That's to cross something out. So a cross is a bisection. A bisection is the division in two. To bisect something. I gotta use my mouth. That's what's doing it. That's a bisection. Name the planets, everybody. Let me come in the room. Can you all type the names of the planets in the room? I'm gonna give you a few seconds. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a second. Type the names of the planets in the room. Just type them. The names of the planets in the solar system. Go ahead and type them real quick. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a moment. Type the names in the room. What are the planets? How many are there and what are they? What are the name of the planets? How many planets are there? And what are their names? Go ahead and type them. This is grade 6 questions here. Grade 6 solar system. How many planets are there in the solar system? And what are their names? Everybody type them in. I'm going to interact because you're going to help answer this question of Nibiru and the ancient understanding of what it is. What are the planets? How many of them? And type them in the room. I'm going to put up the first answer that I see. Let me see the answer here. What are the name of the planets? The name of the planets. Just type them all in one thing. Don't just type. Oh God. Type the name of the planets in one message so I can put up on the screen. And how many planets are there, everybody? And what are their names? Anybody know? Neptune. Originally, there are 8 planets. What are their names? I want to know their names. How many planets and what are their names? Here we go. Okay, somebody did it. Nania said Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Okay. Somebody put 8 planets. Somebody put 9 planets. How many planets are there, everybody? How many planets are there? And what are their names? This should be simple, everybody. We're having some fun here. Welcome to Tuesday Podclass. How many planets and what are their names, everyone? Are there planets missing on this list? Let's go, everybody. What are the name of the planets? How many planets are there? Okay, we got Olmec Supreme coming to the rescue. Is Olmec Supreme? Where's Olmec Supreme? Olmec Supreme to the rescue. Let me see if he has it, everybody. Olmec Supreme. Let me see what he has. 9 planets: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Is Saturn in there? Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune. How come nobody has Saturn in their list? Saturn's not a planet anymore. I don't know if Saturn's a planet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. People are saying 9 planets and they're typing 8 planets. I don't What are the planets? Somebody come to the rescue. Olmec Supreme tried. He did very well. He said 9 planets, but then named 8. I don't know what's happening. How about Robert Williams? Let me see. Robert Williams: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Earth, Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto, Neptune, Uranus. Ding, ding, ding. We got it. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We have someone that knows the planets, their number, their numbers match with their names. And that is Robert Williams. Thank you, Robert Williams. 9 planets. Appreciate you very much. And you name them all. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Earth, Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto, Neptune, Uranus. And the winner is Robert Williams. Okay, everybody. Now let's go ahead and look at what's happening here. How does this tie into the planet, the crossing? How did Nibiru become a planet? Why is it the planet of crossing? And let's see what actually happened here. I forgot Saturn. Isn't it interesting? 3 people forgot Saturn. I don't know why that is. That is interesting. Nanny forgot Saturn. You forgot Saturn. And Olmec forgot Saturn. I don't know what's going on here. But that's okay. Here we go, everybody. Let's get back into the flow. Let's get back into it. Thank you all for participating. That was fun. That was fun. And here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod. Class here. Yes, 9 planets. That means four equal planets on each side. And there has to be one in the center that appears to stand still and bisects, crosses the rest. Is that the case? When we look at the planets, we get this chart right here. What is this chart? We have the sun. So you guys were right. There's Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. And what do we have, ladies and gentlemen? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the planet that bisects them? What is the bisecting planet that makes a cross through the solar system? It's the largest planet that is composed of the similar atmosphere of the sun, giving it a red, bright glow. And it seems to be directly in the center, crossing, bisecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is that planet? That crosses and bisects? Could it be Jupiter? And ladies and gentlemen, Horace is like, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, woo, wow. Jupiter. That's what the ancients wrote. That was the planet of crossing. When a particular star of Mercury, of Murdoch is seen, which is another name for Jupiter, then Jupiter will appear as the bisecting planet of crossing. It literally is put there as a station to set the boundaries. Like the ancient tablets say, it sets the boundaries of the planets. Because you have 4 going this way, that's the end of that boundary. And then you have 4 going this way. If you go any further this way, you're outside of the solar system. And if you go 1 further this way, you're in the sun. So the bisecting planet of crossing that sets the boundaries directly in the middle is Nibiru. According to what the ancients wrote. And it's also a station, and they're stationed on Earth where you watch the stars and they're crossing. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Woo! Boom! Jupiter, Murdoch, Nibiru, the largest planet that divides, bisects, you know, a line in the middle, crossing through the other planets. Wait, did our ancestors say this? Is this stated in the ancient Anunnaki tablets? Is it actually stated? Could it be? Is Jupiter called Nibiru, and Nibiru is the planet of crossing that bisects? Did our ancestors write that? Maybe. Nimrod, manuscript of the first tablet of the series MIS Pi, CNT 4170 plus 188 at Kyutu, incantation of the sun god, translates: when the stars, those of Enlil, are finished, the great star's light is dim, brown red, causes the sky to be bisected, and stands there the star of Murdoch, the crossing, Nibiru. When the stars, those of Enlil, are finished, the great star's light is dim, brown red, causes the sky to be bisected, and stands there the star of Murdoch, the Nibiru. Hotep, I am done. You can see now why I can see now why they do not want Tehuti as a consistent on other channels for their audience to see. Matrix broken. Support that answer if you appreciated that. That is what the ancestors said about Nibiru. If anybody else has anything else the ancestors themselves said about Nibiru, bring it to the forefront. That is what Nibiru was. Multiple things. And the Anunnaki traveled in the moons. And Nibiru was Jupiter, the planet of bisecting crossing. And the Nibiru station temples of festivities were in Nippur, where they watched the star constellations, and there were stations of crossing called Nibiru. And the Anunnaki would go back and forth to these places, and that is what caused the confusion that connected the two realities into one new reality, that Nibiru is a planet, it is, of crossing, it is, that the Nibiru, that the Anunnaki go back and forth to, it was in Nippur, they go back and forth there, and it's a city, inside of a city or area where they have the temples, that the Anunnaki go there and have their religious, spiritual, and food eating and stargazing festivities, a station. That is what the ancestors said. Zachariah Stitchin messed up. That is the answer to the question, which is different from Planet X. And since Planet X, I don't think was in the question, I'll save that for another time. Because I just want to break down Nibiru right now. There is a confusion of the Planet X. Maybe it was in the question, but I'm going to answer that another time. But that's Nibiru and the Anunnaki. I'm going to put the link in the room, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Podclass. That is the answer to the question according to what our ancestors wrote. Everything else is people's creationary thoughts. They have the shape of Nibiru as a crystal city with the logo in the front and the hologram beam, and none of that was said by our ancestors. There's a link in the room. Jump in the room, family. If you all appreciated that, because that literally changed every single person's answer. Everybody in the chat room's answer and everybody who was on the panel. This class just completely changed every answer. So if you appreciate that your complete reality of this concept has been changed, please send your supporting Cash App for that breakdown, because everyone else that was teaching you about Nibiru was teaching you based on Zachariah Sitchin's created story, the Nuwabians' created story. I'm here to break the matrix. I'm non-biased. I don't care. I can teach there was no Nibiru and the Anunnaki still could leave the planet. It's just not Nibiru. They can still leave the surface of the earth. It's just not Nibiru. So all the great supporters, all the donators, all the students, come to the front. Tell us what you thought of the class. I'm going to take my break. I need the scribe and all the supportive students. If you're coming to the panel and you have a name that I'm not familiar with, put it in the chat who you are and the cash apps you've sent and the support you've done for the Tehuti Podclass, and you can definitely jump on. Some of the names I may not recognize because the name that you're jumping on the screen is different from the chat. So type in the chat, I am this person, and we'll look up the cash apps and the PayPal. We'll recognize you, and then you can come to the front like this beautiful woman right here, Menti Hotep. How you doing? How's Nibiru looking now?
Oh, Tua Saba, that was amazing. I've never heard it explained like that. I've heard about Nibiru like since I was a teenager, and I've never heard anybody explain it like that. But it makes total sense because you have the inner planets and you have the outer planets, and they've always been the inner and the outer. But it's like, Tua for that. Thank you for that. That was beautiful.
Nini Uk. And that's coming directly from what our ancestors wrote. So it's easy because people want the excitement. It's very easy. Is there planets they've discovered that are rotating that could come into the solar system? Absolutely yes. Are they the Nibiru that the ancestors spoke about? Absolutely not, and there's no reference to that. The 3,600 year Shar that Zachariah Stitchin said, he says it transports every 3,600 years, right?
Okay.
That was the time period that I read in the Atrahasis, that the accumulated time of the workers that were working, the Igigi, it said 3,600 years, 3,600 years. That was the time mentioned.
So all the timelines and the storylines, they all connect.
So it was not a planet that was moving every 3,600 years. He took that number from the time of the Igigi mining period, 3,600 years, and made it the orbit of a planet. And then he added an extra letter. It says Nibiru. He added Nibiru. When it was Nibiru. And yes, you could put sounds in between the consonants, but they never say Nibiru. If you notice, they never say Nibiru. Because if you go look up Nibiru, you'll see what it actually was. What's up, Stephanie? How you doing? Good, brother?
Hotep, I'm doing great. That was a great answer. Totally broke the matrix on that. I mean, I had no idea that Nibiru was been here the whole time. I'll come back over here in a couple thousand years and all kinds of crazy things are gonna happen. But who else for that breakdown? That was amazing.
Nini Uk.
So I heard VRI say that we're gonna get an upgrade on our melanin.
And look at this. I want to just point out this. I usually don't answer comments or even address them in the chat, but look at this. Of everything I just taught, the brother said, is Tehuti saying there's people living on Jupiter?
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear anything about that this whole time.
Welcome everybody to the Tehuti Podclass. Jamestown, you may have missed the whole beginning of this class has been going for 9 hours. Go ahead and watch it from the beginning and watch everything that the interesting thing is Tehuti said nothing about Nibiru. I quoted what the tablet said about Nibiru, and I gave the definition of bisection in the dictionary and what crossing is and what an observatory station is. So if you actually go and watch, I used to do a magic show almost every day in Santa Monica, sometimes in Venice Beach. And the magic show, people used to see my magic show, and they used to always say to me at the end of the show, "Wow, yo, how did you do that? How'd you do that?" And I used to ask them and say, "What did I do?" They say, "Yo, you chose the card, you bent the spoon, you you pointed to the spoon broke. I said, nope, none of that happened. He said, what do you mean? I saw it. The spoon bent. It went like this, and when it bent, the spoon broke. You chose a card. I said, no, none of that happened. What happened in my magic show? I have a frog, a giant frog. The frog picked the card. When I introduce my magic show, I introduce my name and I say, that's not important. I am the assistant. The magician is the frog. And I put a big frog on the ground, and the frog would choose the person's card. Then there was a spoon that twisted, and anybody here that saw me do that, it appeared it was me doing that, they were the ones holding the spoon. So in my magic show, I don't do any magic. In the magic show, the frog chooses the card, the person holds the spoon, and the spoon twists, and they open their hand and it's twisted, and I pull a random child from the crowd, and I get them to point to the spoon, and I say, pretend you're shooting a laser beam, and they go, and the spoon goes and breaks in half. So the frog picked the card, the lady bent the spoon, and the child shot the spoon. And I say, what did I do again? They say, yo, you were just the announcing assistant. I said, exactly. So I do the magic show the same way I do the pod classes. Tehuti, I don't barely say anything other than words of wisdom. But when I tell you what Nibiru is, I quote what the ancestors said. The class is based on the ancestors' writings. And what they said Nibiru is, and they said it was Jupiter, and they never claimed anybody lived there. It was a star that marked the boundaries, the crossing between 4 on this side, 4 on that side, and it was the easiest planet looking. It looked like a star, but it was actually a planet. It was the easiest planet to see and the brightest because it's composed of the similar items, similar compounds of the sun. So it's way bigger than Earth, so anybody could look up and see it. And then it was the divider that set the boundaries that you go outside of that, and you're outside of the solar system. You go the other side, 4/4, and you're inside of the sun. Jupiter's in the middle. That's what the ancestors say. They said it's there to bisect. So when you listen to the Tehuti podcast, I want everybody to listen closely. And you'll see when it comes to the words of the ancestors, it's them saying something and me reading it. So thank you, everybody. I'm going to go look into the Gmails. If you like that answer, you could put Nibiru tip. I'll read it off. And yes, that has never been broken down before in any kind of conscious KEMETIC, anything like that, because it's easier to go with what the masses are saying. And that's why when I asked everybody what Nibiru was, hypnosis, had you all say the exact same answer. And if I ask you, everybody said the same answer, isn't that right, Minty? Everybody said the same things.
Pretty much along the same storyline.
Right. And now raise your hand if you ever studied any of the ancient cuneiform tablets that describe Nibiru. Raise your hand. So how could anybody have an answer of what Nibiru is if nobody went to what the ancestors, where the word derived from, said what it is? And that is because you all are under a mass hypnosis. The mass hypnosis is not just the answer. The mass hypnosis is that you are allowed to speak on something you never looked at, because the subconscious programming is in your mind. It doesn't matter what the ancestors said. To hell with them. None of your answers came from the ancestors, but all of your answers were of the same exact story. Nibiru is a planet in the sky. It's a ship. It's a ship that the Anunnaki come from. Nibiru, it's going to crash, and everybody had the same story from Zachariah Stitchin's book. Because subconsciously we have in our mind that it doesn't matter what the ancestors said. And that is why there's so much confusion within the subconscious community in religions, because the European taught us, don't care what the ancestors said themselves. They are fools. It doesn't matter what they said. What matters is what the Gaia channel says. What matters is what Ancient Alien says. That's what's in your mind. Zachariah Stitchin, Michael Tillinger. And because of that supremacy that's in your mind, all of your answers were programmed, and nobody opened one page of a book of a tablet. And that's why if I ask everybody in the chat right now and on the panel right now, where did you get your answer from? Because the hypnosis is strong. It's like when the hypnotist gets everybody on stage to bark like a dog and you snap them out of the hypnosis. Watch a hypnosis show. Bark like a dog. And then you snap them out. Where did you learn to bark like a dog? I don't know. We're all just doing it. We do it. We all do it. We do it. Only one person knows and one group knows, and that's the hypnotist. And the hypnotist is the matrix. I'm here to break you out of the hypnotist and here to put in your mind the pride that you have in your ancestors. Their word first. Ancestors' word over all, or leave their culture alone and develop a new age thing. I'm here to do that. Forget about what Zachariah Sitchin says. Forget about this guy and the Gaia planet and the guy with the crazy hair and this Carson person and this person. So thank you, everybody. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We're gonna check the. We're gonna check. Hey, Primordial, where'd you get your answer from? Nibiru. The Gaia channel.
From the good brother Billy Carson.
Let's go, Billy. Let's go. People think that I'm Billy Carson. They think that we're morphers. I remember that on the Killer Pre-Show. They said that I would come off the show and Billy Carson would appear, and when he would come off, I would appear. I'm like, man, y'all are turning us into the Anunnaki. I'm like, not Billy Carson. You're Billy Carson, aren't you? No, I'm Tehuti, man. So shout out to Billy Carson. Shout out to everybody who means well. I want to give a shout out to all those who mean well, because I don't think that everybody who has false information, that all their intentions are wrong. Some people have false information and they're purposely there to deceive, and they know better. I think that some people, just like you all, when you gave me your answers, you weren't trying to deceive me. That's just what the masses said, and you gave an answer. And you would give your son that answer, and you give your wife that answer, and Octopet would give his friend that answer, and you're not trying to deceive. So shout out to Billy Meyer, shout out to all the people that may not be trying to deceive. When I get proof that you're trying to deceive, then I'm gonna cut your head off. But until then, I'm just gonna think that you're one of the people that just don't know any better, and I'm gonna put out a show to correct it. And then once I know that you watch the show, then it changes. But I have a trust for people that I think that certain people just go with the flow. So okay, everybody. Everybody, I'm gonna go check the Gmails and see what the donations were and the tips for this question. There's a brother trying to come in, or sister, I don't know, his name is Mo Life. Type in the room what your name is here, and I'll check the Cash Apps and the PayPal and see if you're a supporter. And if you are a supporter and a student of the Tehuti Podclass House of Aten, you definitely jump on the panel. All right, everybody, let's go to some of the donations. Where is Annie? Annie, where are you, good brother? Annie said it was a ship and a planet. Okay, let's go ahead and see these donations here. And I think I see, what did I see here? Is this Axafek? Oh, I see a Mo Life in the donation section, so I'm going to let him in. I see him here. Here we go. We're going to go for, I see Mo Life here. and I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna let him in because I see a support here from Mo Life. He is a supporter. So Mo Life, bear with me. We're gonna let you in, and as soon as you come back on, we're gonna let you in because you are a supporter. There is Mo Life. Mo Life has come in and turn your camera on, Mo Life, and I'm gonna go ahead and read your donation. Shout out to Mo Life, a name I've never seen before, but he is a supporter. So I'm going to go ahead and read Mo Life's donation, and Mo Life donation is for a first-time supporter. This is very this is nice. I can't see 19. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Mo Life. Oh, we don't have a sound man. Where's my sound man? Where is the Tef here? Is Scribe here? I need my sound man. Where's a Tef? Where are you, good brother Tef? You're the brother that said you want to be an AD engineer. That means you got to be ready at all times. Where's the Scribe? Where's everybody? So I'm gonna go ahead and put Mo Life's donation in the room. Now that I see you appear on the screen, the donation, you can definitely come in because there's people that come in the pod class, they don't turn their camera on, or they come in these YouTube channels, when they turn the camera on, they're like flashing body parts I'm not interested in. So here we go. Shout out to yeah, that's what they do. They come in, they don't turn their camera on, and it's called it gets your YouTube channel shut down as well. So it's like a pornography when they press click, it shows like pornos, and then there may be masturbating, and if that's on the YouTube channel, and YouTube finds that out, even though it wasn't your fault, they shut the show down. It's called somebody knows what it's called. Whatever it's called, it's not welcome here. So shout out to Mo Life. Give Mo Life. Mo Life is a real person, a good donator. He's not flashing nothing. He's ready to. Mo Life is here. Give Mo Life some big noise, please. Tech Mo Life. New supporter, new donator, and Mo Life, go ahead and read that for us because I can't. My eyes are too small. Go ahead and read that, please. My eyes are too small. No, the writing's too small. Sorry. My eyes are not too small. Mo Life, can you read that, please? I think Mo Life's on mute. You may be on mute. You are on mute. So there's something going on with let me see if I can take you off of mute a second. Let me see. It says I can't. So something's happening. Hey, there you are, Mo Life. All right. Go ahead and read that first, Mo Life, please. I can't read it. My eyes are too small.
Okay. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Support the channel and the teachings. Donate Cash App.
Oh, not that. I mean, read your donation that's on the screen.
Oh. Let's see here. Oh, I didn't put anything in there. I just put I just made a donation to the from the to the pod class.
Okay, that's it. There it is. Donation to the pod class. That's a lot. That's great. Welcome to the panel, Mo Life. You are you're a donator supporter, and glad to meet you. What I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to come back. We're at how many hours I've been gone? I can't see. 9 hours and something. I'm going to take a little break. Come back. We're going to do the rest of the donations and close out. I'll be back. I got to go refresh myself because everything is looking blurry to me. I'll be back. Support the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. It must be the.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you. I will. I'm about to be CV Wonder in here. Hold on. Ray Charles. Hold on. Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Let me do this. I need to see. Okay, everybody. Support the Tehuti Podclass. Thank you, everybody. We're gonna keep going when I come back. There's the AI moderator who says support with Cash App question TT Amun. There's the AI moderator, and I'll be back, everybody. Let me go fix my eyes. I'll be right back. Peace. Support, please.
Otep, peace and love. Welcome to the panel, Mo Life. What did you think of the breakdown, good brother?
I thought it was very interesting. Like Tehuti said, we never heard it broken down like that before. You know, we were familiar with Zachariah snitching and a lot of other people, what they have told us about Nibiru and the Anunnaki, etc. So I thought that was very enlightening, you know, and I feel like I got a more full conceptual understanding of what Nibiru really truly is.
That's great. Isn't it great to just go by what the people said about it themselves? Isn't it great? Isn't that a beautiful thing?
Yes, indeed, it is.
So, how did you come to be in our podcast?
That's a good question. Well, I've been following Tehuti for quite some time. I know him through the Killer Priest podcast, and I've seen him many times on the Killer Priest podcast. I like his information. I like his slides. He always comes with receipts, you know, in his PowerPoint presentations, and it's pretty much irrefutable. I mean, you can't really argue with that, you know.
Yes. It's beautiful how all of us have come from the same platform, and there's so many other people on so many other platforms that SABA has been on, but for whatever reason, the frequency that was created on that platform translates well to the podcast. So welcome, great brother Mo Life. It's good to see you. It's always good to see new people. And me personally, I'm just I love the fact that there's other people out there that recognize the truth, just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but Ma'at. For me, that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Especially once Saba pointed out what Ma'at means, and he showed us the definition, and then to come to know that that frequency of the truth, it's just a beautiful thing, brother. So again, I'm gonna welcome you to the panel, and you know, it's great to see that we all have came through that frequency. Like I said, I watched that. I watched the show the very first time when our teacher was on there. I did not recognize him as my teacher, as a teacher. I had nothing to compare him to, as I still have nothing to compare him to other than the netter themselves, the truth, that frequency. But at that time, I was just watching, a podcast and from a rapper that I had admired, and I still do. I definitely enjoy his music. The Wu-Tang Clan, I did at one point. I still do, but it was great. But at that time, I was just watching, and this gentleman came on, and he came on with the truth that was very new to me. The information that he presented was very new. That frequency, I hadn't been exposed to that at that time. And he came on, and I've been a follower and a supporter since day one. But at that moment, when I saw him and what he was breaking down, and how he was speaking, the frequency of how he spoke in that moment was commented on even by Killer Priest, and he said something to the effect that wow, you speak so calm, and I'm surprised the judges voted for you. I'm surprised you won because you were so calm. And I was there in the moment when it happened, but looking back at it now, I was like, wow, And then, you know, Saba broke down that his teachers, that you know, he learned things through several teachers, and one of them was a jiu-jitsu teacher, and he taught him the importance of remaining calm. And there's no need to get excited and use your emotion when you're just speaking the truth. The truth doesn't need all the extra unnecessariness, if you will. So, you know, it's just good to see, you know, good to see new people, and just to see that there's others out there that recognize the truth. Because I'm gonna tell you, brother, I was just watching the show just to be watching it. You know, I was just trying to incorporate some positivity into my life. I was just seeking the truth. I was just tired of the lies. And, you know, I really meant that with my heart. I was just really tired of the lies. And it's beautiful how I was able to connect with that truth, just being true and authentic to myself, and wanting to know whatever the truth was, whatever it was, wherever it led me, whatever it was going to be. But I just was tired of inserting my own biases into whatever it was that I was interested in. And my biases were always attached to what I was taught. And to comment on the great primordial thought, what you said, my brother, they taught us what to think, not how to think. You know, everything that we think it, but it was something that was taught to us because, again, the colonizer taught us what to think, not how to think. And Saba is teaching us how to think, to be a free thinker, to examine, to investigate. He's showing us what Ma'at is. Ma'at means to examine, you know. So again, you know, it's beautiful to know that there's other people out there that are on this frequency, that are seeking the truth and that recognize the truth. So again, my great brother, I welcome you to the panel. And I'm going to allow my other good brothers or sisters to speak, because I could be very, very long-winded, because it's the truth that motivates me. It's the truth that makes me get up here. I'm grateful to my great teacher. I'm grateful for my aunt. The Nibiru are real. You are a netter. You know, it's just a beautiful time that we are in. There's no greater gift than to have knowledge of self and to know immortal life. So, you know, it's just a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful time. As Minty Hotep says, everything is nefer. So I'm going to allow someone else to speak and hear someone else's beautiful tones. So Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep, yeah, just to echo what you're saying, Brother Atef, it is very refreshing to come into this environment where people want this knowledge and they want to be here. I did catch one of the episodes recently where Saba was on KP, and he was just like, "You're so calm." I don't know. Usually when people debate, they get all emotional. And Saba, it's so inspiring the way he is and the way he teaches to be is just that you don't have to get emotional when you're just coming with the ancestors' facts. You're just basically, like he said right now, like he's basically just reading it, and this is what the ancestors said, so there's no reason to get emotional. Just I think that's great. I think that's a very beautiful attribute, because there is no reason to get emotional when you're trying to you know, communicate your point or teach something or say something. If you're speaking from the Eve and you're speaking with knowledge, it should just be something that doesn't upset you. You get upset or frustrated. I see that a lot everywhere, and we don't have that here, and I'm so grateful. And that's it. Hotep, I'm done.
No, that's good. Once again, welcome, good brother Mo Life. It's definitely good to see new people come on, like Tef said. Hopefully, good brother, you stick around and continue to do what you're doing now. Appreciate your donation. I mean, your hard-earned money is definitely appreciated in the House of ATTON. So we appreciate you, good brother, and hopefully you continue to be on your journey of seeking truth unbiasedly, and just welcome, good brother. With that being said, yeah, SABA is that breakdown. Just from it just gives Jupiter a whole nother, to me, a whole different identity. It kind of you know, sparks an interest on I guess all the other planets almost in a way, right? I guess, you know, so I feel like SABA just teaching me. I'm back in science class. I didn't learn anything in school. I just feel like I feel like he's just changing. He's changing everything.
He just opened up a planetary portal.
Yeah, most definitely. And it just makes you just have that examination even more. You just want to continue to, all right, well, what's this? Well, what's this? And oh, well, since you broke that down, all right, well, what's this? And there's so much to learn. And once again, just like everyone just echoed, it's good to have a teacher that doesn't get emotional, and he's not biased, and he's not here to babysit either. He'll tell you how it is, and he never puts his opinion on things. He just speaks what the ancestors say, and that's a beautiful example. That's something that you want to follow. I'm grateful for that, and I just thank SABA for just creating this, and it's a wonderful family to be a part of, and I appreciate you, Great SABA. Welcome back.
Hotep, SABA, you on mute.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome, all of you. What a beautiful thing. The energies definitely had to remove me from the Killer Priest show because a nation would have been formed faster. The energies started to see that literally almost everybody came from that show. And everybody that came from that show that's here in the Podclass are not of the same path. All of you are not looking for the same thing. Not all you all were not studying Nile Valley culture and all these different things. Completely different different people. Menti Hotep is completely different from Scribe and Atef, and everybody is Ox Effect. Ox Effect, what were you studying before that? Were you studying Buddhism or what was it again?
Yes, I studied Buddhism for a little while, and then I was just kind of in limbo, just looking for knowledge and that New Age centrism. So I was basically just floating about, basically in the nectar cart, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't know anything about the Nile Valley civilization. So when I was introduced to you, it was all brand new to me, and it was beautiful the way you expressed it, and you showed the culture with the actual facts, which you don't get any of the facts or the ancestral artifacts with it. So it was beautiful. Yes.
Wonderful. Yes. So that's the beautiful thing. Everybody was on different paths, and the Killer Priest show, if I stayed on there, if I stayed on there, there'd be about 700 people in the class right now. So the energies definitely saw that and cut that off, because that would have been a true uprising. But shout out to Killer Priest. I always tell people the brother, and then after this I'm going to read the rest of the donations, but the brother, the crazy guy named JJ, he's like, I took Tehuti on the road with me. I got you the spotlight, and I'm the one that made you. And I'm like, what did you do? And he thinks because he got me the Sonetta interview, and I'm like, literally, peace and love to Sonetta, first of all. Peace and love to Sonetta for everything that he does. He does a lot to bring everybody together, and peace and love to him. But literally nobody, no donating student that I have is from the Sonetta show. So this whole thing about I got you the publicity and no. Everybody's from Killer Priest Podclass. That's the truth. 99% of the people are from Killer Priest. There's nobody on the panel that is a hard Sonetta. Sonetta is a show that you go to that I watch on a regular for fights, for intellectual, sometimes not intellectual, but for that type of thing. And just because you watch UFC and watch fighters fight, it doesn't mean you want to watch a Tai Chi master teach Tai Chi, even though he may go into the UFC and beat everybody. You're not watching it for the Tai Chi meditation. You're watching it for the fight. The Tai Chi master says, well, I have a channel, and my channel is based on Zen and breathing and pushing out, pushing in. The people that are in the UFC that are watching the blood and the guts are not necessarily interested in that. So Killer Priest brought the people that were interested in the Zen. Sonetta brings the debaters and such. So shout out to Killer Priest, because whatever he created on his channel, whatever vibration he did to attract you all are here from there. So much respect to him. And it's not because I went on Sonetta. Nobody here is from Sonetta. But peace and love to Sonetta. I enjoy my time when I go on there. But I know exactly what it is when I go there. That's a show for that particular genre. Killer Priest is for another genre. Different shows are for different genres. So shout out to you. I just heard the brother Moral Life said he's from Killer Priest too. I was in the background. I heard Killer Priest name again. I'm like, that's the whole audience. Everybody's from Killer Priest. So much love to Killer Priest for creating the vibration that attracted you all. Whatever he did attracted you all to watch him. And he wasn't teaching Ma'at, but whatever he did passed on you all here. So much love to Killer Priest. And to the crazy other guy, Rasul. His craziness lets you all see me better. By having somebody like Rasul on the Killer Priest show, it lets you see Tehuti even better. Most people said, I love the way you handle yourself with Rasul. I don't necessarily agree with what you're teaching all the way, but the way you handle yourself with the Rasul is very good. So he was the key player in letting everybody see how to maintain yourself under pressure. And I could have easily done things to Rasul physically. I could have easily, you would have seen Rasul just put his head down on the table, and it would look like he was sleeping. If I did what I know I can do, but I would rather demonstrate how to be calm with a brother like that. So shout out to Killer Priest and Rasul and all the good people and all the people that helped. And thank you, Mo Love, for your great donation and support, and for coming to the. How long have you been watching before you came to the Podclass panel?
I seen it earlier. I got a notification that you were on, and then I had some things I had to do, and so I just about maybe 30 minutes came back and saw that you were still live. You know. So I tuned in and so I kind of missed a lot of it, but I can go back and take a look at it.
Well, what I'm sorry, what I meant is, how long have you been watching me teaching before you decided to come onto the panel? How long have you been watching the Tehuti Podclass in your life, like in general?
Oh, in general, this is really probably like my maybe 4th or 5th time. I don't remember seeing a lot of the Podclass, but I remember you were promoting it, and I've been able to, see a little information sporadically, not like following it every week or, like that, but I have seen some information from the Podclass.
Okay, thank you. All right, everybody, it's almost 12 o'clock here. My eyes are blurred. We're going to go ahead and read these donations, read the support that was given for those who appreciated what it is that I taught here. And we have some what is this? $2 from the second. Oh wait. Okay, let me go ahead and go to where is this? Okay, Ox Effect, Nibiru Crossing. And let me go ahead and oh, what's happening here? Hold on. Ox Effect, I lost. Oh, I got you back. I got you back for Tip. Tip Nibiru. Oh, is my computer locked up? Can everybody hear me right now? Or is my computer locked?
We can hear
Everybody
you.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, shout out to Ox Effect. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Shout out to Ox Effect for giving an $11 tip for the breakdown. An extra $11 for the breakdown. For Nibiru Crossing, giving a hand clap. Please give him a hand clap, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. Ox Effect with the great, good support. Here we go. We're gonna go to oh, what are these? Oh, I see something. I see a monster here. I see something. I can't even pronounce this name. Ooh. I need somebody to read this name. I can't read this name, but shout out to the huge support. Give this person, I don't know if it's a male or woman, but give this person a huge, lots of noise at TEF for a large support. And go ahead, somebody read this name for me, because I can't seem to read it. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, but maybe Minty, maybe you can see it, Minty. Shout out to $50 from, what's that name, Minty? What's that?
Cayenne.
There's an Ian in there, man.
Cayenne.
I'm blind. I can't. Cayenne, you see Cayenne? I'm blind.
I can.
Okay. Thank you, Minty. Appreciate that interesting name.
Code.
Maybe it's a code. I've heard 3 different translations, 3 different ways to say it, but shout out whoever you are. Give him some big noise. At TEP $50. Give him some big noise, please. I thought it was my eyes. It looked like every letter was double.
Every letter was double, yeah. What'd you make out of it, Octopad?
It's Ui Kakan or whatever, something like that. I don't know.
Tef, do you recognize that? Is that a street term? I don't know what that is. Is that what they say on the streets? I don't know what that is. I think you're muted, Tef. You're muted. I think if you're talking.
I can. I think that's what it said.
I can. Okay, shout out to you. I can. I can. I like the creativity. Who else we got here? Got other nice donation support here. Let's go back to the bottom. Oh, there's some good tips here sent for oh man. I don't know. Okay, there's a new brother here. I don't know if this $2 is for. Not sure what it's for. I'm gonna. Oh, I didn't erase it, did I? Well, there's $5. $5. from the same person. It's $5 and $2. Is it tip? Let's say is the second. Oh, the question is on it. What does it say? Is the second sun Nibiru, aka Jupiter, I saw? Oh wow! I don't. Okay, let me go ahead and show this new person here. I've never seen this name before, but they gave the person gave two supports. I guess it equals $7. And I'll see if anyone can make sense of this Cash App here. And so first I'll show the first one, which has the it looks like a question, but I can't seem to make it out. Something about is the second son what I saw. But here we go. Okay. So first it's the first one is $2 and the next one's $5. So in total there was $7 and so this one here, can you read that for me, Tiff? What did that say?
It says $2 for is the second sun Nibiru, aka Jupiter. I saw it. I think this is from somebody in the chat named Nightmare. He says, I sent a total of $7, $5 the first time, $2 with my question. Sorry, Tehuti, struggling, bro. He said he sent the question to his to your Gmail. Maybe that's the same person.
Okay. So yeah, it has to be because it is $7 and it is about there is his name is in the Gmail. Okay, so here's the next one here. Is it showing on the
yeah, it's showing $5.
screen?
$5.
This is a $5. So $5 and $2. A long email, so no, a long for what I can read right now. Okay, good. So $5 and $2, and go ahead. Atep, if you can read this, please. I'm gonna. I can't read it. It's, okay. I can't read it right now with my eyes, but
okay, I can read it for you. It says Nibiru question.
Go ahead and read.
Nibiru question from Angelo Decree. Hotep brother, my question is, what is the connection of the two suns? I saw Star Wars years ago, and I saw two suns. And in 2023, here in Las Vegas, some of us on the road noticed our normal sun setting, and on the complete opposite of the sky that day was another object like a second sun. What is that? Because it was scary to see. And the government used chemicals to try to cover it up, but it was way too noticeable.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do is this question is definitely saved, and I'm sure I'm going to combine this with something else asked. If I don't combine this with something else asked, then I'll probably give a simple answer to this next week. But shout out to you for this, and I'll get to this. This is in the file. Thank you, new donator. Shout out to you. Okay. Okay, we got quite a bit. Nicholas said I meant middle class 61. What? I said middle class 61, but meant middle 62. Okay. Where is anybody seen Bijan Farrow?
He popped in the
Bijan
room.
Farrow's supposed to come. He didn't say anything, did he? Did he say anything?
No, he didn't say anything.
Okay. I'm trying to bring out Sobek for him, but he keeps coming on way after Sobek is sleeping. It's like 12 o'clock at night over here. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. All right, everybody. Next donation here. We got quite a few to go through. then we're gonna close it down with some closing words. But here's the next one here from the good brother Nicholas Savendin. Give him some big noise, extra Tua Ishin for all Marinetta classes. Hotep, Mary Ma'at. Give him some big noise. That's your hand clap? That's your clap? Okay, shout out to you. Nicholas, constant supporter, great supporter. Sarah Jean for what is this? January 29th. Oh, shout out to Sarah. I think she's okay. I think she paid for, she's sending for what, January 29th. She must have been the 27th. Wait, January 29th? She must have been the 27th. Shout out to Sarah Jean. I think she's paying up for the Marinetta class of last week and the Marinetta class coming up this week. So shout out to Sarah Jean. Let me go ahead and put Marinetta. So she's paying for 2 Marinetta classes, the one for last week and the one for this upcoming one. Give her some big noise, Danny. Are you able to reach that plug? It's almost out, but it was somehow back in. Give her some big noise, please. Give her some big noise. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh no, no. That's okay, man. You can't do that. I'll get it. By the way. Let me see. I want to see this. Hold on a second. Let me get primordial thought. Is this your brother? Let me pull this brother. I want to see something. I'm curious. Is there 2 primordial thoughts in here? Hold on. Oh no. Okay, no. He's totally different. Okay. I thought for a second he looked like primordial thought. Okay, no, he looks different. You thought so too? Yeah, in the background he looked like primordial thought, but it's not. I know he doesn't. Okay, shout out to that was funny. Okay, next donation here is from hey, Angela Gates. Angela Gates, I don't know if you got my email, but that Cash App not Cash App. The gift you gave me, someone else seemed to have used it in another state. I don't know how that happened. But when we went to finally open it up, it was used in Maryland. So shout out to you, Angela Gates. You tried, and I appreciate you so much. And I got reminded of that because this is a donation from you, which is, I think, the same amount that was on the card. So shout out to you. Shout out to Angela Gates. Give her some noise. $25. Angela Gates. Give her some noise, please. One of the greatest supporters of the Tuesday Podcast. Shout out to you, Angela. If you're still in the room, peace to you. If not, you'll hear when you watch this again. I can't really see who's in the chat right now, but I have to save my eyes. Okay, next one is who's this? Oh, that's spent money. Shout out to the beautiful Miss 72, Miss Consistent, with her little snake sign. Let me Miss 72, Miss Little Snake sign. Shout out to this young lady here who has been consistent from the very beginning, even in the days she had to go to her piggy bank and get out money to donate to the party. A long way from going to the piggy bank to $72 from beautiful Bella. Give her some big biggie noise, please. Portal. It's your portal. All right, here we go. Shout out to Bella, and the next donation here is a Tef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at, Mr. Consistent Man, who donates the same thing in every podcast. He is consistent. Shout out to you, the Tef, Rem, Kem, beautiful father man who never has to send in a question. Tef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at never has to send in a podcast question because every question sent in is what he wants to know about. So instead of him sending in particular questions, he just sends in the same support every week, and then he feeds off all the questions that come in because he wants to know everything that's sent in. So shout out to Tef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at for his motto, and his motto is, I just want to learn. Give yourself some noise. I don't think Scribe is here. Get some noise. Okay, shout out to Tefrem Kema. I appreciate you, good brother. Every question that's sent into the podcast is his question. So shout out to you. Appreciate you very, very much. You are consistent. You know what I missed, Tef? You know what I'm going to say, right?
No, what you missed, Saba?
Can Tef hear me? Can Tef hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I missed the little donations used to give. It used to be like a couple of dollars, and used to say this is for it was for something that money got taken from me. This is towards the 27,000. I don't know how it went. Whatever you did, it was a little cute thing you used to do. It was like a little bit, but it was to not notch off some huge big amount. I remember those days. I just got reminded of that for some reason. I was like, I remember Teffies do that. But thank you for that energy, though. I remember that. That was nice.
Any upgrade, Saba?
It was appreciate you. Appreciate you for that. Next donation is 80 Thieves again for. Oh wow, 80 Thieves for the Nibiru. The Nibiru tip. Oh, this was at the bottom. He must have donated this very, very early. Very early. Maybe even before I started the answer. Tip Nibiru. Shout out to you. And let's go ahead and put him on the screen. Appreciate you. 80 Thieves, if you're still awake. I know in London we're in different time zones, but much respect to you. And it says, okay, I see this in big. Support for Nibiru. Excited for a life-changing answer. Oh, yeah. He sent a tip before I even answered. He's excited for a life-changing answer. Thank you, good brother. You're probably asleep right now. I don't know, but I know in London it's a different time period. Shout out to you. But you don't have to worry about it. You can watch the repeat. And your twin mom is here to watch until you come back. All right. Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next is a Tefrem Kem again. Mr. Consistent Man. Wherever he sends one, he sent right above it is the next one. So shout out to you for the classic memory of when a Tef started. It was this number right here. And this is a very special donation to me because it reminds me of a TEF's beginning day. Colors in total. So give a hand clap. A TEF Mr. HERU Hancock. HERU Hancock, peace and love to you. And you said you missed the beginning of the class. I'm sure you appreciated what you could see. And go back and watch the parts you missed, and you'll see it all come together. Was that shown on the screen, HERU Hancock, or no?
There's nothing on the screen yet.
How about now? Is anything on the screen now?
Yes, it's there.
What did you say?
Yes, it's showing on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Okay, thank you, Kemet HERU Hancock. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for your consistency. Appreciate you too. Oh, we have a lot going on. Speaking of the man who just spoke, Ox Effect, what a synchronicity that he's the next person. Go ahead and give this good brother some big noise. Ox Effect, let me put on the screen in just a moment. Oh, okay. Okay. Shout out to Ox Effect. Appreciate you, my good brother. And Ox Effect sent I'll get Ox Effect, could you read that for me, please?
For Medu Netter classes 7 and 8 to our great Saba.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Okay. Thank you for reading it. Appreciate that.
New York. Yeah.
And let me see something really quick. Let me see. Hey, why is it doing that? 1 second, everybody. I'm loading. Let me see if I can see it. It's so interesting. None of the classes. It seems to disappear. Very strange. Okay. I can't see the titles. Okay, I'm gonna have to I'll look over this tomorrow. I don't seem to see them, which is very strange. Let me look in this one and see if I see something here. All right, 1, 2, 3. Then it jumps to 62. Okay, I'm gonna have to shout out to Ox Effect. Let me go ahead and save this under the right title. This is Men in a Class. What is it? Ox Effect 2 and 3 and 4? 2 and 3?
It was 7 and 8. So.
7, 8. Thank you. Medu 7 and 8. Okay. I have you. You are here locked in. I don't see 7 and 8 on my files right now, but I will look at this again tomorrow. Shout out to Khalil Barney. Khalil Barney. He's becoming consistent as well. I think every part class he's becoming consistent. Thank you, Khalil Barney. Let me go ahead and put you on here. Oh man, what am I? We're at 10 hours. 10 hours of pod class. Yes. Shout out to Khalil Barney, $5 to Khalil Barney. Appreciate you. Good brother, appreciate you. And who's next here? Let's see if we can go through these as fast as possible. Who's this? Edward. Oh, Big Vapes. Shout out to Big Vapes. I want to save this here. Okay, go ahead and I'm gonna put this Big Vapes on the screen, and Octafect, can you read this when it goes on the screen? Shout out to Big Vapes, and Atef, give him some noise for this. Shout out to Big Vapes, Big Vapes, Big Vapes. What does it say there, Octafect?
For 37th Meru Netzer class video from Patabul Damo.
Shout out to Patabul Damo every week. Shout out to Patabul Damo. Every week he sends for a different metadata class. I appreciate you so much if you're in the room. Press 9 if you're in the room. Appreciate you. Big Vapes, appreciate you. All right, Big Vapes. That class, you should have it in your email right now. Shout out to you. All right, next supporter is Nito Campbell. Another Mr. Consistent Man. Oh, look at this. Look how honorable he is. This is he's giving a donation for the class that he missed on January 27th. Thank you, Nino Campbell. Appreciate you. I like it when you all do that. It's very, very honorable, and I appreciate it very much. That if you miss a donation, you actually put the donation you missed. Give Nino Campbell some big noise. He's been donating. That's $20 from Big Vapes, and he back-to-back sent. He's at least the next person. Oh, another tip from Big Vapes. Yeah. My tip for Nibiru. All right, give Big Vapes some big noise. Give him a hand clap. Hand clap for hand clap. Shout out to this brother right here. Shout out to Jason Kirkland. Jason Kirkland is he sends me a positive message every single morning. Most times I don't even have time to read it, but he sends a positive message to me every single morning. Every single morning. Shout out to Jason Kirkland. Appreciate you, good brother. If you're in the room, peace and love. $7.72. He sends me a message every single day. Sometimes I see them, sometimes I'm too busy, but I know that I can look back and see something positive from this good brother. And it's a long one too. Sometimes I can't read the long messages, but I just click and see that it's his name. I know it's something beautiful. So shout out to Jason Kirkland. Who's this? Another beautiful, consistent, Miss Consistent. And she gave what is this? Oh, yes. Tip Nibiru. Tip Nibiru. Okay. Shout out to the beautiful supporter, student, Miss Sandra Shepard, $10.72. That is a tip. So give her a clap because it is a tip for the Nibiru. Give her a clap. Oh gosh, let's go. There's a lot. Oh, Eric G, that's it. Oh, splice. Okay, a tip for the splice. I get it now. Splice tip. Oh man. Eric G, that's it. And it says, Hail Tehuti Splice donation. Shout out to Eric G for the splice donation. I think it's a tip, so you can give him a clap. I think that's for the genetic splicing. Give him a little hand clap. You know, I'm lagging. That's why things aren't happening in real time on my end. Okay. Shout out to, I don't know how many times this man has donated this Podclass. He may hold the record for the most donations of the Podclass tonight. So many. I think this is third, fourth. I'm not sure. But this man here, he's on the panel right now. His name is Octafek, and this looks like a tip. Could you read that, Minty, for me, please?
I don't think she's there. It says a tip for Anunnaki hybrid.
Okay, thank you, thank you, Tap. Thank you.
Did I miss something?
Oh, did you give him did we get a clap for that? Wait, did he get a clap? Okay. Hey, Minty, welcome back. Can you hear me good?
Yes. Sorry about that. I had to go to my car to get some water.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted you to read something. It's fine though. Steph read it. That's fine.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. Too for the apology. You are fine. You're absolutely perfect. Wonderful. Angela Gates, Splice for Life. Angela Gates is having fun with these tips. Angela Gates getting creative. Angela Gates with a tip, and it says, Tef, could you read that for me? I think it says Splice for Life.
Yes, it says from Angela Gates, $10 for a Spice of Life.
Oh, Spice of Life. Nice. Okay, guys.
That's funny.
A lot of tips came in for the Anunnaki one. Thank you. Splice of Life, right?
Very clever.
Shout out to this man here who gave a tip, who didn't know anything about this topic really, and he learned so much. That is primordial thought. Tip for Anunnaki question to a SABA Tehuti. Give him some hand claps. Put it ease. Hand claps. Put it ease. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And nook, punuk, 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 punuk. Hey, Nook Panuk with his creativity. Nook Panuk is creativity right here. Shout out to the good brother. Nook Panuk, who literally has the most comments in the Podclass. He comments every 20 seconds, I think. Nook Panuk, 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 give him some, what's this? Oh, this says, sneak learners should sneak donate as well. And maybe they do, I don't know. Maybe the sneak. Maybe the sneak learners are the anonymous people donating. I don't know. Who's so strange. Oh, we got, here's somebody who is two people actually. That are so consistent. And that is none other than the good brother Annie and Nefri Keparat. Give them some big noise, please. $44.72. Give them some big noise. Hey, who put that laughing sound there? Who put the laugh there? You a Tef? You have it
Yes,
too.
sir.
Okay, I thought Annie was Annie was back. Okay. Tef has all the sounds now. He has everything now. Oh, I got a little laugh that Annie had. Nice. Where is Anu and Antu gave a really big donation and I can't find it. Is it on another page? Is it on another page? Let me see something here. Oh, wow. Yes, there's more on this page. Vendor Monday from Minty. Primordial Thought for it's Meta class. Anu. Netter Ankh. Oh, there's more on this page. Whoa. Okay, here we go, everybody, for I think this is the highest donation of the night. Shout out to, even though it's two people, it's still massive. I want some big noise for this right here. This is I think this is the largest of the night. Of course, it's coming from another consistent couple. And that consistent couple is none other than Anu and Antu. Give some big noise, transformer sounds. Give the whole works, everything. Whoa.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Whoa, it says, for homage to the soul of everlastingness. Tua Marie for the sun rising over the horizon. Wow, 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 wow. That's the highest of the podcast today. We have Netzer. Oh, Netzer with several. Wow, we have a tip for the beer breakdown that I gave almost a month ago. That's our Uncle Tip L, the Honorable. This is for the beer breakdown. I remember this. I remember this tip for the beer breakdown. Oh, wow. After this, everybody, I got to step away for just a moment, and I'll be back. Who's that? Who's that laughing? Who is that? I must have missed something. My computer has a lag, so I'm hearing things late from when they happen. But shout out to everybody. I thought I heard something.
Oh, I think Primordial
the beer.
is frozen.
Oh, okay. Beer tip right here for the beer breakdown. Give him a hand clap, and then I'll be right back. Everybody. Give him a hand clap. We'll be right back, everybody. Right back in a moment. I will be right back.
Hotep, peace and love.
Enjoy
Mo
your break.
Life, you were saying something, Mo Life?
Thank you, Minty. Thank you, everybody.
Spring peace. I was commenting on the last donation. That was quite a donation.
Yeah, it's beautiful, brother. We support each other over here. We're building a nation. Over here we build each other up, and we give adoration and we celebrate each other because we celebrate the truth. So that's what it's about, great brother, over here. So like I was saying earlier, it's good to see other people that support the truth. It's good to not feel alone out here and supporting, because this information is important. It's all we get everywhere else is the lie. We don't get nothing like this nowhere else. Everything is a lie. The closest to the truth that we're able to get is when we're able to use our own, vision and see clearer. That's the closest truth that we're receiving. At least when it comes to everything else that's out there is commercialized, for lack of a better term. It's just a lie. It's just foolishness, So here it's a totally different frequency here. So, we celebrate the truth. We applaud excellence. And we're building a nation because it's up to us. When they say the Nibiru are real, we are the Nibiru. We just have to elevate our consciousness to that level, because it is what makes us up. It is what our DNA is comprised of. It is who we are. It's not what they told us, the lie that they told us, all these false narratives and these things that we subscribe to, everything that is debilitating and detrimental to us and to our immortality and to our own very own survival. It's all counterproductive. So it's good to be in this frequency. It's a beautiful thing. So to you again, great brother. And Ox Effect, you got some tones, good brother. We love to hear your tones, brother.
I was gonna add, not only are we the Nibiru, we're the Anunnaki too, as SABA just broke down beautifully. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, we both, we're powerful beings. We have the power within us if we realize it. And SABA's providing the knowledge and the tutelage for us to be able to do this for ourselves also, and the people in our lives. So yes, hello to you, Brother Mo Life, for being here and coming to the panel, showing your face. It's always great to see new people. You should also check out the class tomorrow at the House of the 10. Also, if you enjoy the knowledge too, brother. But yeah.
Gratitude, high honors, and much gratitude to each and every one of you for allowing me to be a part of the show. Much gratitude. Thank you.
Yes, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Ox effect. What you said was never. Or we could just be, African Americans or whatever else they decide to call. We could just be, we could be. We could just be one of those. Whatever the little title, whatever they told us. Whatever they have us pledging our allegiance to. Whatever foolishness and lie they subject us to, and because we're if you accept the lie as your father, if you accept the ISFET, so yeah, it's beautiful, man. I'm honored again, like I said, just to be up here. Like I said, people do what's important to them, so I stay up for the truth. I stay up for this knowledge. I be tired. It's 3:45 a.m. where I'm at. The podcast came on at 5 p.m. in the afternoon. I was spending
the level
time.
Of dedication that you have. That's the level of dedication that you have.
It's just the truth, man. I do it. I do it every every week. I'm consistent. He switched from Friday to Saturday. Saturday was I usually spend I'm running errands and doing stuff with my family, but even through that, I can't see, but my glasses got the mic on it. So I was doing things with my family, but I was still, here participating in the podcast. I couldn't come to the panel initially, but I'm here, man. And this is there's no other place there's no other frequency that I would rather be in. So I'm with my family, which is all of you, as well as the people in my immediate household. So yeah, I would stay up Friday night. I would work 12 hours, get off, and then stay up till the next morning. Just wanting this knowledge, just wanting to be imbued in this knowledge. This is how important it is to me, because everything is a lie. Everything is a lie, and at that time, I didn't know what the truth was. I just knew what the lie was. The lie is very easy to see. The truth you got to dig for. But the lie is right in your face. Hotep Ray Saba, welcome back.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, thank you, both of you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Primordial. Thank you, Minty. Thank you. Thank you, Ted. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it's good to be back. Yeah, the truth's right. The lie is right there for you. It's true. True. Everything that's bad for you is very, very accessible. Very, 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 very accessible. And like I said in the beginning of the podcast, humans are the ones that created that. They created that everything that's easy to get is something that you like, and it's very dangerous and it's very accessible. To maintain discipline seems to be a lot harder to find. I don't know if you've ever been on a diet and you're driving down the street looking for somewhere to eat. Like, wait, there's a Taco Bell. Look at all these places. Where can I got to keep driving. I can't eat. I can't stop there with Krispy Kreme. Where can I eat? But if you had no diet, you could literally stop every exit. So that's great. Okay.
I know how that is. I was vegetarian first. You got me out of that, so I know how that is. 100%. So.
That was so hard. I remember when I was a vegetarian, it was like, oh my goodness. You know when I gave up being a vegetarian? When I swore. What's this for? 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Let me see what this is for. What is this for? Odin tip. Wow. Well, I'm getting tips for the Odin class now. Tip Odin. Whoa. I gave up being a vegetarian when I was when I knew that I could eat Subway, and I was finally a store that's accessible and I could eat. And then some Rastafarian pointed out to me that the bread had pork in it, and I was like, I give up. I'm done. I'm out. I can't breathe. Don't you know that bread has pork in it? Say, bro, look at the pork and the ingredients. Ah! I'm like, okay, you win, man. I can't. The bread has pork. I can't even eat bread. I literally have to grow a farm to be a vegan. I was like, I submit. I can't do it. I can't. I was like, so what bread doesn't have? It don't have monodiglycerides in it. Bread, you don't know that? Okay. I give up. Me celery. So I got down to like 187 pounds or something. They used to call me coat hanger. I was so skinny that that my clothes looked like I was a coat hanger. So my name was Coat Hanger. No more. All right. So next donation. Next donation, the brother giving the brother giving Odin tips. Give him a hand clap. Nefer Unkhotep. Odin tips $8 for the tip for the Odin class from almost a month ago. Thank you all for all these donations. I'm getting the donations are as long as the Podclass answers. Another tip for what's this now? For the Naturk class. Whoa. Whoa. People are watching the old classes and it's just hitting them now. Thank you, everybody. This is great. Is it 449 tip Naturk. Whoa. Thank you, everybody, for watching the older classes and giving tips still. Very honorable. Another $9. Give him a hand clap for Netzer Unkhotep L for the Naturk class. Can you believe there's another tip for the judges class? Hey man, this is whoa. For the judges classes I did, I think those are 2 pod classes ago. I don't even remember, but tip. Whoa. Shout out to, again, Netzer Unkhotep L is just, he is, whoa. Shout out to you. He's throwing the ones out. He's throwing the dollars out. Shout out to you. $12 for a tip for the judges class. Thank you, good brother. Give him some noise again, Atep. Hey Moochie, let me ask you a question, good brother or sister. There was somebody that used to watch me in the Killer Priest pod class, and then he came over to the Killer Priest podcraft, and then he started watching the first podcast. His name was also Moochie, I think, but he was completely against me. Are you the same person, and now you're for it, or is this a different Moochie and you've always been for it? I was wondering that because there was a Moochie, or maybe it was Moochie, it was another person named just like yours, and oh, right, and a lot of strange comments, but then this name here loves the podcast. I was always curious about that. Shout out to Moochie. Is there another tip? What's this one? Oh my. Another tip for Anunnaki breakdown. The Nibiru. Oh, whoa. You all are Netzer Unkhotep L is just whoa. Annuna tip. This is definitely the tip class today. Shout out to Netter Unkotep. Is there an L on there anymore? I don't even remember. Let me see if there's an L there. It's just Netter Unkotep. $14 for tonight's class on Nibiru and the Anunnaki. Give them some noise for this, please. Oh. Refresh the page. Is that everything? No, that's not everything. There's a. You all are very beautiful tonight. Very generous tonight. They're very appreciative of what I do. Who else is here? Israel Hoyley, the waiter that tips. The only waiter that the waiter that tips. And he gave a tip for what is this? Minty Otep, could you read this for me, please?
Sure.
Whoa, man. Annuna tip. That's what it's for. Minty Otep. Okay, it's not on the screen. Okay, one moment. Let me get this on the screen. Thank you, beautiful Minty, the sister, the helper. When it's up, and just go ahead and read it. Actually,
Okay, Israel Hoyley, $20 for Nibiru breakdown. Thank you, brother Saba.
Thanks for giving some noise. Israel Hoyley, the way to the tips. Harass did for black love heart. Harass is back. Harass is definitely back. Here we go. I don't think there's anything to read here. I just see a black heart. Shout out to Harass did. Harass did. Thank you, Harass did. Give her a hand clap. She's giving like 3 tips today, I think. Give her a hand clap, please. She'll go over $20. Thank you, Harass did it again. That's your name. Harass did it again. All right, and we got Robert E with another tip for what's this? Oh wow. How many tips is Robert E given for the tonight? Oh, one was for Anunnaki. Oh god, he gave one for every answer. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, good brother. This is a tip. I think this is from Nibiru. Okay. Who's on the panel? Hey, Moon Life, could you go ahead and read this for me, good brother, please? Read the what it says for the tip. Thank you. If you can see it, yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for it. It says, for Nibiru explained. There's a tip here, 1572. All right.
Oh, thank you. Oh, it says 2 of them. Thank you, Robert E. Williams. Appreciate you. It popped up big on my screen. It's Nibiru explained. There's a more like. Do you see it? The word "tua" at the end. Tua.
Oh yeah, I missed that. It says for Nibiru explained, TUA.
Okay, Tua. Yes, that is appreciation. Thank you, good brother. That's appreciation in the meta. Whenever you see that, that's a word like thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and Rochelle says, hi, smart. Rochelle, smart. Rochelle smart. Rochelle's smart with this one. This is good. I like it. Tiff, I'm gonna call this Jupiter because I get it. I get it. This is so funny. This is good, Rochelle. If you're in the room, this is good. You are. I like it. So the whole show has been about Nibiru, the Anunnaki, and everybody's been talking about the 12th planet, Planet X. And she gave this one, which is actually what it really is. And that is for the 5th planet. Give her a hand clap for that. The 12th planet, the 5th planet. Shout out to Rock Kelly. I'm gonna put it up. I'll put it in a book. Nibiru, the 5th planet. See what happens there. Not the 12th planet. It's the 5th one. Very good. Very good. Right in the middle. Oh my. Okay, there's only 2 left. Here we go. Answering live questions. Mennetter. Oh, Nook is, whoa, he has so many supports going on. And I think there's just one more after this. Shout out to the good brother, Mr. Consistent, who types the most in the room, who chats, donates, comes to class, comes to the Pathway of the Awakening, comes to the Mennetter class, been there since the Killer Priest show. This brother right here gave me a gift to the Pathways 1010, and this is for Mincy. Could you read that for me, please?
Sure. For answering live questions, Metanetter to a SABA.
Okay.
To a SABA.
For answering live questions.
Yes, for answering live
thank
questions.
You.
Metanetter to a SABA Tehuti with an axe.
Thank you. Oh. What does it have, an axe or hands? What's that?
With an axe.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. Oh, what did you say, Minty? You said something else?
Yeah, I said with an axe. You got it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, and I think that's it. Is there one more? I think there's one more. Shout out to Robert Williams. Shout out to Robert Williams for being inspired. I did see your email. For being inspired by the ones who don't come around much anymore. They all inspired you in some kind of way. Shout out to you. And yes, I'd like them back again too. There's a whole bunch of people who used to come to Podclass. As to be a representation of the Netzer on Earth. I'm going to save this as a in my testimony file. I like this message a lot. Robert Williams, saving your email in my testimony files. Student testimony files. Appreciate you. Appreciate these beautiful emails, and I appreciate you being concerned. Concerned about other people in the Podclass, checking on them, and it's a beautiful thing. I'm gonna call this Robert Williams. You've made it back again. I got 3 of yours. Robert Williams 3. Yeah, three of your beautiful messages that I've saved my files. I think there's one more donation, everybody. One more. Is that it? And Angelo Decree, I'm so glad you looked at my question from earlier. I hope to join your classes soon. I used to be a Black Hebrew ever since I saw your teachings. I knew I was home. Wow, that's beautiful, Angelo. You still in the room, Angelo? Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I'd like to know, definitely keep supporting and come to the panel. I'd love to know your journey of what type of Hebrew Israelite you were. And D'Angelo? Angelo? I can't see it here. It's Angelo Degree. Okay. One moment, everybody. Let me fix this. I put it as D'Angelo. It's gone now. It's Angelo Decree, right? Where is this at? Pardon everybody for this. Where'd it go? I've lost. Here it is. It's just Angelo. Angelo. Gotcha. Boom. I like this message here. Thank you. I've saved it. Thank you. All right, everybody. I think that's it. There's one more, and that is Anu and Antu again. These are the ones that gave the $155. They are back. They're not finished. They are not finished. They gave a large tip for the Nibiru breakdown. And I think this is it for the night. 8 tip. Okay. All right. Give some big noise. I think this is maybe the last tip of the night. Unless somebody sends in a donation while we're closing up. But go ahead and read this for me. Who's on the screen? Tef, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, from Anu and Antu. $50 for Nibiru breakdown and build up Tua Hotep Marie.
All right. Thank you. All right, everybody. That concludes the donations. I think I'm going to go to the close. Let me scroll down and see. Oh wait. Oh, is this one? Is this a question? Robert, Nook Panuk, tell me if this is a question. I don't know. I'm just seeing this. I'm gonna save it like it may be a question. I don't know. Let me see how this works. 759 from Feb 3. Okay, tell me if this is a question here. Tef, could you read this one for me, please? Read that for me, Tef, please.
Sure. It says from Nookpoo 2772 for Hanu, decipher your name, Saba, Neter, Nefer, Nefu, Tehuti.
Oh, wow. Decipher your name. Primordial's here? Okay. Decipher my name. And Minty, do you see in the chat, is Nook Punuk saying anything? It's too small for me to see. Is he responding to me to what I'm asking?
Yeah, he's saying Tehuti name breakdown with an 8. BR the number 8. Yeah, Tehuti name breakdown.
Oh no! Oh! I may have to. That may be a meta question. I got it. I don't know. I've only given one person the breakdown. Tef is smiling.
Hey, that's the offset. It's the offset question.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, I've only given, I think, one person that answer. I have literally never seen anybody in my life of all the years that I've taught. I've never seen anyone explain the name Tehuti. Let me get this off the screen. What is this? This is weird.
That sounds like a great meta-netter class.
Yeah, I don't even know. I've only given one person in a one-on-one an explanation of my name and explanation of the word Tehuti. I would have to be meta-netter class. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to reveal that in public.
He says to break down Tehuti. Yes, meta-netter class will do.
Of course it will. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Okay. Thank you, Nook Panuk. Oh, did we give him some noise for that donation? Shout out to Nook Panuk. Yeah, maybe I'll break it in a minute class. I've kept that name a secret. There's one person that I thought it to, because I'm just surprised that in all these years since Kemet has been taught in America, and since Tehuti is literally the most, other than Osiris, Tehuti is literally the most popular netter. You see Thoth everywhere. Thoth, Emerald Tablets, Tehuti, Wisdom of Tehuti, her Trismus Gistus, and literally nobody I've ever seen has ever explained what the name Tehuti means. So I've kept it a secret for a long, long time, and I think I'll decide and see. We'll get to that. We'll see about that. All right, I think that's it, everybody. I think that's it. We can do the closings here. Let me scroll all the way down. I think that's all the donations. I have a testimony from Caleb, but I'll read that later. Okay, buddy. Go ahead. Sorry. Ooh. Go ahead and do your closing statements. We're going to close this podcast. That's 11 hours. I may sleep. I may have to rest Monday. We'll see how the men class goes, but this will be the fourth class, I think, of 11 hours. So it's a beautiful thing because I love you all. I love being here, but I do have to recover. So let's go ahead and do some closings, starting with Minty. Hold time. I'm going to step away from the screen for just a moment, but I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Tua and Henu to Saba Tehuti. Henu to House of the 10. Saba Tehuti, just Tua so much for teaching us how to dig and how to really pay attention. With you telling us that you spent 45 minutes just excuse me, searching for one word, just shows us how dedicated you are to teaching us to learn the proper ways. This class was great. The crossing, that's gonna stick with me. That really resonates, and so does the hybridization, with dealing with the inner struggles and the inner battles of my being, and knowing where that comes from. So Tua for all of these teachings, and I look forward to our next class. Tua and Henu.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you for the appreciation, and thank you for reminding me what I. Oh wow! Things are alive in here, moving, that are unanimated, and they're still moving. Too much energy, I think. Hold on. How are these things moving? Let me see. Oh man. Hold on. Let me demobilize these inanimate objects from moving. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay, stop. One more second, everybody. Hold on. Oh, interesting. Hold on, Hold on. You're not supposed to move yet. You're not alive. Okay, let me get on this. Here we go. Okay. Thank you, Mincy. Appreciate that. Thank you for reminding me what I taught on. I appreciate that. Let me come to the screen now. Nothing's moving. Thank you for that. Thank you for reminding me what I taught on, because I teach so much. I sometimes don't remember what what I taught about. So it was very, very powerful, and I'm glad it hit you like that. I'm glad it especially the inner being explanation. I like that affected you. That's the second time I taught you that, actually. I taught that in a minute class too one time. So
Yeah, that was the day
Thank
after
you.
my Earth Day. So that was
oh, nice. Oh, nice, beautiful. Okay, and let's go to the man who looks like he's 5 shades darker. Ox effect, got melanated. Go ahead, my good brother.
Hello to SABA, for this wonderful class. I'm glad to be here. I'm always learning new things with your tutelage. I'm grateful to be here. And I love this class. I love learning about the ancient civilizations. And I look forward to more of this. Okay. So hello to everyone.
Thank you, Stephen. I like your tone of. I like your frequency. Always relaxing. You should. You'd be a good hypnotist. So thank you for your beautiful words and great appreciation. Your calm, consistent nature. Nature is like always the same. So to you, very, very calm. I don't know if you got that from your Buddhism studies or whatever that is. Keep that, because it's high caliber calmness you have. Appreciate that. Thank you. On to Primordial. I like how you have the DJ. Angle. You know, the podcast. People do podcasts. They turn to the side. They don't look at the screen. You have like the podcaster. All you need is the headphones now. All right, close this out, Primordial.
Peace and love, great Saba. Appreciate your consistency. Appreciate your devotion to our ancestors in the Teru, Hinu, and Hotep, and to your wonderful Naturts who support your Eve and your Djed. Peace and love for all that you do for us. Peace and love to everybody on the chat. Peace and love to the House of ATTON. Peace and love to the chat. All the newcomers, everybody who's just watching. May you all continue to support the House of ATTON, and may it flourish and prosper forever. May Ra grant you and your family's health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra who rises and shines forevermore in Ma'at. Hotep, great Saba.
Nini, beautiful words. You have an incredible memory. I don't know if you're reading that or that's just imprinted in your brain, but you literally say the same words. You have the same
That's my
type
affirmation, Saba. That's my affirmation every day.
Okay, that is okay. I was wondering, how does he always have the same words? Okay, beautiful. That's a beautiful one. I love it. I see Isaac jumped in the room. Isaac, you always look like you're over content, like you can't hold yourself in or something. You look like you look really happy about this. Always I like that, man. You're very, very happy about this awakening. I love your energy, man. It's very good. We'll get to you in a moment. On to the brand new brother who added some good energy, a new refreshing face on the screen, refreshing vibe. He was very patient, waited in the back. Kept coming in, coming out, waiting in the back, come in, trying again. And finally I checked and saw who he was, and thank you for coming. And it is Mo Life. Go ahead and give so what we do at the Podclass, I don't know if you've seen the ending of this, but at the end of the Podclass, each person on the panel has the opportunity to just give a closing, what they thought and some last words they want to give, the energy they want to give to everybody before they go to sleep, and the appreciation of the class. So go ahead, Mo Life.
I would like to say the highest honors and much gratitude to you, Tehuti, SABA. High honors to each and everyone on the panel here and everyone that is tuning in. I just am thankful and grateful to be a part of this and to be able to stay connected to you, Tehuti, SABA. Once again, I saw you on the Killer Priest podcast, and the information that you shared with us was very enlightening. It kind of took us somewhere else, you know. So I'm excited, you know, to be on this journey, and once again I'm thankful and grateful, and I can't wait to see what's coming next. And with that, peace and love and light to everyone.
Peace and love and light to you, good brother. Very, very good words. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. And shout out to the brother. Who's next after you? Okay, it's Tef next. Thank you, brother. Thank you, More Life. Look forward to seeing you each week, and also on Sundays, the brothers have the students have a class. Do you know about that one?
I'm not aware of that yet. One of the brothers was telling me about there's a class tomorrow to tune into.
Yes, go to the Tefrim will probably give him the Discord, and from there you'll see all the happenings and the live connections, and they'll set you up. They'll connect you. There's different things that go on throughout the week other than the pod class, just to keep the momentum going, so there's not this big dead space. There used to be a big dead space from Friday, nothing until next Friday, and now there's some activity. So, yeah, I'd like you to be a part of that. Okay, my brother, we're gonna go to a Tef, Rem, Kem, Ma'at.
Hotep, peace and love, great Saba. This was a great class, as usual. Again, welcome Mo Life to the panel. Those were great words, beautiful. I posted the link in the chat. It says subscribe to the house to ATTON. You can go to our YouTube channel. We're having a class tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern time. You're definitely welcome to come on. You're welcome. But yeah, great Saba. This was an excellent class, and the Anunnaki is a very interesting topic, and I know you have a whole lot more to share. So I just want to thank you. I'm eternally grateful. 40,000, yeah, 40,000. I showed Primordial thought I have a book on, I don't know, the literature from the Anunnaki, and it's like 1,000 pages. It's 1,000 pages of Akkadian literature or something. It's when I was buying a lot of books. When I first saw you on the Killer Priest, that was one of the books that I don't think that was you that said it, was somebody else. But anyway, Tua, for your consistency, all that you bring forth, and this great gift that you're giving all of us of knowledge and wisdom and an example. So Hotep and Hotep Ma'at to everybody on the panel. Hotep to you, great Saba.
Thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And send me an email of what that book is you're speaking of. I'll see if I have it, or if it's something that I can use. 1,000 pages, you say?
Yeah, it's 1,000 pages. Yeah, it's I don't know if you can see. Can you see it?
Is it the Muses? The Muses?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I have it. Yes.
Yeah. When you were reading, when you were showing when you were showing it, the references, I was it's a lot, but even in the table of contents is a lot, but I was finding the Dapper and the stories that you were touching on. So I'm looking forward to going through and digesting that. But Tua, for everything that you do, great Saba.
Wonderful. I hope you enjoy that. The Anunnaki, fortunately and unfortunately, the Anunnaki stories are much more detailed and in depth than what we have left of the Nibiru stories. There seems to be a limitation on the Nibiru stories, but if you want good reads and good stories, the Anunnaki stories, there's so many of them. Read your heart out. There's a lot to read. So enjoy that book, brother. That's the Musis book. He came on. I think he came on Kill the Priest one day. The author of that. Yeah, he did. And I have that. I believe I have. Yeah. Awesome book. And on to, thank you, Atef. On to Mr. Excited Man. Mr. Excited Man, Isaac. Go ahead and give us some great words, Isaac.
First of all, I'd like to say Makiru, Great SABA Tehuti, and I'd like to say Hanu to Primordial Thought and his Mut. They will be in my mind this week. And I would also like to just give thanks for something that for some reason I wasn't taught properly, the solar system at school, and you've given me another thing that will be ingrained in me for the rest of my life, and that is priceless. So there is not an amount of money or an amount of words that I could say or give to you for this knowledge that I can pass down to the ones that are dear and close to me. And I'm so thankful for you and this community and what's being built here, and to be here at the start of this. And I'm so lucky to be here at this point in time, and I'm so grateful. So thank you once more. Peace and love.
Thank you, my good brother. Thank you. Who's muted? Can you all hear me? It says unmute mic. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Saba.
Oh, it must be Isaac. One of you are muted. Okay, no problem. Okay, thank you, Isaac. Appreciate that. You're still excited, but you've calmed down a lot from the first time. I remember the first time you came on the panel, you were all over the place. You know, every sentence was a run-on, cut-off. There's no direction. You were just like a electricity. You didn't know what was going on. You've definitely calmed down and formulated your train of thought more since the first time, and I appreciate your excited energy so much. It's really good. It's youthful. It's beautiful. It's like a child when they discover something brand new and they're just excited about it, and you can't break their joy. So that's what you remind me of. So thank you for that beautiful energy. Unki Maat says, Tua for being a part of Tehuti's Podclass family. Unki Maat's going, wow, peace and love and positive energy to primordial thought. And what does that say? Why is there's a mute thing blocking? What does that say? Atef, what does it say?
It says peace, love, and positive energy to primordial thought 9 and family.
Okay, thank you, Atef. And Tua to all of love and support. Wonderful. What, Atef? What does it say? Wonderful what? It's blocked.
Wonderful questions.
Wonderful. And Unki Ahmad says, Tua for a great class, Saba Tehuti. Thank you, Unki Ahmad, for all the messages. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close out with the affirmation. I'll get Atef to say the affirmation, and then we're going to go 11 hours and 13 minutes. Two pod classes in a row. Let's go. Here we go. Okay, okay, Tef, go ahead. Let me get that thing at the bottom off. Where is it? Where are you? Okay. Go ahead, Tef. Close this up. Do the affirmation, please. Wow.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ma'at. NS. Nintat Osat Ma'at. Minhapapet Ma'at. Her Inhu Kiwi. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Thank you very much. Atef, could you do that one more time for me, please? There's something blocking. Something's going on my side. Do it one more time on the count of 3. Do it one more time for me, please.
Okay, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet or Set and Ma'at. Min Hapapat and Ma'at. Her and Hukui. Her Iku. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Beautiful. Wow. 11 hours and such minutes. I'm not even sure how many. 11 hours and what does that say? 15 minutes. Whoa. Okay, everybody. Peace and love. I'm going to go big screen and just give a quick closeout. Oh, and there's one more donation came in. Who's Mr. 508, man. That's who's it? Daryl, Mr. 508. Thank you, Daryl, for your $5.08. Appreciate you, Daryl, Mr. 508. And I believe that was the last donation of the night. Okay, I'm gonna go big screen, family, and close it out. Okay.
To us, SABA.
Peace
and love, everybody. Please. Peace, Minty. Peace, Oxapec. Peace, Hotep, Mo Life, Hotep Primordial. Peace and love. Let's close it out. Family. Peace and love. Peace and love. I'm gonna put you. I probably don't know to come out, but okay, boom. There we go. Peace and love. Mo Light. I'm gonna put you back in the chat. We're gonna close out. How do I put them back in the chat? Okay, here we go. Okay. Woo. What a pot. Was it 11? 11 hours, everyone. 11 hours. Incredible podcast. Peace and love. Let me reach down here. Peace and love, everybody. You all are beautiful. An Anunnaki class. How beautiful is that? It's can't get better than that. All those questions that you all send in are what actually create the beautiful podcast that we are in. So peace and love, everybody. I love all of you. All of you are awesome, wonderful, and beautiful. We say peace. And this is Ishtar. Ishtar is who this podcast was mainly on today. So shout out to Ishtar. Peace and love to you. There she is again. Oh, always pressing buttons. Ishtar presses more buttons than a tap. Let me see if I can get her back. There we go. Let me see if I can move this back. Shout out to Ishtar again. Let me get you, Ishtar, back over here. Over here, little one. Big one, actually. A powerful one. There we go. Peace and love to Ishtar. There we go. The Black Viper with the rattle. Peace and love, everybody. You all have been absolutely wonderful and beautiful. Shout out to everyone who is here at the Tehuti Podclass. I love you all. You all have been great. We're going to close out. Go to the class tomorrow with the brothers. For those of you who like what they saw, support at PayPal at RockSV, Cash App, TT Moon. You all already know if you've been watching the class, you should already be supporting. But some people may just be tuning in right now. So we're going to go ahead and close the class out. You all are absolutely wonderful. Come here, man. Come over here. Show them your tail. And peace and love, everyone. You all are great. Say peace again. That is Ishtar. And this is the star of Ishtar. You all are excellent, wonderful, as always. Peace and love, everybody. We're closing out the class. You all have been wonderful. And peace to all of you. Are you in the screen, Ishtar? There you are. Peace and love, everyone.